きた僕は大人になりきれずに夢をつかもうとした何回目の一生のお願い何でも意味と答えを探して夢叶えてもなんか違くてゴールはどこにある人生は戦いなんです流されたらもうゲームオーバー何度道踏み外したってこれからがいいとこ忘れないですこの感情オリジナルは僕でいたいの思い出して消さないで大きな夢を叶えに行こうよ何かを守るため諦めてばかりいてこんなはずじゃなかったこのままじゃ終われないよいつだか誰かが言った無駄なこと価値がないって愛とけほっとけよそうなんかやは黙ってみてろよ世界は天気ばっかクレイジー僕には関係ないねそういうライバルなんかいらないね世界で唯一のオンリーワン何回目の一生のお願い何でも意味と答えを探して夢叶えてもなんか違くてゴールはどこにある人生は戦いなんです流されたらもうゲームオーバー何度道踏み外したってこれからがいいとこ忘れないですこの感情オリジナルは僕でいたいの思い出して消さないで大きな夢を叶えに行こうよ見逃知らずでいいのやらないより我慢していこうよ失敗したって恥ずかしがらないで僕らがこれからのスーパースター
I know we both said we should give this time to breathe, but gravity pulls and it brought you back to me. With all the history we've been through, there's a flame still burning blue, and we could talk it out again, but what's the use? Can you just stay tonight? I don't wanna say goodbye. Stay by my side. I need you, I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay tonight? Just stay till the morning light. Can you just asleep and there's nowhere left to go. There's nothing out there, we don't need to be alone. With all the history we've been through, there's a flame still burning blue, and we could talk it out again, but what's the use? Can you just stay tonight? I don't wanna say goodbye. Stay by my side. I need you, I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay tonight? Just stay till the morning light. Can you just stay? Can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay tonight? Just stay till the morning light. Can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true. So can you just stay? 'Cause I know we don't know tomorrow, and it's always gonna be true.
Hello, 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 late night gang. Welcome on in. I'm starting a little bit earlier than normal, which is pretty cool. I had a bunch of voice acting auditions I had to do today. I'm finally caught up on all my auditions. I had to do 5 today, though, which was exhausting to say the least. I was originally going to do something a little bit more active on stream. I'm not 100% yet, by the way. I'm still kind of sick. Morgan and I are dealing with the lingering effects of this 2-week-long crap that's in our systems. But I was able to get caught up on voice acting auditions. However, as many of you know, that means I'm exhausted. I am so tired. I am going to do my best to just vibe and have a good time with everyone and provide a place where people can, like, kick back and chill. But, yeah, mainly just chill tonight. I kind of want to just, like, hang out, chat with people. Maybe do a little bit of power wash while we're chatting, just because that's nice and easy for me. And I kind of want to beat this DLC and then, like, get to some of the other stuff in the game. But thank you very much for joining, those of you who are here, despite the promise of lower energy, I guess. The guarantee of lower energy. But, yeah, it's good to be here. It's good to vibe. Again, not at 100% yet, but like maybe like 75% in the tank, which is kind of cool. But let me say my hellos. Let me get going here, and we'll hang out like extra long tonight if my voice doesn't give out completely. Anyway, if I miss you the first go around, there is nothing personal in that. I'm sure that I'll say hi to you the second time I see you in the chat. And if for some reason I say hi to you more than one time, then you're just extra super special. But welcome on in, everyone. Also, how's audio? Let me know how the audio is, because again, I had to I mess with my mic levels every time I do any sort of audition, so it might be off for stream, but let me know. Katie, hello, hi, welcome on in. Wormy, hello, hi. Nettles, welcome. AL, hello. Nico, yo, what's up? Missed a lot of streams. Yeah, I mean, hey, it happens. You got a life to live. It is what it is. Maya, hello, hi, welcome on in. Rat, thank you for the 95 stream streak. But to you as well. That is a long streak. I appreciate you. AL, thank you for our 150 stream streak. Holy cow. Minz, hello, hi. Taking my lunch at work right now. Have to go back in a bit. All good. I should be streaming pretty late. Morgan's out and about doing work in her office tonight, as she does on Thursdays. So, yeah, I should be able to, like, chill and have fun. Goose, you're from, well, I mean, how long have you been following me? Like, oh my God, since 2021, never mind. I was gonna say, you're from a time, though, before I used to get streams going at, like, 8 p.m. and then stream for, like, 6 hours. So, it's not that weird, or it shouldn't be. It is weird right now with my current schedule, with the way the past year went. But, I'm getting back to the point where hopefully I'll be starting streams at, like, 9 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock my time, and we'll just, like, vibe forever. It'll be great. Ghost, yo, what's up? Good to see you here. Xander, welcome on in. Hello, hello. Moldy, hello, hi, welcome. Audio is good. Okay, awesome. Good to know. Welcome, everyone. Ace of Snakes, hello, hi. Welcome, everybody. CJ, hello. Welcome. Oh, my God, Jesus, Christmas. Oh my God, holy shit. Okay, wait, hold up. Let me get myself on screen. Okay. What the shit? Why? Holy moly. Oh my God, you're gonna kill me. Oh my gosh. That's all you get when I'm sick. I only do the last part.
Tonight, so this is me saying hi.
What the fuck?
Love you, Brie. I hope this helps with
I just went live.
Else.
I literally just
Thank
went
you
live
for
like
bringing this
8-9 minutes ago.
And leading to me to so many lovely,
Oh
awesome
my
people.
God, that's so sweet. What the hell? Thank you so much. I only have one guess as to who this is, but I won't dox you if you don't want to, since you wrote that as your username with the tip, unless you want to write in chat and fess up. Thank you so much. That is an unbelievably generous amount of support. I really appreciate that a lot. What the hell? I was not expecting that, especially when I just went live. I haven't even done anything. What if this is the stream that you're like, actually, your community's not supportive and you're a terrible person? What if I do something horrible this stream? Especially since you're not sticking around. Thank you so much. Good luck with whatever it is that you're having to take care of on your end of the screen. I really appreciate that a lot. Can we get a little bit of hype and pride for that massive amount of support? That is unbelievable and never, ever, ever expected. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Just, holy shit. I don't know what to say except holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is not normal. Wilting T, welcome to the stream. I'm going to get back to saying hellos, I promise here. Yo, Ghost, it happens. You got to go take care of your own stuff. You don't, if you break a streak, it is what it is. I don't take that personally. Duke, hello, hi, welcome on in. Kim, thank you for the 20 months with Prime. I appreciate that. The big 2-0. Appreciate that. Great lady, stay safe during the storms. Enjoy the lurk. Ace, hello, hi, welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of storms going on. Weird, wacky weather. All the Girbeagly spammed in chat. Oh, God, I love that so much. That is so great. Please take care of yourselves. Please stay as safe as possible, everyone. Nancy, hello, hi. Yeah, it's literally your name in the Discord. I know, because here's the thing, Ephraim. Thank you, Ephraim. Seriously. Yeah, that's our problematic streamer. It's like, I don't know, like sometimes people like tip under other people's names or goofy names, and sometimes people just want to be like, I want my Discord personality separated from the Twitch personality. I don't know. There's just like a lot that could go on. That could be a nuanced situation that I'm accounting for. What if it's bad, okay, and what if it's awesome and the best? Fuck you and your anxiety. I won't be so easily fooled. You're sounding like how Morgan talks to me, because I'll be like, hey, babe, God, man, I didn't have very many viewers during last night's stream. I must suck. I must be a bad person. And she'll be like, babe, shut the fuck. It's like, it's getting warm out. People are like going out and like doing things. They don't want to be glued to the computer screen. Also, like, it's hard to be at computer right now because like the world news is a constant bombardment of our emotional health. And it's like very hard to just sit in that kind of like toxic sort of news cycle. So I get it. But also, yeah, yes, it's anxiety. Yeah, it's me being like, God, I hope I'm doing enough for the people who support me. I hope I'm doing like enough to give back, because so many people have been so kind and amazing and incredible during this weird journey that is my career. I'm just like, I'm really grateful. Like, thank you so much. Like, what the hell? Seriously, thank you. Maddie, yo, what's up? Hello. Yeah, and Ephraim, please take care of you. Please know that is obviously going to go back into the channel, back into supporting, like, God, I have so many bills, dude. I just paid taxes last week, or whatever, or however long ago that was. Yeah, tax deadline was, like, last week. Ah, God. We're all suffering, man. Yeah, world's on fire right now. It's, like, yeah, how do we get a hype train started? Damn, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Also, Mins, good luck with Commander Night. Oh, God, I bet that's busy. Last minute market prepping, so I'll mostly be lurking. This is a good stream to lurk to. This is a good stream to vibe to. I just like, I wake up every day, I get so sad reading like the world news, and I want to stay informed. And I don't do enough reading where it like destroys my mental health, but like it's gonna, cause a little bit of like pain. It's gonna exhaust me like a little bit, especially when I'm not at 100% yet, still very tired from just being sick, and then trying to fit in things like voice acting, and then all the other like back end work and side projects and stuff like that I have going on. It's one of those things where like I want to provide a place that feels intentionally designed to make people feel welcome, included, supported, be a place where they can kick back, be themselves, find a moment to just take a big, deep breath when the world feels supercharged with all this dog shit going on. Like, I want you to be able to relax here and vibe and just, like, again, just take a breather. Like, take, like, some necessary respite, like a little bit of escapism, like healthy escapism from all this stuff going on. I know y'all are staying informed. I know that you read the news. I know that you are aware of like the bad things that bad people are doing. So I want to give you a place that feels like very, very like removed from that, where you feel like you're recharging your battery so you can face that every day. And in the meantime, while you're here, you get to just feel like it's all going to be okay. because it is all going to be okay. We're going to find a way to make it as okay as it can be, despite the circumstances. So please know that this is like all very, very intentional, and I'm just so grateful that anyone allows me to build up this space. Like, seriously, thank you. Phoebe, let me read your book that you wrote in chat quick, and then I'm assuming you're gonna have to dip, since you got work, you got like a whole real job to do and stuff. So we're the youngest brother's birthday. Oh, happy birthday to your youngest brother. So glad you got, again, more family and food time. Very good stuff. Please take care. Good luck with work tomorrow. Before anyone asks, no, I didn't do anything nice for myself because the nice thing is giving my money away, so don't start with me, affectionate. I will fucking start with you. How's that? You better be doing something nice for yourself. You better goddamn be doing something nice for yourself. Anybody who gifts subs, anybody who tips me, anyone who drops bits, please, that's not just like me pleading with you because like I need you to like reciprocate or anything like that. It's seriously, like, the world is so hard right now. Sorry, I just noticed like a gross thing on my pop filter. You gotta treat yourself. You gotta treat your own mental health well. You have to do something for you. The world is so hard right now. It's so easy to just like be burnt out by everything going on. So like, please know you're worth taking care of. You're worth treating yourself. Even if it's just like, hey, I gave myself, like, bought myself my favorite snack while I was out grocery shopping today or something. Like, you deserve to do that. Any little thing to help you keep pushing forward. Any little thing to get through all these tough hurdles that are kind of in the way of everybody in the world right now. Like, you deserve to do that, not because you had to earn it, but because you just deserve it by being a person, by existing, by still existing, having gotten through every challenge that you've ever gotten through, still being here, still being as good of a person as you can be, trying to contribute to your own happiness or other people's happiness, or finding that joy and whimsy. Like, please do that for yourself. Like, please. Anyway, mom moment over. Oh my god, the allergies are so bad right now, Riley. They're terrible. Welcome on in. Ah, Jesus Christmas. Sorry, I'm jumpy. Yeah, Ephraim, give money to yourself. Exactly. Yeah, Ephraim, take care. Thank you again for hanging out. Thank you for your support.
I bought myself a nice lunch today.
You good? Yes.
Ha ha.
No,
From
that
you
is
and
perfect. That is
Girbeagly.
exactly what I'm freaking talking about. I'm so happy that you bought yourself a nice lunch. You know, it could be like, hey, this outfit that I was looking at for the past month went on clearance. I bought it for myself. Like, please treat yourself to something nice. You really do deserve it. Again, you didn't have to earn it. You exist during a very rough time in history right now. Unprecedented times. Not that the precedented times have ever been easier either, but like unprecedented times. Like, seriously, like a blitzkrieg of horrible news constantly happening. You have to take care of you. You deserve it. You are a person worthy of self-love. But thank you so much. Seriously, thank you for the bits. I'm yelling at Ephraim in Discord. Rat, thank you for your service. You love to hear it. You love to hear it. So, treating myself by hanging in the stream. Well, I appreciate you being here. Thank you to everybody. I mean, some of you are just continuing your subs here, and that means a lot. You'll notice we dropped a lot of subs. Oh yeah, I got to change the tip goal now. Even though there's like nothing to work towards right now except for the sub goal. We dropped a lot of subs, so those of you continuing your subs during like a weird time in the economy, please know that that means the frickin' world to me. I will never really be able to fully comprehend why people do that. But some of you have had like subs for literally 5-6 years, whatever the hell it's been. Like, that's crazy to me. That is like actually wild, that you want to see me succeed and want to continue to financially support whatever the hell this stream is. Seriously, thank you. It's super cool. I'm poor. I'm just along for the vibes. No, you're good. That's the other thing. You're donating time. Like, Nettle, like, I obviously don't have to explain it to you, Nettles. You've been here forever. You've seen the ebb and flow of this community over the years. People who just want to hang out. People who just want to talk. Tonight's going to be yapping. I'm just going to be yapping with y'all. I'm going to be maybe doing a little bit of, like, power wash or something. But I am beat from putting in a ton of really important voice acting auditions today, and whatever energy I have left over from that and being sick still, is what you get. And the fact that anybody wants to support even that with their time, with their energy, with their participation. I love having you here. Like, God, Nettles, I can not even count the number of like good conversations we've had while you've been here. Like, it means a lot, seriously. Thank you for kicking around my corner of the internet. Can't wait to live in boring, uneventful times. I feel it. Like, I mean, it's one of those things. It's like the realist in me knows that there's never going to be like a perfect time in history, right? There's just too many people. There's like way too many things in play, unfortunately. But I hope to live in times that feel uneventful and feel peaceful in comparison. I hope that in comparison to what is now, right now in history, an outlier where things are just constantly very negative, very like just, I don't know, man, like loaded and heavy and rough. I hope that we have something to compare it to in the future that feels like a lot more positive, uplifting, communal, like people like just fighting back against the systems that hurt other people and being able to combine our strength and our positive mindsets and our empathy into something so much stronger and so much more long-lasting so that future generations have an easier time. It's the old adage, right, of like leave the world in a better state than you found it in kind of thing. That's what I want to do. I again, try to use this space as a place that younger me would have enjoyed being a part of, would have enjoyed participating in, would have enjoyed finding myself in. I wrote this really long post on Instagram the other day about going to college and taking like 1 million classes and even taking like extra time in college, like extra years, because I was very, very in love and very hungry for the idea of like knowledge and giving myself enough options so I never had to go back to like my crappy hometown, that I could escape it, that I could start paving a new future for myself, everything like that. And it's just like, you know, going out, finding those experiences are me trying to heal that inner child, me trying to find myself in a world of possibility. And I want to make sure that this space feels that way for a lot of other people as well, where it's like, maybe you grew up in a shitty hometown like mine, where people were very cruel to you or bigoted towards you, or did not include you in things, or just, you just felt very alone, like you couldn't connect with other people there. The nice thing about the internet is it's kind of this big, gigantic communal town square. And I hope you find your people here. I hope you find your energy. I hope that you are reminded constantly, people want you around, no matter how much the voice in your head says you don't deserve to be, or you don't have the inherent value, or you'll never be anyone, or anything like that. Please know there's a space online where people do believe those things, like the good counterpart to that. Like that we want you around, we enjoy your company, we see the potential within you, and anything that you're going through, we want to remind you it's temporary. We're going to get back on the other side of it as, with as much energy and grace as we can. And in the meantime, we're going to offer ourselves patience and supportive community. So thank you for, like, seriously, it does not matter if you're a sub here or not right now. We'll get the sub count back up. It just is what it is, right? That said, we're gonna smash it. We're gonna make like the coolest community on the internet, and you're gonna be a part of that. Like I'm just grateful you're sharing your time with me and your energy. Just want to be able to wake up and not immediately check to see who said something stupid. I know, God, it's like one of those things where it's like political decorum especially is kind of like gone, and it's like a two-sided thing. It's like a double-edged sword. Because it's one of those things where it's like, God, I wish that Dems had a backbone and could, like, they're always like, oh, we don't want to stoop to their level. And it's like, okay, well, if they keep cutting us off at the knees, then we're going to have, like, less and less things for you to, like, drop to the level of. Like, you're letting all this, like, slide underneath the table and you're not paying attention to it. And I wish you would be like, hey, people on the other side of the aisle, can you fucking knock it off? Instead of, like, just being like, well, nothing we can really do right now. Like, that does bum me out. That, like, pisses me off that kind of thing is happening. Like, the rules have kind of been thrown out. Yeah, exactly, Nettles. Yeah, why play by the rules when the other side has no rules? It's just like, it's time to hit back hard. That said, at the other side of the spectrum, I wish that we didn't have to fight dirty. I wish we didn't have to. Politics has never really been clean. It's always had like a veneer of acceptability, right? That covers up like all the underhanded shit. But that said, which is like what built up, you know, the acceptance of all these systemic problems we have in our country. But like, at the same time, I wish we just objectively never had to get to this point where people are acting like just horrible, like, animals to each other. It sucks. It's really wild to be like, hey, I elected that guy. Why does this guy suck so much? You know, like, I don't know. It's really rough. So, again, if this is a good mental breathing room space for you, if this is a space where you get to, like, be like, oh my God, I get to disengage from that bullshit, and I don't have to, like, think about, like, the deeper, more intricate, nuanced, crappy things going on in our political world or in our social world or whatever it is, I'm glad to provide that. I am. Again, I know that y'all are educated. I know that you're doing your best to keep up with what's going on. It's not always possible to know everything either, and we're really not designed to know every single intricate detail of everything. So, like, again, feel free to kick back. Feel free to have fun here tonight. We're going to vibe. It's going to be good energy, I promise you. So, yeah. I have no shame. I'll stoop to their level. I know. I was just talking to Morgan about that where when I was growing up, you know, I would get in trouble if I, like, reported someone for, like, calling me, like, a bunch of bigoted names or something. I'd be like, hey, they called me, like, all these slurs, and they'd be like, well, they're just words. Why can't you just turn the other cheek and ignore them? And I'd be like, okay, I'll try, and then it would become, like, physical aggression from them, and then I would get in trouble for, like, pushing back or whatever, right? And that was always, like, a bummer. I will never be gaslit into believing that I am the radical extremist for believing that everyone should be treated with dignity. And if I'm minding my own business as a minority in this country or as a queer person in this country, that people should just be able to, like, leave me alone. It shows a lack of, like, emotional and mental control on their side. If they're just going to be like, I can't control myself when I see someone different than me and I'm going to have to attack them. That's on them. That's not on me. You cannot gaslight me into making me think that me defending myself is the extreme thing, or that my belief that everyone deserves equal rights and fair treatment and kindness and empathy is like an extreme bad take. Like, you cannot gaslight me into believing that at all. I am always going to be someone who tries to lead with my heart first, but the moment that someone tries to kick that heart, they're going to find out that that heart's connected to a body with fists. And that's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of where it is. Yeah, exactly, Nettles. I miss when there was a middle ground, but now it's just like, wow, the genie's out of the bottle, and there's like a bunch of horrible people who are like so dehumanizing and awful. It's like, you can't really reason with them. So it's like, I'm at the same level where it's like, once you've crossed a certain line and you're like, no, I think like racism and homophobia and things like that are funny or good even. No, you're dead to me. You're not an actual human being anymore. Like, you suck. I will block you. I will remove you from my life. We will not ever have any sort of conversation because you have shown how unreasonable you are as a person. And I wish you the worst. That's kind of where it's at. So, yeah. I'm short. I'm going for the ankle. Right, that's the other thing, too. I'm height challenged as well. You know, I'm a 5'5" person who learned, yeah, everybody, it doesn't matter how much you work out, the ankles and the knees are weak. Anyway, I digress. Thank you for being here. Guys, I appreciate having you here. We're going to have a great Thursday. I'm going to be sending you off before the start of the weekend with some really good energy. And we're just going to have like a fun, chill time, vibing, chatting, etc., etc. So, exactly, Moldy. Yeah, we're just gonna be like big chilling tonight. We're going to be big chilling. So, I appreciate those of you who want to like kick back, talk. I like to use these like power wash streams too, again, because Mark is a coward and hasn't brought back power wash podcast or whatever he was calling it. I like to use this time as just like community discussion time and like a Q&A basically. It's just like an open like AMA. Like, people get to like ask me stuff. I get to like vibe. We get to like chat about whatever. So, yeah, Riley, I hate that shit. I really hate that that's going on. I've cut off a bunch of my extended family for similar reasons. They're just, like, they're not worth my time. They're not worth my time. But I hope that the worth that this community has in accepting you is worth 1,000,000 times more than anything that they could provide. They've already proven the low value that they have within your life and your boundaries. And I'm sure that you were very respectful about like how you like address those types of things, right? Like it is always one of those things where it's like, I don't have an extreme reaction when someone is disrespectful to me most of the time. Obviously, if a certain line is crossed, sure, I'm like, oh my God, this person's only going to be bad faith. But a lot of the times I'll try to help people understand. And then if they continue to disrespect me, no, what says that I have to like keep them in my life or that I can't like move on to find better people to surround myself with. So, but yeah, as far as that goes, again, I hope that you find your place here. I hope that you know that there's more like-minded people here. But yeah. Anyway, before we get into lamenting about things that are out of our control, unfortunately, let's talk about some good things going on your side of the screen, chat. If you have any good news that you would like to share, I would love to read some of your good news. Please feel free to drop some in the chat. Doesn't have to be anything big as long as we can all comfortably enjoy it. Would love to read your good news. Know that there's good people, you know, with good things happening to them in a good community while the world out there ain't so good. But yeah. Anyway, moving on, like I said. Good news time. Make sure you're congratulating and celebrating each other because, again, good things happening to good people in a good community while the world out there is like kind of icky. It's very, very nice to know that we have people rooting us on in everything that we do. My new tattoo itches. That's not good news. That's the worst part of every tattoo. Like, oh my God, I really freaking dislike all the itchy healing. Like, I hate not being able to like show off a fresh tattoo. I hate not being able to like touch it. I'm like a big sensory person. I like touch my tattoos and stuff like that. God, Godspeed to you is actually what I should probably say, Maddie. Good news, Grandma turned 80 yesterday. Oh my gosh, you were telling us about that on, what was it, Tuesday? That Grandma's birthday was coming up. We had a good breakfast. I made her a cute bookmark. I love that. I hope you really loved the bookmark. You were telling us about the breakfast and bookmark. That is such a sweet gesture. I really hope that Grandma had a lovely, huge milestone birthday at 80. Love that. Made some banging spam fried rice for dinner. First time I ever cooked spam and made fried rice. God, that sounds good. I was just telling Morgan, I keep forgetting I have spam. Every now and then, like, the college kid in me is like, wait a second, remember the stuff you used to eat when you were in your teens and 20s? And I'm like, I'll just, like, buy, like, a package of, like, ramen noodles or, like, Spam or something and go crazy with it. I keep forgetting I have it. We just bought eggs, but, like, Spam fried eggs sounds so good right now. That sounds awesome. Good news, I managed to catch up after missing half a week because of being sick. And oh my God, we're all getting sick. I managed to catch up on my midterms enough that I even had a few days to relax before I had to start working on my finals. Let's freaking go, Nico. Congrats. Glad that you got through all of that. Glad that you're getting caught up. Feels good to catch up. I got to say again, today was all about catching up on voice acting auditions. And boy, I did it. And I am so tired. I'm so burnt out as a result. Grooch, hello, hi, welcome on in. Good news, one of my favorite regular daycare dogs is boarding right now. He hadn't been there in months, and we hadn't heard anything from his mom. So we were all worried because he's such a sweet boy, but he's back and he's healthy. We snuggled today. Oh, that's so cute. I'm so glad that everything's okay. That is lovely. That is very, very good. I hate worrying about like a person who I haven't seen in a while, or like an animal. Like we have like some neighborhood cats, for instance, and every now and then it will be like a couple weeks and I haven't seen them and I'll like worry about them. Then they'll just pop up randomly, right? It's always sucky when you like don't have a way to like communicate and like phone tree out and be like, oh my God, are they okay? So I'm sure that was a big relief. Good NAR news, got a strawberry festival this weekend. I'm having to restock almost everything, but I'm super proud of how I've made this week. Currently working on little mushroom fidgets. That's so cute. I love that. I love that. Enjoy. Strawberry Festival sounds so fun. I'm so glad that your business is thriving right now, Maddie. It's very cool. You've taken us along on the journey, so it's really cool to hear these positive updates about it. Wish I could like the texture of Spam. It's too squishy for me. That's very fair. Like, I know that so many of us are texture eaters, sensory eaters here. Spam is not for everyone. First off, the flavor is not for everybody, but then second, and then like the idea of it also weirds people out. But the texture is like a huge hurdle. Don't get me wrong. Again, I enjoy it. I'm not here to knock it for those who enjoy it as well, but like, God, it gets kind of gross sometimes. Also learned how to do a corner-to-corner pattern for crochet. I made 2 different size squares so far, and they don't look super wonky. Hey, let's go! Cool. New crochet skill unlocked. Love that. I like the flavor, and they have so many. I know, especially now, they have so many flavors and varieties of Spam. It's kind of wild. Give me 1 second, CJ, because you wrote a book, so I have to read this in my brain. But I'm excited to read it. Just give me 1 second here. Yo, a lot of good stuff, especially the stuff with your mom seeking therapy. Like, getting a parent, getting an adult that's older than you to be like, hey, I am willing to change, and I want to get better. That's awesome to hear about. That's very, very cool. Awesome to hear that you have so many good things going on. That's awesome. Yeah, that's the secret right there, Riley, is you do have to, like, fry Spam. If you like pan fry Spam, there we go. Sorry, dyslexia. If you pan fry Spam, it does help. It's kind of like a tofu sort of situation where you do have to, like, crisp it up a little bit, right? Good news part 2, I'm officially on my last mini vacation of April, being my concert chaos month. Flight Saturday, have all of tomorrow off to pack and prep and get all my panic out so that my weekend isn't marred by the inevitability of seeing people who publicly defamed me. Oh gosh. Well, good luck to you. I hope that it all goes as well as it can. Travel is safe, travel is smooth, and hopefully things like show up or turn out. What am I talking about? Hopefully things turn out a lot more positively than you might be dreading. Movie news having a rest day after being a little too productive yesterday. Yeah, I was asking Morgan, I was like, yesterday I was like, why do I still feel so sick? And she's like, babe, you have been overdoing it every day since you found out you were sick. You've been doing so much work. You've been trying to push through. You have not been resting as well as you should be. I guess the answer's very loudly in the room. Yeah, these things happen. I'm glad that you recognized it, though, and you're taking care of yourself. March through November is a busy season, so plenty more market news and Pixel Little Guys coming down the pipeline. Maddie, I love it. Keep us fed, seriously. Just grew up being told that Spam is gross, but once I actually tried it, I realized I actually really like it. Yeah, it's like propaganda against, like, poor people food, and that really bums me out. Like, all my poverty meals slap so hard, and they only cost, like, a few bucks. I always feel like people who, like, thumb their nose at, like, economy food kind of suck a little bit, you know. I'm losing my voice and contemplating taking off work tomorrow, but I won't decide until I get up to get ready. Well, I'm sorry to hear about the voice loss, but if you do take a day off, I hope that it's nice and restful. The Spam Museum's in Minnesota? I had no idea. I have to visit there even more now. I really want to visit Minnesota. I have a ton of friends that live there. I know a bunch of y'all are in that area, so it would be a great place for, like, a community meetup. God, that's very enticing to go to the Spam Museum. And don't get me wrong, here's the thing. I notice the difference in quality of certain foods, right? Like, it's not always based around price, though. And that's where, like, classism comes into play and things like that in our weird capitalistic society. I will eat like $100 Wagyu steak and have a great meal, but sometimes I want a sloppy $2 burger, dude, you know? It's not that weird. Merm News, I called out of work today to take care of myself after something happened at work again. Oh my God, Merm, I'm so sorry. I won't get into it, but I feel like discrimination. God, I've been there. I get it. I promise you trusting your instincts on it, not to make you, like, paranoid or anything like that. A lot of the times there is, like, I mean, you know you best, you know the vibe best, like, as a fellow minority walking into a room feeling certain vibes from, like, white coworkers, things like that. Unfortunately, you know, I've only gotten this far. I've only survived this far by trusting my instincts. And it is unfortunately way more commonplace than I'd like to admit. But I hope that's not what's going on. I hope that it's like maybe a misunderstanding you can work out. But if it is, I'm so sorry. I really hope that you are taking care of yourself as much as you can today, and that you know that there's people who support the hell out of you, would never discriminate against you for your identity, and want to see you thrive. Hopefully in an environment where you feel like people really respect you in the future. My dad alleges that he tried to pan fry Spam recently and it didn't make it palatable, and I was just like, you just cooked it in the pan without any oil. Yeah, Ace, it's like, the evidence is right there. So, good Lord. Yeah, never be too rich for some poverty nachos. Goddamn, some microwave nachos? Like, seriously. Good Lord. Sorry, I'm scrolling trying to catch up on things. Austin, Minnesota, and it's free. Wait, the Spam Museum is free? That rocks. It's near the Twin Cities. That fucking rules. I got to get out to that area. So, man, oh man. That sounds like such a fun field trip. Morgan and I want to get back to traveling at some point. So, I would love to visit that area. I want to go back to the Midwest because, again, I've told people about this. I've been to Indie PopCon in Indianapolis a number of times. Not my favorite city in the world. No offense to anybody from that area. Just not my favorite city in the world. It's just like not laid out great, and the con itself was chaotic, and the nightlife there is rather intense. Case, hello, welcome to the stream. That said, the fans that I met when I was in the Midwest were, again, no offense to any other fans that I've met over the years, but my God, y'all are passionate. And the joke that I kept hearing from people when I would mention that, when I do like my panels or I would like talk to people during signings and stuff, was, well, we don't have anything else to do here, so we get hype for our fandoms. We get hype for our communities that we belong in, for content creation or for like voice acting panels or whatever. And I was like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. But God, everyone was so fucking nice, dude. Everyone at the Midwest cons that I went to were so goddamn nice. Everyone was so lovely. Probably the most passionate fans I've ever met in my entirety of being a content creator. I want to get back out to like a Midwest area. Yeah, and then I can try Culver's. That's actually a great point. I can try all the Midwest food that y'all taunt me with all the time. I would really love to get back out there. I have so many friends again who live like in the Twin Cities area, Minnesota area, things like that. And if I can go out and I can see the Spam Museum for free, if I'm like, babe, Morgan, you and I, we're going to the Spam Museum. Like, you know me, I'm gonna like be like autism, like hyperfixation on this for like a little bit, and it's gonna be really fun for me. I can make like a funny vlog out of it or something. Like, God, that would be a blast. That would be like one of my favorite things. So, and then I would get to like maybe meet a bunch of you because last time for instance, not last time I was in New York City, but a few trips ago where I was in New York City, I was like, hey, does anyone want to meet in like Central Park? And like a bunch of like fans came out and we just like chilled and vibed in Central Park for a little bit together, sat at some of the like picnic tables. I would love to do that in like another city. I think that'd be really, really cool. So, the gift shop. Listen, the Spam gift shop. If the Spam Museum is free as propaganda, so that they're counting on me to buy some of the product. Oh, it's worked already. I'm not even there. I'll absolutely go through the Spam gift shop. I will absolutely spend money there. So, yeah, fried cheese curds. Oh my God, yeah, I'd be so hyped for that. Matrix, yo, what's up? Good to see you here. Good news in the Matrix. Life's chugging along, checking off the must-dos from the list, making plans about the probably should-dos. Also saw my sister for a nice social hang yesterday. It was truly lovely. Happy to be here with y'all. Matrix, so glad that you got that sibling time in. That is lovely. So lovely. Again, hug your siblings. Y'all know why I'm saying that, but hug your siblings, please. If you get along, obviously. There's obviously barriers to some people's relationships, but if you do get along with your siblings, please give them extra love for me. Very happy to hear about you getting through those checklists. You know, I am also like a big person of, I have like all these lists on my phone of like things I want to do right now, things I have to do right now, things I want to do in the future, things I have to do in the future, checking off stuff like that. Getting into that kind of flow state, being like, I am being productive and I'm doing it at my own pace and I'm taking care of me in the interim and everything like that. I think that's so important to do. And to be able to quantify it sometimes is so good for my brain of like, oh, I didn't feel like I was productive today. And then I look at the things I checked off and I go, oh, wow, I actually kind of kick ass. Whoa, I had a way more productive day today than I thought I was going to. That's kind of fun. Or, hey, I didn't have as productive of a day today as I thought. Maybe the list looks a little bit overwhelming, but like I did something. I checked something off this list. So I'm a big fan of that. That's awesome. Rooting you on. Seriously. Riley, take care. Enjoy your lurk. Get some good rest if you fall asleep. I would be so down to meet up in the Twin Cities. Yeah, that's the thing. Violet, good to see you here. I know we have so many, we have like so many of the community members out in that area. It would be a perfect meetup place. It would be such a good place. Y'all could suggest good places for me to eat because I've never been out there. Y'all could tell me cool places to visit, landmarks. Morgan and I are huge fans of seeing like parks. So like if there's like any free like national parks in the area or like local parks in the area that we would be able to like walk around, that'd be so sick. That'd be so cool. Obviously not taking suggestions now because I'm not going to fucking remember them by the time we get out there. But like, yeah, man, I would make like a whole experience out of it. Anyone who's like, oh, it's so boring in the Midwest, I'd be like, no, dude, I want to make you fall back in love with your city or your area because you're going to see me be like a kid in a candy shop, like visiting this area, right? So making me miss the Midwest food. I love it out here in Massachusetts, but they can never live up to a good old Wisconsin cheese curd. God, cheese. I like regular cheese curds like already, right? Like we get them like pretty good out here. Like we have a lot of dairy farms in Western New York. We have like a lot of, stuff that's imported from Canada that's really good as well. But I know the Wisconsin cheese curd is the standard, the golden standard. So I can't wait to try one. And then fried cheese curds are like an anomaly out here. If you find them, it's like once in a blue moon, if that. So I need to go out there where the birthplace of the cheese curd cult started, Right, hello, hi, welcome. Good luck with work. So many things on my checklist is overwhelming, so I'll just hang in there and ignore all my responsibilities. Well, you check off what you can when you can, you chip away at it. Chipping away at it a little bit at a time is better than, not doing any of it at all, is the way I kind of look at it, right? So also, Marble Mom, welcome. Trying to think up a reason to have a meetup in the Southeast. You want to go to the Space and Rocket Center? Any space gays? We have so many space gays here. That actually is very appealing to me, Maddie. As much as I never want to go back to like Florida again, there are a couple business things that might draw me back to that area. So, wish I had some Vermont cheese, right? Vermont cheese, oh my God. I think there was a brand that was just called Vermont cheese when I was growing up that slapped so hard, and my parents used to buy it in like bricks, and we'd sometimes vacation up in Vermont and bring some back. But it was like, oh man. Yeah, hello, by the way. Sure, yeah. Chekhov's gun, what you can. Exactly. Welcome on in, everybody joining. It's good to have you here. Again, I'm hyper aware of all the horrible things happening in the news right now. So if you need a sanctuary to kick back, to vibe, to feel included, to feel like, hey, not everything on the internet and not everything in the world is that bad. There's good pockets of, life out there, good community and whatever. I hope that I can provide that for you tonight, and the community enjoys your presence, as we will do, by the way, as we want to do. Creme de la curd is crazy. I love that. Huntsville, Alabama, so you're safe from the Floridians. Still like a high, like I might get hate crime state, but Goonies never say die, as they say. So maybe I'll find myself out there at some point. We'll see. Good classic cheddar cheese in beer batter will change your life. That sounds so damn good, honestly. Also, CJ, enjoy your lurk. But wasn't going out of town this weekend. I'd go to the supermarket, get so much cheese. God. Morgan and I have been enjoying a lot of fresh Swiss cheese recently, because Swiss cheese is one of the few cheeses that I can eat without having like a strong lactose intolerance reaction to. So we've been eating a ton of really good Swiss cheese lately, putting it on Sammy's, just eating it straight out of the bag. It's also been really good. So, forgotten moldy news. The hot water people have been here all day, so that means we should have hot water soon. Let's go. big upgrade, big quality of life upgrade. Love that. Can you eat them if they're beer battered? I don't know how that works. I can, because so most things that are like beer battered, the alcohol part of it gets cooked out during the process. Like the hops get like cooked out, and oftentimes it's not enough to cause any kind of reaction for me. So I have been able to eat like beer battered French fries. I have been able to eat like beer battered fish and things like that without having a reaction, which has been very good for me. Yeah, Swiss cheese. Oh my God, it's the best. I'm in the Seattle area, and it's mostly fab out here if you need an excuse to come out this coast. I've shared with the community before, Seattle is one of my favorite cities, like in the entire U.S. I love Seattle. I used to go every single year for PAX West, and I used to beg companies that were based out there to send me out and like bring me out there for events. And most of the time it didn't work out. But I love the Pacific Northwest. I think it's beautiful. I love Seattle. I think it's such a cool city. Really good food, fun people, cool neighborhoods, lots of history. Really, really cool city. Seattle produces some of the best drag queens. Is that true? Do we have the stats on that? Computer, look up the stats on that. I would believe it, though, because it is such a funky city. Also, I normally don't smoke weed when I go to conventions, but I took an edible when I was in Seattle one year where it basically ruined my whole day. Fortunately, I had no events to do for that day. It was like the day I got in, and one of my buddies was like, "Do you want an Eddie?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll have one." And just like being used to like very low dosages. And I had a Seattle Eddie, and it was back when like most states in the U.S. had not legalized marijuana yet. So I wasn't really sure what I was in for. And I got so high that when I was walking around, I was like, I think I might actually be walking at a 90-degree angle. And everyone in my crew was like, what are you, dude, you're fine. You're what? You just sound a little bit silly. You're okay. Like, and I was like, nope. I feel like I'm sideways. And I had to go back to the hotel and just like nap it off for like hours. And so like everyone else was like out in Seattle having fun. And I was like in the hotel room being like, when does the ride stop? And it was like one of the worst highs I've ever had in my life. Morgan and I tried to eat later when I was still high. And in the middle of the restaurant, so we ordered, and I was like trying really hard to order normally. And I was like, yeah, I will have the poutine, please. The appetizer as a meal. And then the waiter was like, okay. And walked away. And I looked Morgan in the eyes, and I was like, do I sound really high right now? And she was like, no, babe, no, you're fine. I would not have known unless you had just asked me that. So, yeah, don't just take edibles that someone offers you in Seattle. Hello, hi, welcome. My good news is that I've got 2 of the tracks from my album 3 finished. It's turning out so good. That is amazing. Congrats. I love that. Yo, what's up, Sinner? Hello. I moved to Seattle a few years ago. It was one of the best ideas, or best risks I've ever taken. It's a big move to go to a big city like that, but I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. That's awesome. That's very cool. There's at least 5 drag queens you can think of from Seattle. That's so great. Yeah, the day ending Eddie. I basically nuked my own brain. So... oh, no, Xander, I'm sorry that you're on mobile. It is super poop, honestly. The only good thing that they did with mobile was they updated it so that you can gift subs at the same price as browser now. Or I'm pretty sure that they did that. Or they like, at least tried it. They might have gotten rid of the feature already because they're like, oh, no, losing too much money. I have no idea. But been there, saw arcade carpet. Yeah. It's like, I really, really, really... enjoy like a little bit of, a microdose walking around a park on like a bright summer day. And man, life's so good. Everything feels so awesome. Not knowing the dose of the edible that I just ate, and then walking around a city that I'm not used to, where it's incredibly crowded because there's like 40,000 people there for PAX. Terrible. Not recommended. 0 out of 5 stars on Yelp. Ordering food while high is one of the most difficult things anyone has ever had to do. It's rough. It is not my favorite experience. Being anywhere like where I am expected to carry out my side of the conversation while high is not my favorite thing. So, I'm from Seattle, so I don't have a lot of other cities to compare it to, but I like it here. I think it's lovely. I really do. I love, again, that there's like a lot of history there, a lot of cool places to sightsee. Yeah, it gets gray. Yeah, it gets rainy. Yeah, they didn't install AC until recently because like y'all weren't used to heat waves and stuff. But like so many cool businesses, amazing coffee, obviously, lots of good food. Weed is legal. A lot of cool a lot of cool bars. Like if you're into like the bar scene out there, a lot of like awesome Asian food. Oh my God, I loved Seattle because when I went there, there was just such a huge number of Asian diaspora there that like no one, you know, did a second glance when they saw me. I just blended in. There were just like so many other Asian people and so much good Asian food out there. Like it was awesome. It was really cool. A lot of cool companies are based in Seattle. Like a lot of companies I've worked with over the years are out there. Just some cool stuff out in Seattle. Highly recommend anybody to go check it out as like a vacation spot. It's really neat. Need to go see Seattle. I highly recommend. Highly recommend. For sure, I've never lived anywhere with so much Asian food and fresh seafood. Yeah, the seafood game. Oh my God, Morgan and I had some of the best sushi of our lives while we were out there because obviously, you know, the bay, everything's out there, the ocean's right there. Really, really, really good seafood. Very, very good Vietnamese food. I think some of the best Vietnamese food I've ever had in my life was in Seattle. Again, Morgan and I approach every trip we take with the Anthony Bourdain mindset. We try not to eat at chains whenever we can help it, unless they are like local chains or regional chains that we're like, oh, we got to try it, right? So we like to go and find those like hole-in-the-wall mom and pop shops whenever we go to another city. And we just found this random, it sucks. So I have a buddy from Seattle and I was talking to him. I had the best pho of my entire life and best like Vietnamese spring rolls of my entire life at this random hole-in-the-wall Vietnamese restaurant that Morgan and I just, we were walking down the street. We went to this sort of like outskirts of the city area where there weren't like a ton of businesses. Most of the businesses besides like some pizzerias were shut down. And it was just this little hole in the wall. And we were like, hey, let's go check it out. Let's just duck in there. And we went in and we were treated to some of the best food I think I've ever eaten in my whole life. And I never wrote the name down. I didn't take a picture of the front of it. I didn't write the name down. And I have a buddy who is a huge foodie and he loves Seattle because they have like such a fun, eclectic food scene. And he's like, what's the name of it? And I'm like, I have no idea. So we were like, I was describing it. I was like, there were like barely any lights in the restaurant. They like take you down to this like weird back room, like basement to eat where like the food is being served. There's like no fancy decorations on the wall. It's like truly run by just like this like mom and pop Vietnamese couple who like have probably been doing it for like 40 years. And it was like the best pho I've ever had. And he was like, oh my God. And so like we were Googling and we were like trying to find the place. And he was like, is this it? And I was like, it looks like it, but it's not. Oh shit. And I don't know if I'll ever be able to find it again. And it was pre-COVID, so who knows if it even exists anymore, which is a bummer. But it is such a good city to just go around and like, you know, find the best breakfast sandwich and have a conversation with the owners of an establishment. And just, I don't know, it's some good shit out there. I like Seattle. I wish I could have taken you to Little Uncle Thai street food when it was around about 10 years ago. You would have loved it. I love Thai food. I love Thai food so much. So that sounds so up my alley. God. The best restaurants have the menu taped to the front door, incredibly faded from the sun. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Firefly. This was one of those places, yeah, they had laminated menus that you could tell that the last time they were printed was like in the 80s. And it was like, oh, shit. And there was just one page, right? It's just the one page. There's not like options. It's just like you will order pho and spring rolls and you will order it with the spicy sauce and you don't get a choice in it. Good luck. So it was such a good meal. So great lady, glad to hear that you're safe from the storm. That's great. We have so many amazing Thai places here, but not many Vietnamese places, and y'all have heard my woes about trying to find Korean food. I'm so sorry, Maddie. More Korean, I mean, here's the thing, as a Korean person, I don't blame Koreans for not wanting to move down to Alabama, but that said, I hope eventually you are able to find some good Korean food. Thai places are awesome, though. Thai food is, like, some of my favorite as well. Vietnamese food is just, man, it's so good. Korean food, definitely my favorite out of any Asian food. Again, maybe genetically, I just have a predisposition to enjoying it, but they also just, the range of flavor, dude. One of the places I went, I swear, had a little gambling den in the back, but definitely changed after COVID. I wouldn't doubt it. That's the other thing, too. Dude, like, the number of, like, combo businesses I've been to in Seattle where I've walked in, and I'm like, I'm ordering a breakfast sandwich, but then, like, half of the restaurant is dedicated to selling, like, greetings cards or something. I don't know, like, some other side gig that the family has going on. Wild. I also had one of the best breakfast sandwiches of my life in Seattle. God, now I gotta go back and visit, dude. Minnesota first, and then out to Seattle for sure. It's not that big of a trip up there, you know, right? I could hit up both, like in one vacation or something like that. That'd be kind of sick. Anyway, if you want me in your area, gift me a ton of subs, and maybe I'll use the money for airfare and good food. I 100% get it. My city is really diverse, but it's still the South. Yeah, that's the only thing is like there are pockets of diversity down in the South in a lot of the big cities, which is good because, you know, people who are down there or people who are stuck down there need representation as well, need us to continue to try to fight for their rights, try to give them more experiences and a variety of things to do, for sure. So I won't knock the South too much. I would never want to live there again, but definitely it warms my heart to know that people are still able to find community. Whenever you come down to Austin, you will be going to my favorite Thai place. Oh, God. You don't have to threaten me with a good time. I'm so excited to try Austin. I was literally just texting with Kat about meeting Luna, her puppy, because such a big dog already for a puppy, and just so cute. And Kat and I were just talking about like how cute she is and how well behaved she is. Very, very excited to go. Or Knox is. I'm sorry. Luna's not the puppy. Yeah, Luna's the woman. You're right. You're right. Sorry. Yeah, Knox is the puppy. I have to meet Knox, but I also have to meet Luna. And then, like, obviously, like, a ton of my friends are down in Austin. I have to go, like, say hi. I just know so many people down there, and I know that it's, like, a very cool, weird city. And the most I've ever done is driven through Austin. So I have to actually stay there. I always tell folks that there's more of us than there are of them, but the biggest are just really loud. Yeah, that was kind of like my experience when I lived in Jacksonville. I've lived in Jacksonville Beach, and I definitely like knew more diverse people. I don't know, like my friend circle when I lived down in Jacksonville, I think I maybe had like 3 white friends. Like, not even a joke. Like, I knew like 3 white people, and then everyone else was a POC, and that was really awesome. But the problem was that, like you said, the bigots were really loud. They really wanted to let us know they did not like us, right? I can't wait to travel this summer. I forgot how much I enjoy experiencing new places. This is why I tell y'all, you got to treat yourself, okay? Save up. Streamer's not worth it. Yes, I'm going to go, oh, man, we dropped another 100 subs. We're back below 300 again or whatever. Back below 400. But I prioritize you. Prioritize your life, your experiences. You want to be able to look back and be like, thank God I took that trip. Thank God I got to do that thing. Please, please, please treat yourself to something nice. Please treat yourself to an experience. Something you'll remember forever. Forming a new memory, a new moment where you get to like take some pictures, take some video clips, look back, go, oh my God, that was like such a cool place that I got to visit, or I got to, oh man, I had the best pizza of my life or whatever. Like, do something for you, please. Please do that. We only get one go at this thing. You gotta prioritize yourself. Save up a little bit of money, go on a fun trip, even if it's like a day trip to the town over. You know, crossing the street to go try out a local business you've never tried before. Give yourself those experiences. Like, do something nice for you. Make life an adventure. Have fun. Keep that stuff permanently in your brain. I want you to have a fulfilling existence. I don't want you to hit 75 and looking back going, oh my God, I didn't do anything. Oh man, I really held myself back all the time. I want you to go take that leap, have that fun adventure, have the cool stories that I have, you know? You can get there. Evil people also have all the money. Yeah, that's the other problem with it, is the disparity of wealth. We're going to go to St. Louis this summer, and also hopefully Omaha this November. That's awesome. Nettles, have so much fun. That rocks. There's a good variety of food in Minneapolis. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I got to get out there. I got to try some of the Midwest cuisine. Why Omaha, you ask? Because I need my 25th state, and there isn't anything else in Nebraska. That's so fair. Almost booked a flight on a whim at work, but the only thing that stopped me was I don't have a passport. Oh, yeah. Very important to have right now, for sure. You're right, Brie. I should move to Canada. Honestly, I love Canada. I freaking love Canada. I talk about how much I love Toronto all the time. I love Canada. And the surrounding, wider Toronto, greater Toronto area cities. There's so many different little cities in that area that aren't even little. It's like, I mean, like the littlest one in the general, like, throwing distance of Toronto is Hamilton, and they have like 250,000 people there or something. And people go and like film Hollywood movies there sometimes because it's cheap to film. But they still have like a built-up downtown where like it looks like a city, right? There's like Hamilton and there's like a bunch of other like really cool places in the Toronto area that like I highly recommend people go visit and chill in. Definitely, yeah. As a Canadian, you should. I really do enjoy Canada a lot. So, you all know that the average American has been to 11 to 13 states? That many actually surprises me. Because the other stat is like, what is it? Like 70% of people don't move more than an hour away from their hometown or something like that. Or more than half an hour away from their hometown. And that's kind of crazy. I guess like people love vacationing though, right? God, if I counted the number of states I've been to... dude, I can't. I probably can't. I would have to look at a U.S. map and count. So, least common are the flyover states. That makes sense. Paxton, yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Coming to Canada. I took the train to Toronto yesterday, and I got a banger ramen and Japanese cheesecake just cause. Yeah, dude, Toronto has like some of the best food I've ever had in my life. Incredibly diverse population. So many cool things to do in that city. I love Toronto. No way there's too many Californians in Austin for that to be true. No, it's a real stat. I bet New England is bringing up that average. Yeah, I'm going to... Wait, U.S. map. Hold up. Let me pull this up. So, I've been to... Let me just count real quick. I'm not going to count, like, states I've only, like, flown through. I'm going to count, like, the states that I've, like, been to. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, we're already up to 11. Now up to 15. I've been to 24 states. That's pretty cool. I've been to 24 states, chat. That's awesome. That's really neat. Damn. Almost half the U.S. states. Yo, what's up, Liz? I've also been to 10 states if you count Texas and don't count Missouri or Illinois for layovers. Yeah. I didn't count any of the states that I've only, like, flown through or whatever. Or only, like, had a layover in. I counted all the states where I've actually, like, feet on the ground, experienced some aspect of the state. So 24 is really not too bad. Goal is 25 this year. That rocks. Wait, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. As a Washingtonian. I truly gotta work to get to those other states. Yeah, I mean, I get it, because I'm in New York, and, like, we're a little bit, like, isolated from the rest of the country. You gotta really make an effort to get across everything, right? But you can do it. Again, this is why I'm telling people. So here's the thing. Those of you who are, like, big sub gifters here, those of you who, like, gift, like, a lot of subs to me, those of you who tip a lot or whatever, save that money for you. Give yourself a little bit of a breather. Give yourself a break. And then other people will fill in the gaps and get us back to 700 subs while you're giving your dream savings account a little bit of love. And then you'll be able to save up and go on, like, a cool trip. And then you'll get to come back to stream and go, good news, I went to Nevada and I had a crazy time visiting landmarks in the desert. It was actually, like, really neat. Go do that. I have a list for states visited and a separate one for travel only, like driving through an airport layovers. Yeah, see, if I counted that, Grooch, it would probably be closer to like 30. 30 or like 35 or something like that. But yeah, technically been to 3 countries. That's cool. Love that. So, been to 12. 12's not bad. Again, you're fitting the average that Nettles just gave. I've been to 12 or 13. I'm not sure if I've been to Arizona or not. Oh, that's fair. I've been to 9 to 12. I'm not sure because I used to live in Illinois, and I'm not sure if I've been in some states. Things happen. Yeah. Yeah, hitting the slots in Vegas. Exactly. When we went to Memphis, we drove to Palo. I probably said that wrong. Mississippi. And then we drove to Alabama state line. Then over the first exit and turned around because I didn't need more of Alabama. That's so fair. Landmarks in the Desert is kind of a cool band name. That would kind of go hard. At the very least, a band album. Like, oh man, what do we name our second album so that it doesn't get overlooked because we don't want the sophomore slump? Landmarks in the Desert, bro. There we go. Been to like 14 states in 1 different country. That's cool. Very, very cool. If you count being born in Korea, let's see here. How many countries have I been to? Been to Canada, Mexico. If you count being in the U.S., that is a country, but I guess we're counting different countries. So Canada, Mexico, I've spent significant time in both of those countries. I've been to France, I've been to Spain, I've been to Germany. I spent significant time in Japan, and I was born in Korea, so 7, I guess. And if you don't count where I was born, 6. So not too bad. Not too shabby. Definitely want to up those numbers. Can definitely increase the metrics. You know how it is. Anyway, chat, I have some power washing to do. Again, I want to do a power wash stream tonight because I had a shit ton of voice acting stuff that I had to get through today. So I'm a little bit low energy. I'm still a little bit sick, so I'm not at 100%. Also, some of you keep writing novels in the chat. Willowy. So I have to spend my time reading. But I'm going to get some power wash sim going while we chat. I want this stream to feel, again, like shelter away from the dog shit happening in the world. Very intentionally set up so that people can take a breather, get a little bit of healthy escapism in. We know the shitty things going on here. We talk about them often. We are politically and socially educated human beings. We are empathetic humans who want the best for other people and want the suffering and the bad shit to stop, but we don't have to always be talking about it or thinking about it. So if you need a place to duck away and vibe, this is it. I use these power wash streams as a just chat with the community about random things like we've been doing so far, and also as like an AMA of sorts, informal, like ask me anything. If you have questions that you've always wondered about me, feel free to ask. I don't take offense. I've been to 18 states excluding layovers, but there are a few more that I can't remember if I've actually been in. Fair. That's a good start. Willowy, give me 1 second to read the rough draft of the novel that you're sharing with chat here. But yeah. Oh my God, what a friend. That is good news because, like, look at that. You got, like, that loyalty from found family. That is beautiful. I'm really happy that that's allowing you to de-stress a little bit. That's awesome. Good shit. Been to 23 states, Xander. Let's go. I hope you're feeling well. Hi, Morgan. I love you. Everyone say hi, Morgan. Feel better as well, Morgan. You want to share a novel? Guys, I'm sick. I'm going to lose my voice. I'm going to have to read them in my head, just as a heads up. So proud of you for doing voice acting stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I'm finally caught up on my auditions. I had to do 5 today, which doesn't sound like a lot probably to people who don't voice act, but prepping for roles, making sure that the audio quality is good, that, you know, everything's balanced properly, that, you know, there's no, like, external noises, that the acting and the delivery is good, that, like, it was truly my best take, those types of things. Sometimes a single voice acting audition will take me, like, an hour. Not even a joke. You can ask Morgan. And that is most voice actors. We are still actors. We are perfectionists. We are goddamn freaks. Punny Pandora, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome. I have good news today. I woke up to the birthday gift of getting a provincial coverage for my top surgery. Yo! And the clinic near me should be able to take me in within the next 12 to 16 months. That time's going to go by in a blink of an eye, Firefly. I'm so happy about that. That is lovely. That is so, so cool to hear. Congrats. We love that gender-affirming care news here in this community. That is awesome, Firefly. Beautiful stuff. So kick-ass. Good shit. Good shit. Good news, despite sleeping basically all day from insomnia and allergies last night. God, the allergies have been so bad, right? And house too hot today. I got some new witchy books and a new Switch cover that's basically my my green. Ooh, that's fun. Very, very cool. Love that. Yeah, 5 in 1 day is wild. Yeah, I'm very low energy tonight. So I'm going to just be vibing. I'm going to be taking any questions that people have. I'm going to be doing big chillin' tonight. Big chillin'. The goal is sometime this week, sometime this weekend. We're getting back to 400 subs. Thank you to those who have resubbed recently. Those who have tipped the channel, allowed me to keep going, recover a little bit financially from taxes. All very, very welcome right now and very, very appreciated. Y'all are great. Thanks for the good conversation and a lot of the wonderful vibes this community brings. So, goal 7 million subs. That's true. More good news. Nokahan's album drops tonight. I know. I saw the countdown. I loved all of his posts where he was like, I do not care what the weather's like. I'm going to force you to be sad with my music. I do not give a shit if you don't want to be sad. Basically, it's so funny as a marketing campaign. He's like, who wants to listen to my album and get like sad about it? Also, if you're a boring person, only one of the songs on the album is for you. Like, that's my kind of marketing. What's your weirdest, most fever dream-esque travel story? Maybe, oh my God, I was going to share this, so I have to start working on the vlog, because I took 200 miniature little, like, 10 to 15 second clips while I was on my trip to Memphis for the St. Jude trip that I just got back from. And I had we stayed at this hotel where the center piece of the hotel has like a bar in it and like a fountain, and like it's got all these like lounge chairs, or not lounge chairs, like couches and like really comfortable seats. So like a lot of people like get a drink from the bar and then go like hang out with their friends around this sort of like lobby area where there's all these like comfortable seats and everything like that. And yeah, Firefly, happy birthday, by the way. Happy birthday. And I was, God, this sounds like it is a weird story, especially because like it was a little bit uncomfortable, but like mainly it was just like a fucking bizarre interaction. But I think it was the second night that I was in Memphis. I had ordered a drink from the bar. I was hanging out with a group of my friends. We were all like chatting, shooting the shit, having our little $20 cocktails because the bar was so fucking expensive. Chaos, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Enjoy your lurk as well. And these two, like slightly older, they were probably like in their like late 50s, early 60s. These two women walk up to our group, and I was wearing my red jacket that some of you saw in the pictures that I put up on socials, that says Korea on the back, and it's like all shiny. It looks like a track jacket, basically. One of my most stylish pieces. And I was wearing that this trip, and someone walked up, this blonde lady who's had clearly had a couple too many cocktails, but she's like, excuse me, my friend wanted to know if what you're wearing is a martial arts jacket. And you might think that the description I just gave doesn't sound like a martial arts jacket, but as someone who used to be on the demonstration team for my martial arts school, and also used to be someone who traveled for like fighting tournaments and stuff for martial arts and things like that, we did have jackets. Like, it's very common in the martial arts world to have like a track jacket for your travel for like your team. And so it wasn't that weird of a question to me. And I was like, oh no, like I turned to her and her friend and I was like, oh no, it's not a martial arts jacket. It's like it's kind of designed like one though, but it's just a fashion piece. I think I bought it at like Forever 21 or something for like a few bucks on clearance, and it's like one of my favorite jackets I own. And she was like, oh, okay. And then her friend, who had also clearly had way too many drinks, was like, yeah, because I used to be a martial arts instructor. And she was like, really like, and I was like, oh, okay, that's really cool. That's neat. And being fucking stupid because I'm like friendly. Because clearly I was there with my group of friends, and like I was clearly trying to get back to their conversation, but I like followed up and I was like, oh wow, that's so wild. I am a black belt in various styles of martial arts and used to like go to tournaments, and I used to be an instructor, and I taught a women's self-defense class and everything. And she was like, oh yeah, so I did this style for this many years, and she just started rambling and talking over me and shit. And I was like, okay, great, yeah, wonderful. And it just like, there's just this, yeah, I activated her hyperfixation. She was like, I actually just retired. I did it for 30 years. And I was like, oh yeah, I can tell that you were in the martial arts world for 30 years because there's a certain type of person who doesn't have a job besides being a martial arts instructor for 30 years. But she just started like babbling at me, and I was like, oh, that's great. Yeah, that's wonderful. And I would like, I did the like subtle, like trying to rotate my body towards my friends. Meanwhile, my friends had abandoned me and were talking in their own group. And I was like, no, I want to go back to the group of people I was clearly talking to. Hey, it was great meeting you, by the way. And I used to do these forms in these styles, and I placed first place in this one tournament one time doing my favorite form. And she started, and this is where it becomes fever dream, because again, very clearly, hey, you had one too many $20 cocktails. She just started doing martial arts in the middle of the lobby. She was like, yeah, I won first place at a tournament. And I was like, oh, wow, yeah, you got great form. Meanwhile, her other friend who had first come over to talk to me was like, hey, isn't she so good? Isn't she great? And I was like, I am maybe going to end my life in front of both of you just to stun you out of whatever conversation tree you got stuck in here. Because holy shit, why are you doing that? And then finally the conversation met its natural end where I just stopped responding. I did my neurodivergent shutdown where I just went, like to the things that she started saying, and they both, you could see their like plastered on smiles start to like just fade a little bit because they could tell the conversation had nothing left in it also. And I was like, yeah, being to go, yeah, live demonstration. Wow, she could have charged me for it probably. I was like, oh, here's $20 for your appearance fee. But yeah, I had to hit him with the autism eyes where I was just like, yeah. And then she was like, well, it was great talking to you. And then she fucking bowed to me, which any other time would have been the most racist thing in the entire world to bow to an Asian person. But because we had just had a like fucking 30-minute conversation about martial arts, I was like, oh, yeah, have a great night. And I just walked away back to my group. But this is the problem with being a neurodivergent person who doesn't know how to disengage, because I do tend to be very nice to strangers. That. So, first AMA question of the night. What's a fever dream interaction you've had recently? There you go. While you've been traveling. That was in Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah. Every time that shutdown happens, I imagine the 10th Doctor going really wow after a guy goes off about aliens being real. Wraith, welcome. Again, I do need to remind this very Tumblr-coded community, I was not a Doctor Who fan, so I will not understand the references. But I'm sure that made sense to a lot of people in the community, so find your people. Anyway, I gotta get the game going. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm going to leave now. Yeah, that's basically how I had to disengage. I was like, yep, have a great night. Yeah, there we go. I got that reference. There you go. I love the way that you tell stories. Hilarious. I just tell them how they've actually happened. So, Anyone ever hit someone? And then the other one that you guys know is my flight home from Midway to Rochester. The guy who was eating the salad with his fingers. That was not a dry salad. It was not a salad that was like, oh, he has like a dry, crumbly blue cheese mixed in, or like some feta or something. No, it was just sopping olive oil based, like balsamic vinaigrette on the salad that he was picking up with his bare fingers after touching everything on the plane and the airport and just putting it directly into his mouth. And that was not my favorite thing to watch. I was like, I am reminded of the alien from Men in Black who wears the human skin and is like, water, please, like, and his like skin sagging off. Like, that's kind of what I was reminded of. But yeah, I literally did the neurodivergent shutdown to somebody yesterday. It's a useful technique, truly useful. Yeah, that's a fucking fever dream. Yeah, raw dog in the salad with his fingies, very icky. Not the move. Like, not after all of that. Yeah, sugar water. Yeah, that guy. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, let's get some spraying and praying going. Let us pray. Chat, you owe me like 15 Hail Marys for your sins, by the way. But yeah, always fun to share a little bit of the A part of a Q&A with the community. Grooch, thank you for the 20 stream streak. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The dissociative stare always gets people to stop talking to you. It makes them nervous. Oh, I'm so good at it. Squirt time. Yep, we're doing it. Yeah, let us pray. Oh, keeping the salad theme. That was good. +2. Shark. Hello, hi, welcome. Not gonna lie, if it wasn't for society, I would eat salad with my hands. Would you get like the... Okay, but here's the thing. Would you get like the sopping, disgusting, like dressing all over your fingies? And then part 2, then take your wet salad fingers, your wet dressing sopped fingies, and then wipe them on your jeans. Actually, he wasn't wearing jeans. Yeah, no, wait. No, he was wearing jeans. Just wipe them on his jeans directly. No napkin. Just wipe them on his jeans. And then used his greasy fingers immediately afterwards to touch his phone screen and start, like, browsing crap on his phone. Is that as far as you go? Because that's what that dude did. So, the worst part was the phone after. Sorry, I'm coughing. Yeah, touching the phone screen, which I also know he didn't wash. Oh wait, what am I doing? I have to go to the DLC. You know he didn't wash that. You know he did not wash that. Just terrible. Yeah, zero dressing when fingy eating salad. Yeah, if you have like a dry salad leaf, like I get it a little bit more. I'd eat a salad with my hands, but girl, not on a plane. Yeah, definitely not. Like, pretending to be like a little rabbit, you know, that's one thing. But yeah, getting the disgust. Like this man, this wasn't like, oh, he had a little bit of salad dressing on his fingertips. He was taking like handfuls of salad. Like his palm was covered with like the vinaigrette. Like he had like oil dripping down his like wrist, dude. It was it was very weird. And it was just like, first day on Earth, huh? Cool. Welcome. Enjoy the private equity firms. Yeah, palming it. Just a freaking soggy salad leaves dripping in his fingies. I feel like those social skill films from the 1950s have to be rebooted because, hot damn, did some people need them. A public plane dude, like, had his hands on his armrest before he had done this. You know they don't wipe those down very well. Yeah, is he my 4-year-old niece? Like, truly, like, little kid at Chuck E. Cheese eating style. So, yeah, he went ranch mode. AMA for Bree. When was the last time you met a salad creature like that in public before salad fingers? Literally never. I've never been that appalled. And like I said, I looked around the plane when it was happening because I was like, am I hallucinating? Am I just like, you know, I had started feeling a little bit sick by that point already. Like the disease had started catching up to me. And I also was like, you know what? I did a lot of drugs in college. Maybe I'm having like a flashback. And so I was looking around the plane trying to like make eye contact with someone. And there was another dude who was like at the right angle to see this guy eating the salad. Because the guy eating the salad was directly across the aisle from me. So there was another guy a few rows back who was like watching him. And we made eye contact. And we just both did the silent like kind of look. And you could tell this guy was also freaked out. He was like, what is going on, bro? Like, did this guy escape from somewhere? I cannot be trusted around piles of shredded lettuce. Some kind of instinct wakes up and I will unconsciously down so much. I know you have shark in your name, but by any chance have you ever bought a fursuit? Yeah, people from all over the country have touched everything you did. It's the way that, like, people touch money, and they're like, haha, this has traces of cocaine on it, and, you know, because these bills have, like, been all over the world. Yeah, an airplane is that times, like, a billion. So, yeah, it was not my favorite. Yeah, he was patient zero. I don't think so, because I had already started feeling sick by that point. Is those people who have the strongest immune systems, maybe that's the secret to never getting sick, salad fingers? Eat everything with your hands, never wash your hands, put your dirty, gross little grubby fingers in your mouth. Oh, God, it's gross. That image will be seared into my brain forever. Bro looked like a slightly older Moby, if you also want to, like, picture what he looked like. Bald, glasses, like, if you've ever seen the musician Moby, that is what dude looked like, except Moby in a button-up plaid shirt that was tucked into his jeans with a belt. Again, just took his greasy fingers and just wiped them all over his jeans, then immediately went on his phone and just was leaving big old splotchy fingerprints all over the screen. So, yeah, the silent appalled look is so valid. Yeah, I had a psychic connection with that guy. So, you know what the dollar bill probably also has on it? Syphilis? Wait, what? First time hearing of this. Guys, do not have unprotected sex with a dollar bill. All right? Airplanes are even more mobile petri dishes than children. Yeah. Well, especially because it's like cycled air and everything. Yeah, even raccoons wash the food, right? Yeah. Yeah, not Moby. Yeah, literally looked like Moby. Like, looked like, oh man, he's going to play some of my favorite 90s EDM at me. Like, oh boy. Lordy. That's what I should have started singing at him. My troubles are hard, Lordy. And then he would have been like, hey, that's my song. Do you want an autograph? And then he would have gotten salad dressing all over the piece of paper, and it would have gotten really soggy and gross. It would have been very sad. It's based entirely on the idea that people don't wash their hands before handling anything, and anything that's been on a person is definitely on some significant portion of paper money. Oh, I see. Well, still don't have unprotected sex with dollar bills, guys, okay? Don't do that. Yeah, don't be doing the deed with George. George Washington, y'all know how much of a freak he was. You know? Too late? All right. Well, I'm not your mom, so... Well, I'm only your mom on the internet. I only play your mom on the internet. So, like, whatever consequences you now have to live with, you have to live with. So there you go. Yeah, definitely do not. At least for you, it's a bill in Canada. I have to get syphilis from loonies. Oh, man. Coin-based syphilis. Wild. Merm, not the wooden yeah, you don't want a splinter if George goes there. Hello, Jack. I'm going to say hi and that I'm apparently not having sex with money. I was going to say lurking to draw and then heard that. Well, good. No, I think that you should be proud that you're not having sex with money. You can have sex for money. I mean, I won't judge you, but if you have sex with money, we are having very different conversations. Definitely not infectious syphilis on dollar bills. The bacteria are very fragile and only survive up to a few hours outside a host. Shira, I love all the information your brain is filled with. You know this. Chat knows this. Now everyone else should be happy about this as well. Because now, chat, you can maybe have safe sex with your currency. So there you go. Are you a mother? No, but she plays one on TV. Exactly. Exactly. I play one on TV. So, bad news for the money sexuals. You know, all of those money sexuals out there. So, I'm a bit upset that you think I'm a furry because of the lettuce and not just my vibe in general. You're like, I have been leaving huge glowing neon signs for you. The clues are there. And yet, here you are, Brian, not picking up what I'm putting down. I've been one. Yeah, I hope George Washington's rotting in hell. Yeah, seriously. Only his teeth are left after being laminated. Money, sorry. That's what I should say when people, like, gift me subs and shit. Yeah, what Shira said. Yeah, that bacteria won't last a day outside of a human body. God. Now that we know the intricacies, the science behind this, fun party conversation starter for everybody here. Also, for those of you who don't know what we're playing, I'm doing the Adventure Time DLC for Powerwash Sim 2. It was sent to me by Dead Good PR and Future Lab, the developers of the game. I will say I've had fun with this, but I didn't have as much fun as I could have. I feel like they really, like, kind of missed out on some of the more iconic locales of the Adventure Time universe. And I kind of wish they included a little bit more interactive, like, for the fans kind of fun stuff. But overall, it's cute to be in this little cartoon world that I really enjoyed back when I used to watch Adventure Time. So... Wait, how many money quotes do we have? God, because Xander has, like, all of them memorized and the just the tip command. No one has to use the just the tip commander tonight because, like, oh my God, Ephraim almost gave me a heart attack earlier. By the way, cannot believe the humongous genocidal asshole Andrew Jackson is on our $20 bill. Dude, everyone on our money sucks. You know, it's ass. It just, I mean, just the history of U.S. presidents in general has been so, like, decency washed and everything. So it is what it is. Well, that's not a money quote. That's the second poopy diaper quote that you pulled. How many poopy diapers could we possibly have here? What are we, Donald Trump? What about Abe Lincoln? Oh, there is plenty wrong with Abe Lincoln. Yes, he did a lot of great things for some certain civil standards in the U.S., but there was plenty wrong with his presidency as well. I recommend reading up on it. Someone worse is getting a signature on da money. Fun fact, almost all U.S. presidents went to the bad place. Fun fact, they're actually statistically all in hell. Fuck them. The quote, good people on our money are really just the less bad people. Yep. That's basically the takeaway anytime you learn anything about U.S. history. There's never been a president, actually. It's just like a funny title that's like passed down like an Oscar. You know, you have Oscar award winner next to your name forever, but it doesn't mean you're winning an Oscar every year, right? I'll never forgive people for not putting Harriet Tubman on the 20, right? God, Jesus Christ, like for real. Like seriously. I recommend reading Me Too. Oh my God. Was that a Good Place reference? I'm sorry, I don't partake. I don't watch. But yeah, I hope people are being chillin' tonight. Again, happy Thursday, Late Night Gang. It's good to have you here. I'm glad I was able to muster some energy for tonight's stream after all the voice acting. Fingers crossed I get a role. It would be kind of cool. I've been in a little bit of a dry spell because obviously last year boomed my ability to commit as much. But I'm kind of getting back to like doing regular auditions again, and that feels good. So hopefully new role announcements this year at some point. I think it will be sick. But yeah, you would enjoy the Good Place methinks? Would I, or would I find it like incredibly corny? I guess that's the question. You think I would find it funny, or would I find it like, oh, this is a little like Tumblr coded or something? Because I've moved past that chapter in my life. So thank you for mustering. Thank you for being here again. I hope this stream feels like a good respite away from the war crimes of the United States government at the moment, or the horrible world news that we constantly have to read about. Again, free Palestine, fuck Israel. Just to throw it out there, fuck ICE. Fuck this entire stupid administration. I hope this feels like a place where you get to take a big, deep breath and be a human being, be respected as a human being, be supported in just your existence in general, some respite, some good, big, deep breathing to enjoy this corner of the internet that we've all formed together. I wouldn't say it's Tumblr coded. Okay, well, that's a good sign. That's a selling point for me. That's a selling point. But yeah, it doesn't take itself too seriously. Oh, okay, I like that. Actually a good show. Smart comedy utilizes moral philosophy. Ooh, I do like that. I'm a big fan of moral philosophy, as y'all know. Good Place is actually really good. A lot of speeches about, I can't think of the word, but the stuff that Kant did. Ooh, okay, I'm in. That actually piqued my interest a lot. Yeah, I'll have to watch and find out. Also, Moldy, thank you for the gifted sub to Binago. Binago, enjoy the emote sub badge ad-free viewing. Computer, get this person a sub. Thank you for your generosity. Thanks for getting us closer to 300 subs again. Supporting the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Binago, enjoy the 30 days of ad-free viewing emote sub badge. I'll try not to get canceled in that time so that the next 30 days you're not associated with a problematic streamer if you use my emotes. So, good Lord, thank you again for joining. I really do hope, again, that people are able to find a little bit of respite here, find a little bit of recharge, vibe. And again, if you've ever wondered anything about me, AMA the shit out of me tonight, Q&A the crap out of me tonight. I'm up for it. I have fun answering questions, especially for newer people here. So, thanks for streaming tonight. It's always lovely to come back here. Firefly, thank you for sharing your good news earlier, and thanks for being a part of what we do here. I want people to know that also the other reason we do good news is that it inspires other people. Some of you are living your dreams. You're like, hey, I got out of a toxic work situation, and I found my dream job. Or, hey, gender-affirming care just got approved for me. I'm living life as myself. Or, hey, I got over this anxiety or this fear, and things ended up not being as scary as I thought they were going to be. I tried this new experience. I went on this new, or I went to like this restaurant downtown that I wanted to try, that I was nervous to try to go eat at by myself. Or I traveled, or I took myself on a little date or something. Like, that is inspiring to other people. That is uplifting. That allows people to see themselves in you as well a little bit. And also maybe like figure out something cool that they want to do. Like, seriously. Yo, Loga, hello, hi. Enjoy your lurk. Thanks so much for hanging out here. Very happy to hear that you were able to finish cleaning your room. And I hope the bed rotting's actually been like a vibe. It's also been like relaxing and restorative. I'm glad that you're able to get like your declutter of your environment, help declutter your mind going. One of my favorite Good Place quotes, this is why everyone hates moral philosophy professors. I dig that. I dig that a lot, actually. And someone who took a lot of ethics classes and a lot of philosophy classes. I dig that so much. So, went to the beach today. I dig that so much. That rocks. That's awesome. That's so fun. The Good Place is great at tackling ethics, religion, and afterlife stuff with human heart. It's Mike Schur's best show. Researched a lot about ethics and had PhDs involved in the writer's room. Okay, I do dig that a lot. That said, I hope that it also is like a little bit like funny social commentary on like afterlife stuff, just as someone, yeah, who needs a little bit of that. Because if I go, wow, this is actually spiraling into religious delusion, and I can tell someone with a lot of religious trauma wrote this and not in the like healthy way, then I'm gonna have to dip out. Especially if it's 4 seasons long. I'm not afraid of DNF stuff these days. So, it's very funny, don't worry. Okay, cool, I dig that. I had my second infusion on Tuesday. The next day I planted flowers, did some random yard work. Today I did more yard work out of nowhere because I had strength and a lack of pain. That is wonderful. Great lady. We love hearing about those updates. That freaking rocks. That's so good to hear. Seriously, that is amazing. Please continue to rest up as much as you're able to. Take care of yourself, whatever you got to do. It doesn't do that? Okay. Is fully agnostic. Oh my God, you're speaking my language. Janet, not Janice. I think you're gonna like Chidi and Janice. Am I saying the name right? Chidi and Janice? Is all social commentary, loves to poke fun at the absurdity of just existing. Only 10 episodes per season. Oh my god! Freaking God, I missed when TV shows were like 10 episodes and that was a season. No, that actually rules. I like the idea. Y'all are selling this really well. I have so much shit I have to catch up on. I just finished Andor. Holy fuck, dude. I just finished Andor. That is not a Star Wars show, by the way. That is just a screenshot of what's happening right now in the world. It is probably some of the most depressing media I've watched, but also simultaneously it's got that, like, the hope of the rebellion in it. Like, we can always fight back kind of vibe, but, like, holy shit, some of the best TV. Not just best Star Wars I've seen, best TV I've watched in years. It's really, really cool. So, 12 or 13 maybe, but still not a lot. I mean, I love a good, like, 12 or 13 episode season as well. Those of you quoting in the chat also, please don't spoil anything if you can help it. I know that some of you, get very zealous. I'll probably forget, so it's not that big of a deal, but just a heads up because some of you do get a bit zealous. Get icked out by shows very easily, and I very much enjoyed it when I watched it for the first time. Okay, that's a good endorsement. So, sounds like you need a lighthearted show chaser. Yeah, could be. Good place. Yeah, there we go. Chidi, they're all great, though. Not gonna lie. Like, I like to go into a show with zero expectations. That's my thing. Like, I had intentionally stayed away from anything about Andor, except I knew a bunch of my friends who were like, oh, man, if you love Star Wars and you like social commentary, you'll love it. And I was like, oh, okay. So, like, people being like, you're gonna love this, you don't know that. I might watch it and I might hurt your feelings because I'll be like, actually, that part sucked ass. But hopefully when I start watching it, I can give some community feedback and let y'all know. I'm excited. Hopefully I'll like it as much as people want me to. So, I have two wolves inside me. One is Sheedy panicking. One's Janet completely unfazed. Those are the two sides of me as well. Whoa! Big two. Thanks for that big two. Yo, what's up, Hoodie? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Thank you, everybody, for joining again. Doing, like, low-key vibes tonight. I know that the weather's getting nicer, so we're going to have a bunch of people who come by and bitch that they broke their stream streaks because they were out busy doing things. And we're going to go, no, that rocks. I'm so glad that you touched grass because some of us have to. But because we got, like, a slightly smaller crew tonight than normal. Opening the floor to AMA-style questions for those of you just joining. Being chillin' tonight with some power wash. And just good, relaxed energy. We've had a lot of funny fucking conversations tonight already as well. I hope people are having fun. Seriously. Did you like the OG Charmed? Not at all. Like, one of the corniest shows I've ever even attempted to watch. I'm so sorry if you like it. I think it's bad. Little Chaos, hello, hi, welcome. Unfortunately, having tummy troubles. You are God's strongest warrior. Tummy troubles and still showing up. Yeah, hopefully we don't cause you to poop yourself. That would be rough. Good Place is just autism rep because an argument could be made for every character being autistic. Love that a lot. I love a show that the whole cast is just everyone is autistic here. There's a lot of shows that I like that I'm like, I can make a point for everyone in this being autistic. Absolutely. Dig that a lot. I do not have the energy to say hi individually, but I'm kissing all of your foreheads. Hoodie, you're good. It's chill tonight. It is chill. Yeah, touch grass for the rest of us, please. Oh my God. I've been stuck inside because, like, even though I don't think I'm contagious anymore, I don't want to risk it at all. So I would feel horrible if I ruined someone else's half month. 2 weeks of being sick with this bullshit. It's the worst. Just like House. Oh my God, House. I kind of, sure, you're going to like this, but I've been thinking about restarting House recently. I've really thought about it. So, yeah. Hey, Kaze, that's all good. Like, you're allowed to like it. It's not like I'm like, oh, Charm should be eradicated. I thought it was corny and it sucked, so it should never exist. No. Everyone gets to like what they like. More charmed for you. Continue to love the hell out of it. You know? It's never lupus except when it's lupus. What I'm sick with? I hope I don't have lupus. Yeah, that would be disappointing, to say the least. Yeah, house is like... What I want to really do, though, is I want to restart River Monsters with Jeremy Wade. That is a comfort show that I go back to regularly so that I can see the terrifying creatures that are in our freshwater. That one is a little higher on the list than House. House sometimes, like, especially the later seasons, I'm like, this is actually a little bit insufferable at times. Everyone's just being an asshole to be an asshole. And I hate communication breakdown. So sometimes I'm like, I gotta stop watching. But Jeremy Wade never has that problem. He just be finding all the cool fish. My boyfriend is sick at the moment, really hoping he doesn't get me sick because I'm on this call this weekend, or I'm on call this weekend, and what's worse than working on my days off, being sick while working. Yeah, also, it's like super shitty to go around and like get your coworkers sick then, right? It's like something you kind of have to do in today's society because no one is given as many sick days as they should have. But also it's like, man, I feel like a piece of shit when I would get like coworkers sick at my like corporate job, where we would get like 3 days off a year. So yeah, I hope not. Morgan and I, when I got home and I was like, babe, I'm already feeling sick, we isolated really well. And then like obviously like 4 days later she got sick as well, and I'm so sad. Way to convince me that what? Wait, what? Who's bitching about what? Convince me that this is the way to spray? Yeah, like I've been spraying the way that chat likes recently. I've been like doing a really good job. Yeah, fish. My mom just got Discovery Plus, and the Jeremy Wade shows are on the upcoming watch list. Oh, they're so good. They're so interesting and so fun. The last couple of seasons suck balls, but season 7 does have one of the best standalone episodes where 13 is getting out of... Oh, yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. I know. No. You're cooking with that one. You're right. How says that Spud Gun competition side quest where he beasts with a 15-year-old genius? It just, like, makes me remember hanging out with my, like, country friends growing up. They had almost every single, like, rural area friend I had growing up would like invite me to the family farm to hang out. Had a potato gun, had a potato cannon that like, oh yeah, me and my dad made this at like 2 a.m. And we're gonna like shoot potatoes at the side of the barn. And we're gonna do it at night so you can see the flames coming off the potatoes. That was kind of fun. Yeah, damn, y'all are getting sick days, right? Good Lord. Good. My sister and I have been watching every Gordon Ramsay show, also fun. Also very fun. Wrote a paper on a scene from that episode, completely bullshitted it, but gave me a lot of good material to bullshit with. Love it. Yeah, listen, especially in college, writing a paper isn't actually how well educated you were by the professor. It's can you trick that professor? And I'm not talking about with like some bullshit like AI, like fuck that shit. Like use your human brain. Don't be a fucking like little loser who has to resort to that. I mean like, you use your human brain to be crafty like a weird little creature. And you have now tricked your professor into giving you a good grade by just completely bullshitting things. I told people about the time that in creative writing, I wrote a story and my professor was like, oh yeah, it's like a C+ short story. And then all I did was I changed the... I was like, oh, thanks for the feedback. And then I just changed the title of the paper and he gave me an A. Because all you have to do is you got to be a crafty little like raccoon, and you have to just trick the person who is like, I'm smarter than everyone in this room because I'm teaching the class, and you're like, not smarter than me. I got the street smarts, bitch. Also, Maddie, take care. Thank you so much for hanging out. Good luck with everything. I hope that the class goes smoothly. I hope you're able to get some good rest. Can you make a good argument? Congrats, you win a college essays. Yeah, exactly. That's the only criteria. But what if I don't have a human brain? You'll have even less of one if you give away any of your autonomy to the environmental plagiarism machine. Environmental destroying plagiarism machine. So.
Life is in chaos, but I'm one day away from my womb eviction day, and I'm here to say hello, Bree, hello, chat.
Bryant, thanks for the 83 months. I appreciate you a ton. Thanks for all that support. I am very, very happy to hear that you're joining us for another almost your birthday. So when we hit midnight in like 20 minutes here, we'll wish you a happy birthday. Thank you for the 83 freaking months. Can we get a little bit of hype and pride spammed in the chat, please? For a huge resub. Come out of lurk to go, what in the heck? That would drive me insane if I had a prof like that. I know. It was... He was part of, that specific professor is part of the reason that I pivoted fully in the 11th hour instead of double majoring in creative writing and psychology to just doing psychology. I was like, well, I found out that I have all the foundational structural tools of how to be a good writer. I know how to write well. I know how to do my research. I know how to like edit and reformat things. I'm a good writer. I know I am. I've gotten everything I could from a classic education. The rest of it moving onwards is kind of subjective. So I think I'm okay on my creative writing education. Let's focus on the things that I can actually learn from books and case studies and methodologies. And so I completely swapped over to psychology and made that my career. And now I don't use my degree at all, and I'm writing 2 books. So, yeah. Can't wait for my professors to try to accuse me of using AI when I just, know how to write. I know, it's like, it's so funny when a dumb person tries to label something that's not AI as AI, and you're like, oh, I can tell you are dumber than the AI, and so you think anyone who is smarter than you is using AI, because this is similar to what AI might poop out for you, because you are not good at what you do. You suck at what you do, so anything that seems better in your brain is like, well, only AI could do that, only computer could do that. Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen to you, but I'm assuming these days in higher education that is starting to happen more and more, which is like such a fucking bummer and a really annoying byproduct of AI, where it's like, oh my God, now stupid people can't tell. They already couldn't tell the difference between like this clearly fake cat video and a real cat video, and now they can't tell the difference between like a man-made thing the other direction, where someone put their heart and soul and whole ass into making this like creative work, and then they're going to accuse it of being AI or be like, oh, I could have pooped that out in ChatGPT. Universities are actually starting to drop AI detection software because it unfairly targets more formal writers, including non-native English speakers. Yeah, exactly. I have a classic education in writing. Like, when I say I have a creative writing education, I write like, the same way that like my favorite essayists and poets and authors do. I have like that formal education. So I write very formally. Like me online using social media or me talking on stream, obviously I'm going to use a lot of colloquialisms and sound like a fucking idiot and just be 6-7ing at you and everything and whatever. I'm just like a brain rot meme lord when I'm here. But when I'm writing shit on like paper, when I'm like writing a book, that is something that like I put a lot of care into and a lot of structure and a lot of my education in. And yeah, there have been times where like just for shits and giggles, I've run some of my writing through like AI detection software, and it's like there's like a 16% chance this is AI, and I'm like, no. Or even higher than that. There's been like, 40% this is AI, and I'm like, no, I don't use that shit. It's just I know how to use an M dash. I'm just not the idiot who only learned it because of ChatGPT, So, yeah. Yeah, Wally Willoughby, I'd never talk to that person. Or if I had the power, I'd just kick them out. If we had a pro AI douchebag in the Discord, they would be kicked out of the server immediately. I'd just be like, no, your brain, you forfeited rights to this communal space because you've proven that you do not have a brain that works. And that you don't mind all the horrible things that we have so many statistics about that AI is doing to the human mind, to communities, like poisoning and polluting, like especially low-income communities where they build these bullshit data centers where no one has the power to fight back against it. The plagiarism, the fact that you are literally making your brain smoother and neural pathways not activate anymore, the fact that it steals the work of other people more talented than you will ever fucking be because you didn't put in the basic effort to learn a skill and practice the way that those people whose work you envy so much had to learn themselves. I don't know, dude. Yeah, little chaos. Yeah, I'm so sorry you have to deal with people that stupid. One of my professors taught us to use a font that made our papers seem longer than they were. Good. Yeah, see, go back to the old text. I had a professor that was like, hey, they're going to call for like size 11 font on this paper. You can use 11.5 and really fluff it. And that was like, oh my God, this rocks. Yeah, sorry I give a shit about semicolons and misplaced modifiers. Jeez. I can tell you write formal by the amount of adjectives you'll use in a sentence. Yeah. It's like, sorry that I love a thesaurus. Dude, I had the type of dude, again, why did it take so long for me to be diagnosed with autism? I used to read the thesaurus for fun. Not even a joke. When I was like in middle school and I was like, oh man, the other kids don't want to play with me, I'd sit in my room and read the fucking thesaurus. like that's... Oh, God. Yeah, I'm so pissed that AI has ruined people's trust in M dash. Literally, my favorite punctuation was the M dash. And then I was like, you motherfuckers, you ruined the shit. Fuck you, Sam Altman, you talentless piece of shit. I hope someone hits your damn house with a drink that is very warm. Like, fuck you, man. Yo, V, hello, hi. Everybody tell V right now that she is absolutely gorgeous. Like, oh my God, a drop dead gorgeous babe. Yeah, hiding white periods in empty spaces. Go back to your roots. If you want to fucking bullshit something, we learned all of the techniques ages ago. We know, use those extra spaces, add the double space after the period, okay? This is a lost art form. People don't do this anymore. Add the double space after the period, change your font. There's also ways in a lot of programs now where you can type the number in. If you're like, oh, the 11.5 size font is too obvious over an 11, do 11.2. I promise you will save. It's crazy. So... Sam Altman, who uses his chatbot to raise his children. Yeah, those children are doomed, dude. Yeah. The fuck? Yeah, listen, I'm sorry. Trans girl walks into chat, they're getting attacked. We're problematic that way, V. We're going to attack you. We're going to be like, holy fuck, you're hot. Like, it just is the way that it happens, all right? And if you're like a trans mask, we're going to be like, holy shit, handsome. What the fuck? Like, damn, working on the bod? I can tell. Looking good? Holy shit. Damn, bro, love your strut, you know? Fine, I consent, good. No, actually, V, do you spell it V-E-E, don't you? Or is it V-I? I never remember. I know it said V, but I have to remember all this if I ever go back to school. I'm setting you up with the tools to success. I ended college with a B plus average GPA. Like not the most impressive thing, but to be fair, I didn't go to a single math class my final semester. So I only went back for like quizzes and tests and stuff, and that was that dragged my grade down quite a bit. So yo, what's up, Jules? Hello. I used to read the kids' almanacs. Pretty sure I borrowed every single one from my elementary school library when I was a kid. That's so cute. I love it. No, that rocks. So that makes me happy. I like that a lot. Like, seriously. Yeah, non-AI Google is yeah. Fuck that AI. What if said trans man wants to be hot too? I just said it. Okay? I just said like bro. Like, you're looking great. You're looking hench as hell. Okay? To throw back to an old UK slang term I learned. You're looking hench, bro. Palantino, Lino type, if anyone was wondering. We got the names. We got the names. Oh my gosh. Honestly, have a fucking strong opinion for once in your life, you goddamn gorgeous creature, you. What are you doing? Like, how about you have a strong opinion or something like that? Just went to her Instagram. V, look away. Guys, she's like really pretty. Yes! I'm not lying. Why would I lie? I have to gain your trust to exploit you emotionally out of the money that you make every year. I can't do that if I don't have like receipts that I can actually back up. Come on. The autistic brain's thirst for knowledge is really something. It really is. It's like, what could I fill all this space that I don't have friendships with? God. Knowledge. Just a bunch of useless fucking trivia all the time. Absolutely what I do. Absolutely. The main move, honestly. I think that kids that like were like, I'm bored, I'm going to read, or like I refuse to get bored, I'm going to fill this time with like reading, like learning, like teaching myself something, or like watching an educational thing, or just finding some activity to stimulate your brain that wasn't just like completely dissociating. I don't know, a lot of us ended up having this like lifelong thirst for knowledge, like where we want to keep learning, we want to keep educating ourselves, we want to keep finding out new cool facts about things. Really funny, by the way, we were talking about this the other day, right? We were talking about how humans are good. V, you go keep getting ready for work. God, your fit probably looks so good on you. It probably like complements your form so much. You probably look so pretty. Here's the thing, like, dude, we were talking about like how humans have like weird invisible lines, and chat was like, oh, and humans are also like bioluminescent. Dude, my friend that I told you that did the video talking about how we have invisible lines all over our body that are based on the pathways that our cells took to like grow our body, essentially. She did a video on the human bioluminescence. I was like, oh, that's so cool. We were just talking about that in chat. It's really neat. Brookie, hello, hi, welcome. Hello. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome. Thank you. Learning just doesn't stop, and I think that's fucking awesome. Right. Like, it doesn't, and it shouldn't. It's like, fill your brain with knowledge, dude. It's like why it's there. It's like so you can know things. Anyone who's like, you're like, when you were growing up, if you got a complex because people told you you're being pretentious for knowing things, or like that it was a waste of time to like learn, all the people who like, we had this like, obviously we're in the middle of like a illiteracy epidemic, which is really scary. And you see it like online and stuff like that. But like, I remember all the kids when I was growing up who were like bragging about like, oh, I don't read. I like being stupid. And like in that many words, like legitimately being like, haha, it's actually kind of hilarious that anyone wastes their time learning. And like, I love being an idiot. And I'm not talking about people who like struggled in school. If you struggled in school, that's a totally different thing. So many different factors that are involved in that. But like the people who are like proudly anti-intellectual, I'm running laps around them as an adult. And I'm so sorry that any of them ever gave you a complex about like being smart and being proud that you're smart and being excited to learn stuff and having fun, because like education's like doesn't have to be boring. Like, I hope that you can reclaim a lot of your joy and, like, just learn. There's so many great self-education tools out there. There's lots of experts who speak on their expertise that you can access through, like, social media and, like, content online. There's lots of books out there that, like, teach so much. It's all really, really cool. So, it's just really something where I hope people continue to put like a little bit of faith in like that knowledge that they already have, and know that it can always be built on, and that it's like you don't have to learn about like the boring stuff, the stuff that like you found boring in school, like the academic shit. There's so many academic like subjects out there that you could learn from that might be like so fascinating and exciting for you. So, yeah, Ace of Snakes, yeah, exactly. Our brains don't stop developing at 25. They like socially, if anything, they start developing more, especially socially. Like, God, this is why I always say, like, if you're 25 or under, I give you a little bit of a pass if you're like a fucking idiot in chat, because I'm just like, God, you're kind of supposed to be then. And those of you who are maybe a little bit held back from education or social smarts or anything like that because of like a sheltered upbringing, I try to give you more benefit of the doubt. I know that most people don't show up here with like bad faith in their heart, but it is one of those things. Yeah, the brain is constantly growing. The brain is constantly readapting to new neural pathways or reactivating old ones. Like, fucking fall in love with that idea. Like, seriously, like, put like, I don't know, some thought into things. Like, have some love for, like, the things that you love talking about. And, like, know that knowledge in those things, whether it is for, you know, all the trivia from the fucking show House MD, or, you know, astrophysics. Like, fucking have fun with that shit, man. Like, that's all knowledge. That's, like, stuff that, like, gets to live in your brain. Like, don't feel like being intellectual is, like, a bad thing. I think it's, like, a huge boon. I think it's a huge benefit to, like, the rest of your life. And, like, just have fun doing that shit. Like, you're allowed to do that. If anyone makes you feel pretentious for that, they're probably a fucking idiot. Or they're an intimidated person. Like, they feel intimidated by the fact that you know more than them. And as long as you're not, like, flaunting that in your face, which you probably aren't, like, there's nothing wrong with knowing a lot of stuff. #1 edutainment stream for a reason. Exactly, Brookie. Exactly. So, yeah. No thoughts, only cheese. I mean, hey, learn about all those different types of cheeses. That's cool. Who knows? You might be like in a bar and they're like, and we're going to have open floor trivia night. Today's theme is cheeses. And you're like, oh shit, I'm winning like $500 tonight because I know so much shit about cheese, man. Having knowledge and being able to understand things is cool. Be proud of it. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, anti-intellectualism is like truly, like, it's in the name, but it is like the fucking stupidest thing in the world. So, oh my God, Rat, I knew that one. Yeah, about, yeah, not so honest Abe, dude. Having someone fucking Photoshop your head onto someone else's body. What's that about, bro? Little bit of, like, insecurity for you, man? Awesome being both smart and curious. Yeah. Again, I was one of those kids. I literally never got bored when I was younger. I did not get bored. It didn't matter if I was like learning how to play an instrument. It didn't matter if I was like reading a book. It didn't matter if I was like watching a TV show and trying to like learn something from it, whether it was studying someone else's acting or it was like learning a fact from like an educational show. Like an edutainment show. Like, that shit rocked, dude. It was so cool to, like, fill my time with, like, some kind of knowledge. Intellectual or social knowledge. So, it's very, very awesome to, like, yeah, be smart and curious. I don't know. I'll learn about cheeses by eating them firsthand experience. There you go. Yeah, you'll be able to be like, oh, the flavor palette of this cheese. A little bit nutty on the nose, and then a warm, like, dairy flavor at the end. There you go. Become a cheese... What's the name for, like, a cheese, like, sommelier? Like, what's the equivalent of, like, a cheese expert? There's got to be a name. It's, like, so old and fancy. Like, there's no way. Right? I got bored all the time, but boredom always led me to use my mind palace and create something epic. So, like, theoretically, like, yeah, you'd be bored. Like, I guess that's what it is. It's like I felt the tug of boredom, but instead of wallowing in the boredom, I would, like, do something about it. I'd be like, well, shit, dude. Like, I have all these cool ways to, like, have fucking fun. So I would just have fucking fun, man. But, yeah. Yeah, like a cheese connoisseur. Cheesemonger is a cheese expert? I thought a cheesemonger was someone who monged cheese, like sold cheese, like a fishmonger. Is it the interchangeable for people who know about cheese? Maybe Nicole, maybe your community will know about this. But Nicole, welcome on in. Raiders, thank you so much for joining. How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell us a little bit about it. And if you're new here, please read the rules so you don't get timed out by Mia Mod or Nightbot. If you don't know me, my name is Brian, aka Girbeagly. I'm a Korean American, full-time Twitch partner, YouTuber, and voice actor. I'm losing my voice because I'm a little bit sick still. I am known for playing AAA games, indies, opening up Pokemon cards, doing cosplay, you name it. Appreciate having you here. And if you want to join our humble little community and help us grow, that's great. That's cool. Lee, hello. I don't think Cheese Smurger is it, but maybe. Perhaps. Amy, welcome to the stream. Tharpy, hello. Hi, welcome, welcome. I hope that Nicole's stream was great. I hope that you got to do a lot of fun things. But yeah, thank you for sharing your community. And Justice Stories, hello. Hi, welcome as well. Yeah, doing a little bit of power wash, yapping about whatever you're using tonight because it's a little bit quieter at night. Not as many people are around when the weather starts getting nicer. And also, I know I'm not playing the trending game of the moment, Tomodachi Life. So a lot of people are like very enraptured with that and can't pull themselves away. Understandable. It's a funny game. It's designed for content. Like I said, I'll feel really sad when I see a bunch of my friends' view counts dip into hell because they're like, oh, the Tomodachi Life trend is now burnout. We've used it all up. I'll feel sad when that happens, and I just future-proof by playing whatever the hell I want, and not ever having a drop-off as a result. But to each their own. That wasn't meant to be superior sounding. Welcome on in. Doing this as like a little bit of an AMA tonight. We're talking about like various bullshit, as we always do. Most of it positive, most of it very fun. A little bit of goofy humor in there even. But that said, yeah, being chillin', vibing, having a blast. But if you ever have any questions for me, especially newer people, like, yeah, floor is open. Have you seen the Tomodachi Life in-game avatars people have been making? Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of the game, Lantern. It's really cool. I love the creativity. I think that a lot of my friends have really popped the hell off with the Tomodachis that they've made. I worry about that if I get it now, a huge financial commitment when I'm kind of in financial recovery mode right now. And I'm worried like I'll get it, we'll play it for like a week, and then like the Tomodachi trend will die, and I'll be like, cool, I spent $80 on that and did not get, you know, nearly enough like return on investment because like I didn't get to stream it very much, and it didn't like attract new viewers to the community to help us grow for long enough, and we're still sitting beneath 300 subs or something on the channel. Like I kind of don't want to accidentally hamstring myself, so it'd be a calculated gamba if I do get into Tomodachi. So how did I get into streaming? I started making content 13 years ago. We just celebrated 13 years of making content. I actually started with YouTube 13 years ago. I watched like a lot of Markiplier, and I went, hey, I could do that. And I was bored. I hated the job I had at the time. I was like going fucking insane. I was working in corporate marketing at the time. And I went, well, what if I just made my life hell by working my 9-to-5 job, coming home, and then recording and editing 2 YouTube videos, Let's Plays, like everyone was doing at the time. And I just did that. Yeah, I'm 13 years old. You are the youngest person ever. And then I mained YouTube. I still have my main YouTube channel. I mean to upload to it again very soon. Again, promise. It was not in my plans to be sick for 2 weeks and be like completely hamstringed by this goddamn sickness. But I promise lots of YouTube videos in the pipeline. If you want to sub over there, you can see 13 years of content. I've never taken down any of my videos because I believe fully in allowing my past to still be a chapter of my life that people can reflect on and see how much I've changed, etc., etc. But that's up there. I used Twitch originally as a way to interface with my community more. I used to make way more money on YouTube than I made on Twitch. So I used Twitch live streams to just hang out with my community and talk to them in a more like real-time setting and do AMAs and stuff like that. That's how I started, was just chatting streams on Twitch. And I also had a computer that could not play games. I couldn't stream games at the same time without it overheating and exploding. So streams were like a great pathway to doing that kind of thing. That said, eventually streaming took over. I went through like a big mental health crisis around like 2020, obvious reasons. And I pivoted to streaming mainly, and then it became my full-time income, and I went, oh, fuck, I'm trapped in this. And now it's like between voice acting, streaming, and YouTube, that's how I make all my money and keep my lights on and keep, you know, everything. So anyone who gives subs here, anyone who tips and sends bits and stuff, you're literally paying my rent. You're literally keeping the bills from, you know, overlapping and being overdue. You're allowing me to buy cosplays and new stream games and things like that that allow me to keep making content, which is awesome. So really appreciate that. What is your favorite fish? Jeremy Wade's caught. Why? Maybe the freshwater stingrays. I just find them fascinating. It's just so crazy that like they're as big as they get. They're like as big as like, you know, as long as people, and they're like huge and they're wide, and the fact that they're like swimming around in rivers is like really cool. They're just really neat creatures. I dig those. Arapaima are also really cool, especially with the fact they can swim so fast. Pull and Pay and hello, hi, welcome. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Good Lord. Yeah. That's the kind of thing, Lantern, is like I try to invest in games that are gonna have like a little bit of like evergreen longevity. So the whole reason that I love these streams with like Powerwash, it might seem like so silly me playing Powerwash, a game that's not popular anymore. But like these streams, people will be able to go back to, hear all the conversations we had. If you're here for the community angle and aspect, if you're here for the like just good energy that like a communal space brings together, and the randomness and the goofy fucking conversations we have here all the time, these VODs are up on YouTube forever, right? On the VOD channel. This is like a easy thing to throw on in the background and be able to just like vibe with. I like that. It's like very evergreen to me. So, the one in Thailand that was like 12 feet long and snapped his rod in half. I know, right? That one's cool too. Sturgeon is a cool river fish. Sturgeons are very cool. Definitely very cool, especially because they're like in the Great Lakes, right? So, yeah. Brookie, I'm glad you're enjoying the game. Yeah, it feels like the kind of game that like it's great for stream right now, but again, the novelty will kind of wear off, as all games do on Twitch, unfortunately. There's always like a little bit of a lifespan for everyone. But it's the type of game that I feel like you'd have a lot of fun just playing on your own as well. Also, I just... it's like, we had this spike in viewership from Nicole. Nicole, I think, probably just raided and ran. We'll never find out what the fuck Nicole was up to at all. Immediately, all of her viewers dropped away. That's fine. If you were male viewers, I don't want you anyway. No. I'm not everybody's vibe, and that's all right. That's why our corner of the internet's as good as it is. No, thank you for sharing your community again, Nicole, if you happen to be lurking. But it's just like, I have an honest interest in what my friends are up to. Male arapaima secrete milk from their heads for their young for some reason. Oh, we were talking about that the other stream. Yeah, yep. Arapaima milk out of the brain. The filk, if you will. Yep. It is a thing that they do. Very strange. Powerwash helps scratch that OCD itch of I can't miss a spot. It's still fun to watch. I love it. I love just having, like, this is my baby sensory time. I play this game, baby sensory time. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of doesn't matter what's happening on the screen. I get to talk to my community in, like, a really great way. So, yeah, they couldn't handle us. Damn. That's also part of the issue, though, is, like, sometimes you get a little bit spicy chat when a new community raids on in. We do chase away potential new viewers. Throw them in the deep end a little quick. I would like it if people got a feel of who I was before they got a feel of who you were specifically. If you're throwing in jokes at a bunch of people who have never heard them before, it's funny to you because you're part of the in joke. It's not as funny to raiders. And we do lose like potential new viewers as a part of it sometimes. Yeah, Nicole had to run. She's got I'm just teasing on that stuff. I don't actually care. I hope that she's taking care of herself and doing as well as she can. Good Lord. Are there any other wicked tuna enjoyers here? Wicked tuna? I mean, I think tuna are a really cool fish. I think tuna are like really, really neat. Like outside of like how people know them as like a food staple, they're like humongous, dude. They're like bigger than people. Those are big freaking fish, man. They're wild. They're so fast. They're so powerful. So, yeah, Arapaima with the gulping air is also really cool. Sometimes the spraying sound makes me check if there's pressured gas releasing. Probably you're actually hallucinating this entire stream. So, yeah, we were just talking about fish this time. Yeah, fortunately, because we have, like, again, smaller crew tonight, a little bit more contained. This is the consequence of bringing up my favorite fish, which is great, honestly. Oh, also, for those of you who are newer, the whole reason I became a full-time streamer, where you might be like, well, like, why didn't you just, like, walk away or anything? Mark, speaking of Markiplier, guy who inspired me to also get into, like, Let's Play YouTube stuff and kicked off my career. I was mildly famous on YouTube for a bit. You know, I was a niche micro-celebrity, internet celebrity there on YouTube for, like, a while. I got to benefit from, like, being friends with, like, Mark and his crew, and you know, Ethan's one of my best friends, and, like, got to go to all these cool events, got to hang out with some great people, have made so many lifelong friends through YouTube, met literally thousands of fans through those events, got to do, like, really cool stuff. Sorry to anybody who missed my heyday. But what ended up happening was, in like 2020, Mark was starting to do a lot of streaming with Amy. Some of you remember him doing like his PUBG streams, where he would even invite like community members to play with him. And I was doing a lot of streaming at the same time, like same time slot as Mark. So he would see that I was on, and he would text me, and he would be like, Brian, do you want to play PUBG with me and Amy? And I'd be like, okay, sure, yeah, why the fuck not? Like, I'm not good at PUBG, but you guys are doing, like, goofy zombie mode or whatever. Let's PUBG. We'll do some, like, collab streams together. That sounds kind of funny and fun. And they were. And then, like, after, like, a couple weeks of that, Amy was like, so Mark is, like, intent. She was basically like, don't tell Mark I told you this, but Mark is on intent on allowing you to get like a full-time income doing streaming. He wants to use his platform. The reason he keeps inviting you on a stream is he wants to like use his platform, his humongous audience, to like help all his friends that he can. So he wants you to get like hundreds of viewers on your stream. And it was back when we used to get like close to 200 viewers every single stream or more. And so he was using his stream to essentially ensure I could get full-time income from just doing streaming, because he knew I was taking like a break from YouTube at the time. That is why I got into like doing it more regularly. So yeah. I owe a Eddie Freddy stream. God, the Eddie Freddy stream. Yeah, I do owe Freddy Fish stream to chat. That will be insane. Yeah, how kindness John of him. Yep, truly. Yo, what's up, Nye? Hello. Hi. Oh my God, spinach pizza. I had chicken and spinach pizza yesterday. That was so good. Sounds so good again. I love it. Welcome. How did I first run into Mark? Completely by chance. So in 2015, I went to Boston, Massachusetts for my very first PAX ever. Went to PAX East. It was when PAX wasn't, like, it was a big thing in the gamer world. It wasn't a big thing for content yet. So content creators had just started going to PAX like that year and the year before, and it wasn't like a huge thing for content creators to do yet. It was the first year that I decided to go because like a bunch of my content creator friends were also going. So I popped by PAX, not thinking too much of it. One of my friends, who was a much bigger YouTuber at the time, it was back when not that many people had like over 1 million subscribers on YouTube in 2015. He was a horror game streamer who had over 1 million subscribers, and he was like, Brian, you got to show up. We got to meet in person. We got to hang out. And I was like, okay. Like, I'm so nervous. I've never been to a major convention before. I've only been to like small, shitty local ones. And he was like, yeah, we'll have like a lot of fun. And I knew he was friends with like Mark and Sean and all those people, Wade, Bob, that whole crew. But I didn't like expect anything. I didn't expect to like be able to like hang out with them. I thought like I'd hang out with my friend, and then he'd be like, okay, cool, I'm going to go hang out with like my other group of friends. And I wasn't going to take that personally, because I was like, yeah, I'm not part of those circles. Like, I'm not like important enough. I'm not, so what ended up happening was, I got there the first night, and I showed up a little bit late because my travel was a little bit delayed because traveling through Boston is hell for anyone who's done it. And oh, Lantern, I'm glad that you enjoyed the backstory. Yeah, this is for anyone new. Other people have probably heard this story multiple times, but it is what it is. But I was in Boston kind of late, and I'd missed the badge pickup, and so I was like kind of bummed out because I was like, oh man, badge pickup's like where I was supposed to meet up with a bunch of my friends and say hi to them. And my buddy was texting me, and he was like, dude, we're at the Twitch party. Like, you got to come to the Twitch party. So I did all I could for tonight's writing. Spark, proud of you, though. That's amazing. Freaking love that. You got that done. That rocks. Welcome on in. So I went to this Twitch party, and first content creator party I'd ever been to. So I was at the bar that it was being held at that had been rented out by Twitch for the PAX event. And I was like hanging out. And it was back when they still do. So the way that Twitch parties work, for those of you who have never been to one, there's like the sort of general admittance area. And you get to, I got popcorn sat for the lore, enjoy. So affiliates, you didn't have the affiliates and the partners yet. You only had partners. So it was either you were a Twitch partner, and it normally meant you were kind of a big shit, like a big deal. Or you were someone who was not yet fully monetized on Twitch. You were just a streamer. You were a Twitch streamer. And that's the way that they divided people. And the way that Twitch parties are now, they do that for affiliates and partners. So there's normally the affiliate, general admittance. If you get an invite to the Twitch party, you get to be in the affiliate section and hang out with people. And then normally there's a VIP section for Twitch partners. So I didn't know that. I went to the bar, and I was sitting down, and I was talking to a bunch of other streamers, and they were like, other small streamers like me at the time. And I was meeting people, we were exchanging like information and asking each other what we streamed. And my buddy's texting me all of a sudden frantically. He's like, Brian, I thought you said that you were on your way to the bar like an hour ago. Where the hell are you, man? We've been waiting for you. And I was like, oh, fuck. What do you mean? Like, I've looked all over the bar. I haven't been able to find you. Where are you? And he's like, we're by the pool tables. And I was like, I've looked at the pool tables. And he was like, the pool table's upstairs. And I went, oh, dude, I'm not a Twitch partner, so I don't have an invite up into that section. And he was like, oh, I don't think you need one. And I just, because I'd never been to one, I didn't know that you would need one. So I was like, oh, okay. Sure, I'll just head on up, buddy. I'll be up in a second. And I found this out later. The whole night, there had been a bouncer by the stairs to go upstairs in the VIP section. And it just so happened, the exact timing of when my friend texted me to meet him upstairs, the bouncer had left because it had been an uneventful night. No one had tried to go upstairs who didn't belong upstairs, had left to go to the bathroom. I actually ran into him later in the bathroom. But he had left to go to the bathroom. And I just saw unmanned stairs, and I went, oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't know those stairs were there. And Morgan and I walked upstairs. And the moment I walked upstairs, I just heard my friend Entwin the Pack, and it just goes by Entwin now, I believe, go, Brian, hey! Because at the top of the stairs, it was like Bob and Wade and all their friends and all their significant others all hanging out, and Entwin and like that old like crew of like gaming buddies that like Wade still plays with were like all kind of chilling at the top of the stairs. And it was like, first time I was meeting any content creators, and I was like, whoa, crazy. Wow, I'm meeting all these people I've known for like years, but I've never met in person, and who have like, been my mutuals for like a while. That's like kind of neat. And then my buddy was there, and I was like, whoa, my buddy, whoa, hey. And then like from behind, and then Sean, all of a sudden, again, small, like a mid-sized YouTuber, very small streamer at the time. Sean, Jacksepticeye, hops on over to see what the fuss is all about. Sean and I had been mutuals on Twitter for a bit at this point. Like, he knew who I was through my content, but like we weren't like pals or anything. We were just kind of acquaintances. And he oh, hey, I know you, Girbeagly, right? And like gives me like a big hug, and he's like, I didn't know you were gonna be here. This is great. And I'm starstruck, and I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. And then from behind Sean, a 4'2" streamer and YouTuber that I recognized quite a bit, Mr. Hey, hi, I'm Mark. Nice to meet you. So first time I met Mark was at the same time of me meeting other content creators for the very first time in my life, my very first major convention of my whole life. And again, all 4'2" of Markiplier. Hey, hi, I'm Mark. Nice to meet you. One of only 2 times I've ever fangirled in my life. But again, with that circumstance, literally just blue screen. And I just went, yeah, I'm a big fan. And I shook his hand, and he kind of looked at me. He was like, I went, I'm Brian. Nice to meet you. Huge fan. And then he was like, yeah, great. And then I walked away, and I was like, oh, God. And I was talking to my friend, and I was like, kind of embarrassed, but like that I didn't want to bother them because I was like, these are all the popular YouTubers, and I don't want to be like a hanger-on. I don't want to be a coattail rider. I don't want to be a social climber. I was like very, very conscious about that even like 11 years ago, right? So I didn't like hover. I just was hanging out with my friend, but he was hanging out with them, so I kind of had to hover. And then next thing I knew, Mark was like, hey, it's getting kind of like loud out here. Do you guys want to go back into the like VIP booth section and just like all hang out? And I was like, yeah, you guys have fun. And he was like, no, you come too. He was like, Brian, you come too. And I was like, what the fuck? So we went down, we went like down this ramp into like this back section. We were at a round one, if you've never been to, or not round one, whatever the bowling place is. It was a bar with a bowling alley in it, which was like insane. Yo, what's up, Neat Sauce? Welcome. So there was a bowling alley, and we were, which was crazy. But it was like way quieter back there, and there were like these big, cushy private booths, and all of a sudden, Mark and another person in our crew just started ordering Fireball, which if you've never had cinnamon flavored whiskey, God, it's one of my least favorite flavors now because it became a tradition after this. And they just kept ordering rounds of Fireball. So we all got like blasted, and it was back when Mark could drink. So we were all like super hammered. I heard Mark sing A Whole New World from Aladdin at karaoke that night. But we all just got like hammered. And then every single PAX after that, we'd meet up and we'd be like, Fireball? And everyone would... Each year, you'd get less enthusiastic. So, like, the year after, or the PAX after that, we all went. And we were like, hey, let's do Fireball night again. Yeah, party. And then the next one, everyone was like, hey, someone want to order a bottle of Fireball for the table? And everyone would go, yeah, I had a couple beers. I guess I could do, like, a shot. Yeah, sure. And then, like, after a couple years of it, we were all like, yeah, Fireball, haha, that's a good joke. Let's not do that again. But it was like the running joke for years and years and years was every PAX was Fireball night. So, yeah, it's the devil's spit. Yep. Fireball do be doing that? Yo, what's up, Cosmo? Yes, it does. Yeah, Fireball aged us rapidly because we did have a lot of crazy party nights at PAXs where everyone was just partying their pants off, but it did hit the point where we were like, let's not drink the spicy sugar water with booze in it. Let's do literally any other drink. Things mellowed out over the years with Fireball Night. Yeah, such a young person's drink. Yeah, it was like the Jägermeister of the like 2010s. It really kind of was. But sorry, my throat is getting really dry. Funky, hello, hey, mom and chat. Hello, hi, Funky. I'm also tired, so please, feel free to just vibe. Good luck with the overnight shift. Please don't get in trouble on my account. Anyway, that's how I met Mark, and then, I woke up in the morning, and I was like, oh my god, did I dream everything? Did I just drink so much? I literally imagined that happened. And Morgan, who is like the bless her soul, she's always like the DD of every situation, was just like, no, babe. We hung out with Markiplier last night. That was a little bit insane for the very first PAX we've ever been to. So the next day, we show up to the convention hall, and I'm thinking, okay, that was a one-off. That was a fluke, but what a fun vlog that will be later. And I show up to the convention hall, and I'm texting with my friend, and I'm like, yo, dude, where are you? And he's like, oh, we're in the upstairs green room. Like, come upstairs. Like, you're going to be allowed, like, back here. Like, you're good because you're with us or whatever. And I go upstairs, and as I'm walking upstairs, there's this huge line of people. And at the end of the line of people waiting for whatever it was is Mark. And what had happened was he was not familiar, because that was, I believe, his first PAX as well. He was not familiar with how popular he was online yet. And he had just been trying to walk through the hallway to the green room as well. And he saw me, and he went, hey, Brian. And he, like, looked me in the eyes, and he just mouthed, like, while there was this line of, like, fucking 40 people lined up causing a fire hazard in the hallway. He just mouthed at me. He just went, this is hell. Like that. And I laughed, and I was like, oh my God, he remembers me. That's, like, fucking crazy. Because I think at the time I had, like, maybe, like, 3,000 subs on YouTube or something like that. Like, I did not have, like, a ton of subs on YouTube. So I'm like, the guy with, like, 4 million subs on YouTube is talking to me again. So I was, like, pooping my pants. Went to the green room, was hanging out with my buddy. And then, like, Mark comes in, and he's like, you know, like, oh my God, I just signed, my hand hurts so bad. I just signed every single person in that line. I signed their PAX badges. Oh God, for like an hour and a half, I've been trying to get to the green room, only able to move like a foot at a time. And I'm here finally. And he like looked like he had survived a zombie apocalypse. And he was just like hanging out. And he was like, I need to go, like, go do some stuff. Do you guys want to walk around the, like, convention floor? This time I'm going to have, like, security with me to, like, keep a little bit of a parameter. Like, and so I was like, wait, does that include me? Does that include me? And my friend was like, dude, that includes you too. Come on. So I was tagging along with Mark during day one of my time on the PAX show floor. So that is how I met Mark. He just brought me along. We met up with Sean later in the day, who had another familiar face just tagging along, like a small little rat animal. You may have heard of Crank Gameplays, a young boy back then. Goes by Ethan Nestor now. One of the loves of my life, one of the deep loves of my life, truly one of my soulmate friends. And Ethan was telling Sean, because apparently he had a similar experience where he had been like, Sean, I'm a fan, and I think you're great. And Sean was like, do you want to just walk around with me? Because Sean wasn't familiar with how popular he was yet either. So they were meeting up for like the first time in person, which is where, again, the infamous picture of all of us with the autism smiles going like that is from. But that's how I met Ethan as well. And I didn't want anything to do with Ethan because he was so much younger than me at the time. And then he would not leave me alone. And we started making collab videos like a year after we met at that convention. And then became very close friends, like very close friends. And it was right before Mark just picked him out of obscurity and brought him out to LA, and like Team Applier stuff happened. So, and then from there, because Mark already knew me, trusted me, and also trusted Ethan because he had hand-selected Ethan, Mark started including me in so much shit. There's like old videos on Mark's YouTube channel where he like shouts me out and stuff. It's really insane. So it was crazy. Oh my God, Goose, I'm so sorry that happened. Mins, welcome back, by the way. Goose, I'm sorry you have to dry your laundry again. Yeah, I know him, backflip guy. Yeah. So anyway, Ethan is very annoying little bro-coded, but I love him so much. That is how I met Mark. That is how I became acquaintances and eventually friends with Markiplier. So long story for a short question. I forgot who even asked that. Was that you, Wraith? I don't remember. But I hope that answered your question and you didn't fall asleep partway through that story. So I hope that anyone else with an AMA question is ready for long-winded responses, by the way. Also, I know I brought this up the other night, but I do find it like so funny that you and I hung out at so many of these events, and now it's like, oh yeah, we're both girls now. But also, like, a lot of my formative memories of a lot of those events include you in them because you're just a very important part of like my history, my life in that lifetime. So, oh, yo, okay, yeah, a little bit of silver lining. Yeah, Markiplier, Iplier, exactly. Yeah. No worries at all. Those are the best stories when you don't even remember the question that started it all. I remember the question. I just literally forgot who asked. I'm so sorry. So, yeah. Was that the same PAX staff closed the bathroom for you and Mark? No, because I wasn't famous enough yet. But around 2018 or maybe 2017 is when I started getting my own private security when I was at PAX, because I was popular enough that like it would cause an incident if I went onto the show floor. Which was it was such a weird thing. I felt like such an asshole having private security. I know it was for my personal safety, and it was to like get me from place to place, because sometimes like the fastest route to like a panel room that I was doing like a panel on, or like a signing area, was like across like the public show floor, and I would get swarmed. Back when I had any popularity on the internet, I would get swarmed a lot, and it would like bring parts of the show floor to a halt, where it's like suddenly you'd hear on the walkies of security like, hey, we have an incident down here. There's a content creator who's surrounded by 50 people and it's blocking the Konami booth or whatever the fuck. Like that would happen. So I started getting like private security like 2017, 2018. And yeah, I wasn't allowed to pee without security, standing outside of the bathroom and being like, I'm sorry, there's someone using it. And I would just hear people being like, it's a public bathroom. What do you mean? Because they didn't want me getting like harassed while I was like at the urinal. It was like really fucking surreal. The fact that my life includes a story like that at all is fucking weird. It doesn't make sense to me. Because I live in relative obscurity and peace these days. Morgan gets noticed more. Morgan's more famous than me these days, which is like awesome. But like Morgan gets noticed in public more than I do now. But there was a time where I would like get DMs from people and they'd be like, there's no way that you're in Rochester, New York right now, right? And I'd be like, dude, I'm from here. I live here. Like, if you see me, just say hi. I'd get like stopped in Target, like when I was just trying to grocery shop. It was very surreal. And I feel like a fucking dick flexing about any of those stories, but like very surreal and an experience like most people will never ever get. So like I'm really grateful for those moments. Like it's just very strange. Yeah, many such cases. I was there awkwardly and would occasionally make dumb, unfunny jokes. Good time. Shut up. Your jokes are so fucking funny. Everyone loved you also. Like, everyone loved your presence. What are you talking about? Like, again, you wouldn't have been invited to the private dinners at the expensive steakhouses if people didn't love the hell out of you. Okay? So, what do you mean, how? You always added lovely energy to everything. Also, you always laughed at my jokes, and I'd always just be like, oh man, V's so nice. Imposter syndrome to have that stuff happen ever, I imagine. Yeah, literally imposter syndrome, where I'm like, what the fuck did I do? I was an idiot who made silly videos on YouTube and live streamed me in like goofy cosplay. Like, why did I deserve sold out panel rooms? Like, what the fuck? Like, who am I, right? Oh my god, Late Night Kane sounds so good right now, Liz. God, because you're funny. Yeah, and so are you, so shut up, bitch. No, I regularly think about, like, again, the most awkward. You want one of the untold Markiplier being awkward? Everyone's always like, oh, I wish I had the confidence Mark had. Oh, I wish Mark, his kind of energy was like even a fraction in me. I wish I could be that self-assured and shit. You want to hear a story? What bands are you in back in the day? I'm not telling the names of any of those bands because some of the music is still out there. I don't want y'all tracking any band I was a part of down. Oh, God. That music deserves to die in the obscurity that it had. The fact that, like, the biggest show I ever personally played was to a room of, like, 40 people in a dive bar. That's all you need to know. You do not need to know the names of my old emo pop bands or emo rock bands. Oh, God. Or, like, my failed Screamo project. Oh, good Lord. I know, but you said ask anything true. And those are the best shows. Honestly, it was a good show. Like, I was like, holy shit, I like, can barely see the back of the crowd at this show. That kind of rocks. So, it's one of those things. Oh, Nitsa, see, you got a defeatist mindset. That shows that you have an unrealistic mind, homie. content creation is saturated. No such thing as oversaturated. What makes your content unique? You. That's what you have to have faith in. All right? It sounds like you still don't believe in yourself. That is a very... New content creators would not become popular if that was the case. All right? Like, that statistically is just, like, an impossibility. So, heads up, you're wrong. Trust the process. If you want to do content creation, just fucking do it for love of the game. Do it for love of ball. Like, just have fun with it. If your idea is, I want to get into content creation to become successful, you've already fucking lost. Also, you set yourself up for disappointment. You do it because you like doing it. You do it because no one owes you a second of their time when it comes to doing anything creative. So if you get one viewer, that other real living human being has spent time enjoying something that came out of your brain. That fucking rules, dude. That's the whole idea of community. That's the connectivity you should be aiming for. Not how many views can I get? How many likes can I get? Can I get popular? Can I get, become like an expert in like this thing I'm talking about or like a go-to source for it? That's how you, that's the true mind killer is I've set an expectation of success. No, the success is you made anything at all instead of like doubting yourself before you even tried. That's what I'm going to say is my tough love pep talk here. So yeah, bring back just doing shit. Exactly, Shira. Saturated solution can be heated to dissolve more solute. There you go. AMAA, ask me almost anything. Yeah. No, it's like you said, you can ask me the question. I might just not have a favorable answer for you. Exactly. Well, no, you want to hear about a moment Mark didn't have any confidence and V was here for it, so she can back me up. We got invited to a very special dinner where how's the best way to phrase this? Sorry, V, this is going to be like two-way psychic damage for both you and me because like dysphoric psychic damage. But we got invited to something called Boys Night that happened at a PAX West, I believe it was, where it was me, V, Sean, Mark, Ethan, I think was Alice there? I can't remember if Alice was there or not. Also, Moldy, enjoy your lurk. Here's the thing. We did it as a funny haha. Like, oh, that's funny. All of us have like very atypical like childhoods. Like none of us had like bro time. So like, let's do like a funny thing where it's like just the guys go out for bro time and we go to like an expensive steakhouse and we're like, yeah, bro, yeah. We just have like boy talk. And that was supposed to be like a funny like joke of a theme. And mainly it was just so we could sit around with our dearest friends and have like a great time catching up because we only get to see each other like once or twice a year, right? Sir Download, hello, hi, welcome. Good luck with the origami. And then Morgan and Amy and the gals went off and they had girls' night. And that was them doing their own thing. So we meet up at the steakhouse and it's just the like 5 or 6 of us or whoever. And we're sitting around. We put our drink orders in. We're like, oh my God, wow, it's so fancy in here. Wow, the menu has all this, these great things. Yo, what's up, Curly Fries? Hello. We're like, man, the food smells so good. It looks so good in here. This is awesome. This is the best thing in the world. Oh, wow, great choice. Great. Who picked, oh my God, Sean, you picked this out? You picked this one out? Oh, wow, yeah, this beats Fogo de Chao. Wow, this is really, really cool. And then we're all kind of, the conversation like naturally settles down a little bit. And Mark pulls out a smartphone. So again, if you're not confident in yourself, this is the guy that you look at online. You go, wow, he made a movie. He must be so confident. Wow, he's such an entertainer and he's got all this boisterous energy in all his YouTube videos. And like anytime like, anyone has an interaction with him in the wild, they're like, wow, Mark's so cool. He's like, so I wish I had that self-confidence. Oh, I know. Who the fuck cares about Wade's opinion? He eats like burgers and wings every day. Anyway, Wade has no taste. I don't take any food recommendations from Wade seriously. That is like asking a kindergartner what they like to eat. Wade wasn't part of this dinner. He wasn't allowed. No, he was off entertaining other people or something. I don't even know what the fuck Wade was doing. We wanted to keep it like really small. And unfortunately, Wade's friend group at the time was like 20 creators deep. And we were like, we don't want that. We do not want to include like 20 people that some of us barely fucking know. So Wade catching strays, you should see the DMs that Molly and I have about Wade's diet. Anyway, yeah, Wade doesn't even like Mexican food. Like his opinion's invalid. Wade eats like a 4-year-old who just woke up from a 4-year coma and is trying food for the first time. Anyway, so we're in this beautiful, beautiful steakhouse. We are catching up. We're having a good time. Mark Fischbach reaches into his pocket, pulls out his cell phone, his smartphone. He has we see the white glow because it's so dim in this, like, because the dimmer the lights are in the restaurant, the more expensive it is. We see this, he flashbangs himself with a white, like, notes app. He goes, hey everybody. So it's boys' night. So I have a couple questions for everybody around the table. If you can humor me and answer these. I'm never going to like ask other boys this. So, and he was like so awkward. He was like, when did everyone around the table lose their virginity? And all of us just for a full like beat, like for like a full like 15 seconds, just stared at him in disbelief. In dead silence. Again, V can attest to this. We were all like, what, dude? What? Do you have these written down? And he was like, yeah, I prepped these because the theme is boys' night. We're supposed to be like broing out. Yeah. And he was like so awkward about it. And he had a list of like 20 super awkward questions. We were like, did you get these from like GQ, dude? Like, what are these fucking questions, man? He was like, the bro questions. And he was like defending himself. And then later in the night, we were like teasing him about it. The group had reconvened. And yeah, V, like, yep, yeah. And then like some people at the table were like, I don't want to answer that, Mark. I don't want to answer this question, actually. That's hilariously wholesome, yeah. And like, so we reconvene with the group. Everyone's back together. We're catching up with the girls. Yo, how was girls' night? Oh, yeah, we just, like, gossiped and, like, ate sushi. It was, like, great. Or they just had, like, a normal dinner night, which is what all the guys in the group, except for Mark, we expected it to be. But he took it, like, too seriously. That's that autism. But anyone got question suggestions for someone who's just getting into questions? Yeah, he also asked who was circumcised. That was a really special one. Yep. Really special question. We were all like, do we have to answer this? And he was like, oh, well, put your drink down on the table if you are and hold it if you're not. And we were like, dude, fucking shut up. So like we reconvened and we also, Vanilla Strawberry Soda, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. If you're brand new here, please read the rules so you don't get timed out or anything like that. Yeah, believe it or not, Sir Download, we don't talk about Wade when he is not in the group setting. That our group of friends actually is capable of subjects that are not Wade when we were hanging out together. But hey, Wade streams too, so if you ever want to be like a super fan over there, like Minion777 on Twitch. Also, Our Life Beginnings and Always. I've never actually heard of that game, Vanilla Strawberry Soda. I hope you had a lot of fun with that. I remember responding with, if you ain't got a hood, that ain't no good. As soon as the waiter came, the perfect timing. Like, V. See, and you're like, oh, I said unfunny jokes quietly. No, the fact that you delivered them in the way that you do, it made them even fucking funnier, honestly. Especially because you have Mark sitting there protesting, starting to sweat because he's just like, they're turning against me. Oh, no, nobody wants to bro out. Like, you know, like he's freaking out because like his boys' night questions didn't go over as hot as he thought they would. Yeah, just boys being dudes and asking incredibly invasive questions. So we reconvened, and like we're hanging out with the girls, and I'm like we're catching up. Oh wow, you guys had like a regular sushi night, huh? That's fun. Yeah, Mark had a list of fucking weird questions. Did anybody know about that? And Amy pulls me aside and she goes, okay, I don't want to say this in front of him because it was actually really cute and very like wholesome in a weird way. But he stayed up all night coming up with that list of questions because he's like not used to like bro time. Like he doesn't get bro time like with people. So he wanted to like show up and like be like funny and like have like this like whole bit of like, we're really broing out, guys, we're bros. And like he stayed up like meticulously going over which questions he was going to ask. I don't know how that landed on, are you circumcised or not? But like that, like Amy was like, yeah, I didn't want to embarrass him, which is like really funny and really cute. So yeah. Yeah, not his fault. He rolled a nat 1. Yeah, for real. Bro didn't know what bro time. yeah, we were like, dude, it was kind of just code. We just wanted to hang out because this is only the second time I've gotten to see you this year in person. Like, it was like really funny. So yeah, charisma check crit fail. Yeah, because if anything, you had Bree I'm Bree. You had V sitting there like beat red in the face, just being like, when's the food coming? You had Ethan who was like, Mark, go. You know, you had Sean being like, hey man, we're like in the middle of like a restaurant where the typical dish is like $120. And me being like, why are these written down in your phone? And that was the dinner. So, just that. Yeah, and next time that you're like, oh man, there's some people out there who have unlimited confidence. They're always so self-assured. Even Marking Plier, Mr. Marcus himself, falters, stumbles, does not understand the assignment at times. Takes a big old swing still, has the confidence to take the big old swing, but sometimes misses and falls flat on his ass. So, there you go. And no one bothered to ask why he was on light mode. Yeah, that's really it was karma. Instantly, he flashbanged himself in the face immediately. He just opened the notes app, and it was like the light of God just went and seared his eyeballs before he could read anything. And yes, the waiters there were so attentive. The shit they had to have heard, because they kept coming back to the table at the most inopportune times. It was like actually insane. So. Mark had to write down the Among Us rules, to be fair, Sir Download, because Mark fucking hates Among Us. He hates that game. It was like pulling teeth to get him to join our lobby for Ethan's birthday back in like 2021 or whenever that was. Like, the only time he agreed was because he was like, oh, Brian's going to be part of the lobby and it's for Ethan's birthday? Sure, I'll join. That was literally his reasoning for joining. He fucking hates that game. What would you have preferred? That he improv that? Yeah, we probably would have been able to like workshop and help him a little bit and be like, oh, dude, that's not how bros talk. Not our kind of bros, man. So carrot cake or cheesecake? Oh, that's so hard. That's unfair, actually, because I love both. Living in New York State, I'm spoiled and I have access to incredibly good New York cheesecake and incredibly good carrot cake. Oh, fuck. I think 9 times out of 10, I'm going to probably lean a little heavier towards cheesecake, though, because there's a lot of cool varieties of cheesecake, and there's also there's something just so intrinsically New York about a cheesecake. I love a graham cracker crust, right? So, yeah. To be fair, he did muster the courage to ask. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Is God trying to tell him not to do it? Yeah, God with the final barrier. Just, I'm going to zap you in the eyeballs so you temporarily will be blind. So you don't ask, hey guys, when did you lose your virginity? Like, as the first fucking thing you say after the waiter leaves. Yeah. I bet you more that waitstaff had a betting pool going on in the back that night. Yeah, how many of these people at the table are going to be saying, like, an answer of, like, what's the high-low betting on here? What's the spread? You know? So, Oreo cheesecake? Oreo cheesecake's fine. I like, God, I love, like, a white chocolate raspberry cheesecake. White chocolate raspberry is one of my favorite combos in the whole world. You put that again into like a Looney Tunes style trap that's very obviously a trap that will hurt me. I'm getting trapped in it. I'm stepping into the bear trap. Like, I am not surviving Wile E. Coyote. So, like, if you put that on an X that says, if you touched this cheesecake, you will explode. You will be killed by a huge cruise missile. I'm touching it. I'm grabbing it, and in my brain, I'm getting a couple bites in while I try to outrun the cruise missile before I blow up and die. So, yeah. Plain cheesecake and lemon curd, also good. Yeah, like a classic, honestly. Like, truly, oh my God. Very, very classic. So, yeah, hey guys, so how long's your dick? He didn't have that, fortunately. It didn't become a dick measuring competition because we were all friends. We were all there to have a safe space to talk about our many, many exploits. Meanwhile, we're like, dude, we are all nerdy fucking gamers. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, I went on some misadventures when I was in college, but like, also I was like, I don't know how much youtube.com/Markiplier needs to know about these. I participated here and there, but mainly it was just to make Ethan shut up. Because Ethan would be like, yeah, well, you know, in his typical, I'm the little brother who has to show off way. And I'd be like, well, I have been to college where, actually... On that note, I can't wait for Coyote versus Acme. I'm excited. We talked about that here. Coyote versus Acme is going to slap, I think. I'm like really excited for it. I hope it goes well. I know it's been in like production hell a little bit. There's been like a lot of like shitty things Warner Brothers is doing behind the scenes. As always, they tried to kill the project, things like that. But I'm really kind of excited to see modern classic animation. I think it's going to be cool. So, yeah. I wonder if it was on the list. Oh, God. I don't know what was... I can't remember. I took too much psychic damage that night. I had a really delicious steak. Who the fuck... I can't remember. V, you probably don't remember either. But one of us ordered the, like... We saw it when we walked in. And it was before we started having, like, the weird conversations. Where it was like a... It was like a bowl. It was like a bowl or something that had like skewers of steak on it. And the skewers of steak were like on fire. And they'd bring it to your table like on fire and then like put it out and then like serve you the skewers of steak. It was like a kebab kind of vibe. But we all were like entranced by it because it went by and we were like, ooh, that's we are in a fancy place. Wow. And one of us ordered that. I think like Mark or Sean ordered it and then they bitched that they didn't have enough food. And we were like, yeah, dude, you ordered the like $30 flaming steak option from like the appetizer menu. Like, of course, you're like a full grown man. What are you doing? Not the captions thinking you said google.com/Markiplier. I mean, God, Mark had a Google phone for a while with how much he like loved that thing. I feel like maybe he might own a stake in it. Who knows? Maybe google.com/Markiplier exists. I like fire. Fire is cool, but like, yeah. No, I was like, oh, damn. I'm ordering like a nice steak, like a real nice one. And then like when I go to a restaurant, especially when I'm like, okay, I don't go to fancy restaurants that often. I'm making sure I'm getting like the shit, even if it's expensive, that is going to feed me like a full, like, adult-sized meal. Or, like, with the few times we went to Fogo de Chao, I was like, I am going to eat my weight in meat because I know that I'm going to get the bill and it's going to be, like, $78 at the end of this for one person. So I'm going to eat $200 of meat, and they're going to have to roll me out of here. They're going to have to pry me out of the chair. But I'm economical, guys. That is what I do. I'm going to put as much meat as possible in my mouth. Oh, damn. Yeah. You know. That bi-curiosity. Man, I just like... I wasn't interested in men at all. And then, like, yeah, the estrogen happened. And then... Fire's hot, actually. Yeah, okay. All right. If it's expensive, I better get to a to-go container. I'm raising hell. The problem is a lot of fancy restaurants I've eaten at over the years, they don't give you a big enough portion to even take home. That's why Morgan and I were so into making sure that if we go to a place that's expensive, it has huge portions. And through process of elimination, we've been to like a lot of the ones in Rochester that are like higher end. And we're like, these ones will not give you enough food. Like you're going to spend $80 and then you're just not going to have enough food to take home. If we're going to pay like $80 a person, we need to have like sides that we can like wrap up and bring home. Who said the meat was oh my God. Hashtag gawk. No. God, I love women. I love women of all kinds. Fire is hot, allegedly. True, it's just a theory. At the end of the day, all science is really a theory. So, I'm back with Canes. Oh my God, I love Canes so much. I heard hashtag GOG. What? Oh, well, if you zoned out, that is your fault for missing amazing trans-sapphic conversation. So, really, on you. Missed a conversation that you could have been like, damn. I'm strangely equipped for this. Well, that's a weird way for me to put it. Not equipped in that, like equipped to have the conversation. Like equipped, like you have the knowledge for the, you know what I mean. Anyway, yeah, get it trending. Get the hashtag trending. Great, thanks. Yeah, listen, I did not mean to say equipped in that way. Okay, no toast. I want people to, you know, you're allowed to, if you're uniquely, if you have the unique expertise to speak with confidence in a conversation, I want you to be included. Is that better? You said what you said. Go off, Queen. It is wild. Stand by your words. I'm a coward. I'm sorry. I can't. Listen, I have, and Shira can attest to this, I have trauma from being online as long as I have. It's like, it used to be like such a weirdly, like, puritanically, like, I don't know, fucking, like, whitewashed content space that, like, if like, sanitized content space, like, if you made, like, a testicle joke, like, that was edgy, dude. And I did years of that before I got to the comfort level I'm at. How does it feel to be unintentionally witty and or punny at all times? Just hashtag just dyslexic things. I forgot that I had to tow my books like an asshole. Oh, tie my boots. Okay, yeah, those are like really different activities. Because one of the lace hooks broke. I'm fighting for my life right now and I have to pee so bad. Buddy, good luck to ye and your bladder. Expertise and gear. You have the training. You have the safety training for the gear that you have to be able to speak with some level of confidence in this topic. Yeah. The only men I like are Leon Kennedy and Arthur Morgan and Wayman Wang and the dad from Turning Red. Oh my God. Yeah, it's the conversation we have here all the time. It's like I have no attraction to men. It's like any of my bisexuality or like pansexuality, because I'm like in such a happy sapphic relationship with Morgan, is like fictional men. Fictional men, you know, written to an impossible standard real men can never meet. Also, many of them have like unique, cool, like supernatural attributes or superhuman attributes, which makes them even cooler. So like, how can real men even contest, you know? But yeah, I am very much of the persuasion of like, oh yeah, yeah, bi in theory, yeah, Zane, yeah, many such lesbians, many such, for sure, very much so. I will say every now and then, when I'm in femme mode, I'll get like a not creepy, nice comment from like a guy, who is like very sweet and very, you know, just like, you know, it's that little confidence booster where I'm like throwing my hair and I'm like, oh damn, that did make me feel kind of pretty. That was cool. Wow. But yeah, hoodie, instead of not lacing, yeah, lace your hooks and tow your books, okay? There you go. Good advice from chat right now. We love a good guy Greg compliment. They're so rare in the wild these days. I know. Most of them are a little bit like chaser aggressive, and I just have to delete them for my own comfort. And then some of them, are just not a compliment at all. But every now and then I'm like, oh man, this guy, being very like earnestly sweet, very like genuinely kind, and that gets me going way more than someone like objectifying me or some shit, right? It's like I like the mommy jokes here because they're funny and they're in context. So, I don't mind them here. I don't get offended by them here. I regularly call myself like muscle mommy MILF or whatever, right? By the way, the only good thing about like coughing as much as I have, like my abs are going to be so shredded for a Tifa cosplay. It's going to go so hard. But yeah, for the most part, male validation is something I've kind of never cared about in my life. I like played the part during various chapters of my life where it's like, oh, I gotta be a dude that gets approved by other dudes. And then like when I started experimenting a little bit more with my presentation, I was like, oh man, I hope that like people think I'm a hot girl. But now it's like, a girl just saying you're pretty to me, is so much, it fills me with like or like an envy, like hitting me with like, oh my God, you look so good in that dress. You're like so beautiful in that dress. That hits so much harder than anything a man could ever say to me. I told my therapist I'm only attracted to celebs, fictional / idealized men. And then she had the nerve to tell me we should address my avoidant tendencies. So I ghosted. Oh my God. I'm glad you wrote joke, by the way. I was like, oh God. Got a cat call in the wild the other day when I was athletically walking backward up a hill, and it was truly so weird. Yeah, like sometimes, like every now and then, I'm like, oh man, like a guy, cat called me or like whatever, like, or like a lot of the time, like I have this happen frequently where I'll be using the bathroom, like washing my hands at the sink, and like a guy will walk in and be like, oh, I must be in the wrong room, and I'll be like, oh, what room were you looking for? And they'll hear my voice. They'll be like, oh, okay, yeah. Hey, no, sorry. Just thought, I just saw like a pretty girl, or what I thought was a pretty girl. And I'll be like, oh, nice. And he's kind of cute. But outside of that, I don't, it's just not. Hoodie, I'm glad you made it. Glad you didn't pee your pants. It's good. I'll have, Morgan and I have been going on walks and had people like catcall us and be like, oh my God, pretty girls, like out in the car or whatever. And like sometimes that feels good, but most of the time it's not what I'm seeking. It's like sometimes I'll order a cheeseburger and get like a chicken patty and it's not what I ordered, but I'll like eat it anyway. So like I'll take the compliment. So yeah. All women ever, being attracted to all women ever simultaneously is, yes, very, very much it. And again, especially fictional women, because I'm very fulfilled in my IRL as far as my main squeeze goes. But every now and then, it's just like, I can admit, like, Ada Wong is hot as hell, but then also I'm like, Ada Wong is hot as hell. I want to be Ada Wong. So bad. Yeah, not too much on the humble chicken patty. Yeah. The humble chicken patty. Also, I realize this place is so big, I'm not even at 50% washed. That's a little crazy. A little bit crazy go nuts, if you ask me. Sex swing time, though. Makes washing the edges so easy. Why is this platform not done? Wait. Oh, there's a whole underside. It's like Undertale, guys. Toby Fox, what are you doing down here? There's an etching joke there somewhere, but I'm too lazy to be funny. That's okay. Chat has probably made it 5,000 times. Anytime the verb and or noun of edge leaves my mouth, then chat will find a way. So you're good. It's all right. We must simply invent new bits, chat. There's so many new bits to have. We must find them. the world of possibility is out there. I will be entertained by it. You will enjoy it. It will all kind of just, I don't know. It will benefit all of us. It will be great. It will be very good. Be very nice when it happens. So, yeah. So give me 1 second. I do have to double check something on the other monitor real fast here. Hot damn, dude. Man, it got late. How did that happen? It's 1 a.m.? Uno a.m., as they say. Oh, yeah. So, Brookie, this is the treehouse that Jake and Finn, the main characters, live in. Yeah, I think we kind of only get the outside in the one little room. Again, a little bit disappointed by the DLC because of the fact that this, I feel like for a property this popular, this robust, a series that went on this long, for them to not have a larger variety of like locales and iconic scenery and stuff is wasted potential. So, do they say that? Everyone says that, all right? Yeah, comedy finds a way. And Jeff Goldblum says that. Hey, Jeff Goldblum, thanks for endorsing the stream. Big fan, and I'm glad that you're a big fan of what I do as well. That's really cool. Good luck with all the, like, Homes.com commercials or whatever the hell when you're playing Brad Bellflower instead of who's literally just you, and for some reason is just not your name. Yeah, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you for being in The Fly, Jeff Goldblum. Thanks. I don't remember if we saw more rooms in the show than the one in the beginning. It's been so long. Yeah, we saw the inside of the Ice King's palace, which, again, very iconic. Yeah. But also, just not as, like, crazy as they could have gone with this DLC. I'll say it. Like, you're going to get a big IP, a big property, like Adventuring Time. And then you're going to not hit us with the wacky. The super mega wacky. We have, like, no Flame Kingdom stuff. Yeah, thank you for being in The Fly. Bought glue on nails today, even though they'll probably come off at work because, damn it, I want to feel fancy and like I have some control over my life. Yo, you with a negative guess. What if they stay on? That's awesome. I'm glad. I hope that you enjoy them however long they last. But don't set it up for, like, worst case scenario every time. Like, God, that's like such a sad way to live. Like, be open to the possibility that you got these and you're like, holy shit, the nail glue kind of rocks on these. Wow, they stayed on for like 5 days. Yeah, I have to open boxes with my hands. Well, maybe you come up with like a good technique. The girlies with the like insanely cunt nails that are like really long know how to do it. You can do it too, I promise you. Thank you for looking beautiful next to Gina Davis. I love his bit of people ask me, is it Goldblum or Goldblum? And I always tell them the same thing. Why are you speaking to me? I mean, God, the man is a funny man. So, yeah, there's always a hack. There is always a hack. I still hold one of the most controversial opinions of I personally think The Fly is bad. But hell yeah, if you enjoyed it. I mean, that's fair. It's a movie that, Cronenberg is not for everybody. Especially because I know that you like media made for 8-year-olds. No. Cronenberg's not for everybody. Like, he's a very surrealist, like, filmmaker. His ideas are fucking bizarre. His imagery is bizarre. And not everyone's, like, into, like, crazy, weird body horror, which is kind of, like, the entire point of that movie is, like, look at the practical effects that we wanted to do. Also, just, yeah, story-wise, it's, like, fucking out of left field, right? So I get it. No, I 100% understand why people wouldn't like that movie. It's like not my favorite out there, but I have fun with it. I'm so sorry that the lovingly crafted sequel to your Comfort Games additional content wasn't to expectations. Signed at Kerbal Space Program player. Womp. Infinite baboon glitch. It was a pacing for me. The practical effects were banging though. Okay. Real recognize real on that one. That's fair. A lot of movies from that era really, I mean, we were still chewing on 70s pacing. where we unfortunately allowed like too many like giallo thrillers to take over like the horror game. And like, unless you were Dario Argento and even some of his work, pacing was dry in that era. So a lot of 80s movies kind of, yeah. And Cronenberg in general, again, because he's just trying to say so much. He's that sophisticated. He's that elevated in his filmmaking. He does like hit the dry pacing every now and then, for sure. So I get it. You're right. I've actually never seen The Fly 2. Never seen that one. I've only ever seen the old black and white Fly, so I have no opinion here. Fair. I don't know why I'm so negative today. Maybe my cycle is on the way. Yeah, maybe it is. So tell it to fuck itself, because you're awesome, and I believe in the goddamn potential of all possibilities. I believe in the goddamn potential of every fucking person here. Don't give up on yourself, because you got people who haven't, but we can't do the heavy lifting. You gotta do it yourself as well, okay? If you're doing something nice for yourself, don't like immediately cast the gloomy cloud over it. You got new glue-on nails. They're gonna look so cool. They're gonna look so pretty. Fucking look forward to that shit. We're gonna be like, ooh, ah, if you put it in the Discord. It's gonna like be awesome. Me and the squad watched Videodrome, and it was wild. Oh, yeah, that's a fun one. I do wish with Videodrome that you didn't have to just wait for the payoff of it, though. Like, that is an awesome finale scene, like, really good, Act 3. But again, it suffers from that, like, this was made in the 80s, and the pacing of Act 1 and 2 is going to kind of be not that strong. So... yeah, there's kind of a lot of things, just watching things happen. And it's got a great social commentary, and the practical effects, especially at the end, are like, wow, those are seared into my brain. But as far, it kind of sucks, because I see a lot of modern horror movies that like idolize that era of horror. And some of my favorite horror movies come from that era, like The Thing. John Carpenter is like one of my favorite horror directors of all time, and he suffers from that. Like, we're not going to do anything too crazy until like the final act thing, but he sprinkles enough substance in there that's why he sticks out for me compared to like a lot of directors of that era. And like, it kind of sucks when someone's like I do this with the movie Malignant, for instance. It's not a fucking good movie. That movie actually sucks. Until the final moments. But that is my guilty pleasure movie, where I'm like, it's so crazy of a twist at the end, you kind of have to see it. So I'm going to tell you have to see it. But nothing like good happens in the movie or interesting happens in the movie until the like last 15 or 20 minutes of the movie. And then you get this ridiculous, over the top, insane final act, crazy set piece with like insane practical effects. And you go, in that moment, you get gaslit into being like, oh my God, the whole movie is worth it. But like, when you look at structurally as like a piece of art, it kind of sucks dick. It's like not a good movie. So I do like a lot of that myself as well. And it sucks that like a quote good horror movie these days is like, oh, we are gonna not build like a good story around this. The pacing's gonna be ass. The acting's gonna be so-so. We're not really going to focus on the movie aspect of the movie, because we know the set piece is going to be so insane that people are going to remember that and think it like rewrite how good the experience was overall. And I like when there's a slow burn. I like when there's like a slow burn that leads into like an out of this world payoff, but it's a fine art. And it used to be we'd get like 4 or 5 movies a year that really nailed it. And people were like, maybe that's just not my kind of movie to make. And now everyone's trying it. I'm getting like a little bit of like A24 fatigue, for instance. Like, I'm getting a tiny bit of A24 fatigue, where I'm like, I get it. This has deeper social commentary. I love when my movies have deeper social commentary. Horror as a subgenre is deeply political a lot of the time. But also like, dude, you're focused so much on your message and the wacky set piece that people are going to put up screenshots and GIFs of for the next 10 years, more than like building a comprehensive, enjoyable movie around this. And that's kind of what bugs me. So, recatches a negative mindset and takes it out back. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you have a negative mindset, I'm a tough love the shit out of that. For sure. Yeah, Malignant's dog shit, and I love it. Yeah, exactly. It's like my, like, guilt. That's my fast food burger of a movie, where I'm like, you're going to ultimately have diarrhea from this. And you're going to be like, wow, that movie sucked. but you're gonna really enjoy the last couple bites of it. It's gonna be a fun time for you because you're gonna go, oh wait, I didn't know there were pickles in this. This was at the end. Wow. The movie is Malignant. Yeah, A24, fatigue is real. Yeah, because I love, here's my thing. I love art house. I'm a pretentious fuck. Go look at my letterbox. I'm a piece of shit. I don't care. I love like old Akira Kurosawa films. Like stack up the OG fucking Seven Samurais against like anything out there, and it's getting diffed. I don't care. There's not a modern movie that can touch some of those films. But like also, I want to be entertained. Like Sinners did it so well, right? I know I beat this to death, but like Sinners, it balances the entertainment value with cultural commentary, with really fun concepts, with excellent acting, with brilliant set pieces, beautiful, beautiful moments that just, the music, the score of the film is lining up exactly the way it should with the cinematography and what the characters are doing. And it's like this perfect like combination of like this is film. But like there's a lot of shit out there that gets like critical acclaim that I'm just like, I think this is a little bit, people are drinking the Kool-Aid. So yeah. Curly Fries, I like the occasional like low budget B horror movie. It's like, I know it's shit, but it's so fun. And I like when a movie's so good it's bad, but a lot of the time some movies are so bad they're just bad. So it is one of those things where, I don't know. It's just like heading out early. Moldy, take care. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate it. Get some good sleep. Yeah, see, and that's the example, like Velocipaster is the example of a self-aware bad movie. And then every now and then you get a movie that is not self-aware that's so bad that it's funny. For instance, the newest War of the Worlds with Ice Cube. I don't know. I might have to like talk to my therapist about that one. That might be the worst movie that's ever been made. In like maybe movies were a mistake kind of movie. That movie is such absolute ass dog shit. I made better film than that in student film in college. But like, then there's movies that are trying to be horror comedy that miss the mark. Most recently, the movie Primate. I wanted to fucking love that movie, and it had some like actually like really pretty shots in it. Then it had a lot of really ugly green screen. That movie it had a ridiculous concept. It had a ridiculous, silly setup. The teens were like stupid to the point where you're like, I just want to watch them die. I'm not going to root on any of these people. Like old school, like B-movie creature feature kind of vibe. But it just wasn't funny enough. It just did not nail its own humor, like for the subgenre of like schlocky B-movie, like 80s throwback creature feature horror movie. It just didn't do it well enough. And I was bored to tears. It made me so sad. And Morgan was literally bored to tears. That's the one I was telling y'all about, that the credits rolled and she literally cried. Morgan literally cried when the credits rolled. She looked at me, burst into tears, and went, "That movie was so bad." And it made me so sad because I was like, I saw what it was going for, and it could have been hilarious. And there were a couple movies that made me laugh, but like, or a couple scenes that made me laugh, but like overall, that movie fucking sucked because it like still wanted to do something beyond the like just basic formula that it could have just stuck to. Like, I would have been fine if it was completely derivative to crazy monkey with rabies kills everybody, but in like insane ways though. Like, I wanted it to be like more insane, but it was like afraid of its own like concept. It was afraid of going too over the top. So it like, and then it tried to like ham fist in some like emotional sub story. And I was like, dude, no, don't do this. This is so stupid and like completely pointless to the like structure of this movie and like the message of it. There was no message. Like, stop trying to put the message. This was a moment you don't need a message. Like, just give me my silly, goofy, like baby sensory. So, I don't know. Nothing pisses me off more than a bad portrayal of rabies in a movie. Dude, you would fucking hate Primate. And here's the thing. It's meant to be like, oh, this doesn't make sense. We're using video game logic for what rabies is. Like, all you have to know is, like, rabies are bad, and monkeys that have rabies will be aggressive. And that's kind of all it does. And it's a completely, and again, it could have leaned into that more of like, we know this is not actually what rabies does. We're self-aware, haha. We're gonna elbow you, the audience, and we wink at you and shit. But it didn't do that. It like took itself like its stupid, like Cliff Notes version of rabies, like a little too seriously. And it's just like, why are you doing that? Like, why are you doing that? Mins, never heard of that one. It's gonna be like 200 movies down on my to-watch list, though. I'll just warn you. I have been watching a lot of stuff. If y'all don't follow me on Letterboxd, you can follow me there. Same username as everywhere. Go find Girbeagly on Letterboxd and just know that's where you'll get the best film opinions of all time. Morgan, dude, the one that sucked. Some of you might have seen this on socials already. Morgan and I watched The Mortuary Assistant. Hit video game from, what was that, like 2022? I loved all the Let's Plays of that I watched. I thought the concept of that was great. As a game, it was really cool. It had deep lore. The puzzles were interesting. There was like cool imagery. It was creepy as hell. Great atmosphere. And then they made a movie of it, and Morgan and I watched it. And I almost fell asleep like twice during it. And there's no tension in the movie at all. The jump scares are so telegraphed that it's boring. They completely remove anything that makes the original storyline interesting. The acting is so fucking bad. I hate, you know me. I hate, oh my God, yeah, Shira, hydrophobia is talked about a little bit in the movie, and also I've seen videos of people with hydrophobia from rabies, and it's so sad and scary. But it was, yeah, Mort ass, yeah. Yo, what's up, Ephraim? Welcome. As you can see, Ephraim, you're the only one who keeps me fed in this community. Thank you again for your contribution earlier. The money will be used for something irresponsible. That's a lie. I have so much debt I have to pay right now. Welcome back. Went to the weed store. Oh my God, you did treat yourself. Let's go. Yes, you treated yourself. Elijah, hello, hi, welcome. Yeah, they destroyed that movie. I don't like it. It takes a lot for me to insult acting, because acting. So here's the thing. This is the PSA real quick. As an actor, you will have your acting criticized at some point, either by a critic, other actors, people who have never acted in their life who are just audience members, whatever the fuck. Like, it just is part of it, right? But as an actor, I try to do my due diligence to not be unfair about acting, because as an actor, it's not always up to you. Sometimes you'll do a dog shit take and you'll be like, oh, wait, hey, can I do another take of that? I fucked this up. And the director's like, nope, we're on a strict schedule. We're just going to make it work. Like, we'll take that take. Or in an even worse case scenario, you have a director who's like, oh no, that what you thought was a shitty take, I liked that take. We're taking that one. And they get to make the final call and put the crappiest take that you might have done out of 10 takes in the final product. So a lot of the times that is on the editors, that's on the directors, that's on someone that is not the actor themselves. That said, the takes that were, also, Ephraim, that's amazing. That's so cool. I hope that you get along and have a lot of fun. It's really cool. That said, there's a character in the Mortuary Assistant movie that delivers all of his lines. And it's not a very big cast, but he delivers all of his lines essentially like this. Wait, where are you right now? You're home? Oh, you don't want to be home right now. That's the most unsafe place for you. You want to be at the mortuary. That is a very safe place for you to be right now. And it could be the bad script. But yeah, it's rough. It's very community theater at times. And I'm not going to blame the actors again. I'm not going to blame them. A lot goes into what take gets taken for the final product. But a director, a good director, and a good editor should know better. They made it, yeah. They found a way to take one of the scariest horror games I've watched in recent years and make it just devoid of any tension. The pacing is ass. Acting's bad, like I said. The script is just god fucking awful. But hey, at the end of the day, please take this with a grain of salt, because who the fuck am I? I've never made a fucking movie. This person went out and they made a movie. Good for them, right? And I'm happy another video game adaptation happened, and I'm happy to know that like game devs are starting to at the very least get paid a big sack of money to sell the rights for their movie. That said, I'm really excited for Alana Pierce's project, where the writers are the game devs themselves in the projects she gets involved in and helps fund and greenlight. And that is a really cool idea, because I oftentimes think video game writers are better than movie writers who are trying to adapt a video game narrative. So the effects suck in the movie. There's a couple like cool practical effect moments, but even the practical effects look really cheap. It did have a shoestring budget, I think, of like $5 million or something. So I'll give them that at least. It made me very sad. No, it made me really, really sad. It was, you can read my review on Letterboxd. I just put it up, and it's also on my Instagram stories and my Blue Sky. But yeah. No, Ace, it's you're being very kind in trying to give the benefit of the doubt, but you're also being very wrong. So, yeah. You know what? It's a start. Even as much of a critic as I am, their failure means they tried. Exactly. And it wasn't made with AI. So that's the kind of the way that I've been looking at shit recently, Ephraim, is as much as I'm like, I don't necessarily enjoy this as a piece of art, at least it is a piece of art. At least somebody fucking tried it, and they made it with human effort. And unfortunately, that's where the bar's at. That is how little I think of you if you use Gen AI, is you are worse than a 1-star movie on Letterboxd for me. You are literally pond scum. Someone who knows almost nothing about Mortuary Assistant, it feels almost impressive to make, from what I've heard, one of the scariest games into something meh. Yeah, they just ignored the source material almost completely. Like, you know, the names are the same, the storyline's technically the same, but again, if this had been a middle school play, I would have been like, wow, man, those kids are so creative. But because this was a big, you know, like movie, it was, yeah. So, oh, I know, Liz. I wish they didn't include Lady Rainicorn except for in a couple text messages in the game, which made me kind of sad. Going to the box site to read the review. It's pretty short. You'll enjoy it. Yeah. Commit and whole acid or else. Exactly. They made a bad movie with their own blood, sweat, and human tears. Good on them. Yeah, exactly. And that's, again, that's why I'm like, oh, I don't really like ripping this apart, but like, objectively, this was not worth my time as a viewer. But I'm glad they just made something, you know? Would rather watch 3 hours of badly written and acted schlock than even 1 second of AI slop. Exactly. Exactly. Becca, welcome. You can't hear me. But yeah, that's on your end. Yes, how much of all of those involved learned from it? That's my silver lining. Exactly. It's like, you'd hope that like this was a learning experience and people's next work is going to be awesome. That said, the director of the movie, this was his 31st film. So I think we might just have like Gen X man as the issue there. I think it's just a Gen X man who goes, I think I could do it better. So for him, maybe, but maybe some of the young crew, maybe someone who's like, this was my first time, like, you know, like DPing or something like that. I mean, this is my first, well, that's a film term. Okay. That's a bad term for the internet. This is my first time, being like a grip or something on a set. This is my first time like booming a scene. But yeah, the director, maybe not so much. You see the Assassin's Creed movie whenever that came out? I did get a good laugh out of that movie. I did laugh at that one. Also, like, why Michael Fassbender for that role? I would watch that to erase my memories of when someone subjected me to Fruit Love Island. The only Fruit Love that I want to see is Hey Bear dancing fruit videos. You know? So, I say what I have said before. We could have it all if white men in Hollywood would shut the fuck up. Yeah. Yeah, 30-second times the charm. Exactly. Damn, first time on a movie and he's already deep. Oh my God. There's a whole film industry for that specific phrase. Yeah. It's very lucrative from what I hear. So, yeah. Damn, but yeah, going in with no experience. That said, oh my God, yeah, it's I was really sad. I think on Letterboxd, Mortuary Assistant has like a 1.6 out of 5 right now, and I don't always agree with the crowd. Most of the time, I don't agree with public opinion on things because like I am just very independent and like my own opinions. But this is one I'm gonna have to give it to the general consensus. A man can only dream of achieving deep. The bar for me right now is 1, is it AI? 2, was it made by a cishet white nepo millionaire billionaire man who refused to listen to anyone other than his own opinion? No, both awesome. I don't care how bad it is. See, that's the thing. This guy only had like a $5 million budget. I don't think he was even rich. I think he was just like a white Gen X man. And unfortunately, their idea of the peak of like cinema is a problematic movie from like the 80s. That is no longer critically acclaimed because everyone has evolved in a mental way. They're the ones who had like got stuck, you know. We're at over 50%. You're right. Let's go. The girl who plays Rebecca in the movie is Aqua. Yes, in Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. Everyone was like, man, this sucks because Willa is in this. I can't remember her last name. But everyone's like, oh man, Willa's in this? I loved her in this. I loved her in this. I loved her in this. Why is she in this? But then also with the way the economy is, I'm like, okay, I guess rent could have been due. So I just hope she had fun while filming. Because sometimes you still have fun on a film set or a theater set, even if the end product kind of blows. And pretty much any theater kid or any actor can attest to that. I have been a part of video games that weren't that strong. Is the best way I could probably put it. But I had a blast recording for them. I had a blast interfacing with the rest of my cast and stuff like that. So, yeah. Yeah, a Mortuary Assistant movie on only $5 million could have killed in the hands of a queer director-writer combo. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely agreed. Queer horror is really having a renaissance right now. There's a lot of like very cool queer directors and stuff trying to get involved with stuff. It's very slowly taking off, but it is an important aspect of cinema that I hope gets a lot more attention. Obviously, kind of a farther shot with the way that society is at the moment, but you love to see those wins and celebrate them where they are. If someone's sense of humor hasn't evolved past Pauly Shore, yeah, look for your entertainment elsewhere. Yeah. You know exactly the kind of guy I'm talking about, Rat. Exactly. It's like, oh, man. Hey, I'm not saying all 56-year-old white men have bad taste, but boy, oh boy, if you're one who's like, man, Pauly Shore is still my favorite comedian. Yeah. You gotta go into the bin, buddy. I'm sorry, the world has moved past you. We are on a completely different planet. You can... feel free to enjoy those things, but if those are the only influences you have in your lifetime, there's probably a reason you're seeing less and less friends show up to the barbecue. So, yeah, peeps do gotta get paid. I never blame it on the actors because, like, actors are not, unless you are a AAA actor, you are most likely living fairly project-to-project paycheck. Film does not pay great, even for people who are the leads in like an independent movie like that. So the first short film I worked on had such a fun set environment and is responsible for getting me into filmmaking and also turned out unbelievably mid. Yeah. Sometimes the vision is there, the execution is not. So, yeah. Oh no, Neat Sauce. See, that is something to be sad about. I'm so sorry. That is the worst. But Father, can I leave that be on my own? God. I restarted my PC and the audio is fixed. Becca, welcome back with the added ability to hear. Good to have you here. Welcome. was waiting for an Assassin's Creed movie for a long time and then was super disappointed by whatever the heck that movie was. Yeah, I feel you, Xander. Don't remember what happened, but I remember hating it. It was just incredibly mid, and it was a terrible interpretation of the source material, and we also had a white guy playing someone who should have been represented by a Mina person. So, yeah. A lot of that was rough. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. That's the other thing. That artists of all sorts need to, like, climb out of their own assholes. You can make something that might not be well received, and yeah, some of this stuff might be, like, unwarranted, what's said to you, and you might take it to heart. Obi-Wan, welcome to the stream, by the way. But it is one of those things where it's like, I like when someone's like, oh my God, we made this thing, and we weren't sure if it was going to be good, and it kind of flopped, but, like, let's meme about it, let's goof about it, let's show, like, behind the scenes of us actually having a fun time making it, though. Like, there is self-awareness there. We weren't just trying to be, like, super serious, and we ended up, like, creating, like, this nothing burger, like, goofy, shitty movie. Like, no. Like, we actually knew that, like, the scene might come off as, like, kind of humorous to audiences. Or, like, hey, now that we know that this became, like, an iconic scene in the movie that's so bad it's good, let's lean into that. Like, let's do funny stuff around it. Like, ego death is the most important thing as a creative person, or you will go insane and you will not fucking make it. I promise you. If you are like, I cannot, my acting's been criticized in voice acting shit before. Did I go, oh man, I gotta go like fight every fucking person who says that and go, oh, you try it. Like, sure, at the end of the day, most of those people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about because they've never acted a day in their life, and they've never acted well a day in their life. But some of the criticisms are valid, and I just go, cool, something to bring with me on my next edition and my next role, and I'll get better. And then also it's just like, oh yeah, maybe, like, guys, you have no idea how much I'd love to go back and, like, remaster those lines. That would be really fun, actually, because holy cow, what was younger me doing? You have to do that, or you're a little bitch, honestly. Like, you will not make it in the creative arts because you're wound too tight, and you are designed to essentially only respond to stress or praise. And those are that's a big gulf between those two things. And you have to grow up and do a little bit better about it. Give me 1 second, Mins, to read this. Oh, yo, I love that. What a little surprise gift. I love that, Mins. That rocks. That's so cute. Yeah, exactly, Nye. Yeah, they lived in a different world. I ironically love it. See, that's the thing. Like, you're allowed to do whatever the hell you want. I don't care what your opinion is about stuff, the same way that, like, you are allowing me to have my opinion. Like, enjoy what you want. Enjoy trash. Like, there is, like, fun trash out there, dude. I don't know, Morgan and I are in the watching the original 90s Beverly Hills 90210. Is it a good show? Abso-fucking-lutely not. There was a time, a couple episodes back, I looked Morgan dead in the eyes. I said, babe, I don't know if I'm strong enough to get through this entire show. We have 2 seasons left. What the fuck do you mean it gets worse? But it's trash that's fun that we just turn our brains off and watch, and we groan and we go, oh my God, why is that character doing that? Oh God, they're doing what? They have how many bombs? Why do they have bombs at all? You know, like, it is funny. It is fun to do that. So I'm not here to judge people about that kind of shit. Like, enjoy whatever the hell you want, right? Silvermere, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Yeah, the goal is to have fun. It doesn't matter if you're like, I had fun because that movie made me emotional and made me cry and it, like, healed a part of my inner child, or I had fun because it was dog shit and it was so funny, or, like, it was just the entertainment. The value you get out of something is kind of up to you. Yeah, exactly. Like, the Wicked cast, it sucks. I kind of set myself up for failure with that movie because, like, there's some things I like about that movie. Like, I think Ariana Grande is, like, a fun, like, Glinda and stuff like that. But I saw it right off the back of seeing Wicked in theater for the first time, and the theater cast blew that cast away. Like, truly, like, just, oh, wow. The theatrical interpretation was much better than the cinematic interpretation, in my opinion. So I set up that movie for failure because I watched it immediately after I watched like theater. like a theater production, like an off-Broadway production, which I loved, and again was an amazing way to honor my sister. Wicked was one of her favorite movies, but even before she passed, I was talking to my sister. I was like, hey, have you had a chance to see the Wicked movie yet? Like, I'll watch that with you. And she just went, Brian, it kind of sucks. It's going to be one of the last movies I ever watched because it sucked. I didn't really like it that much. I thought it was kind of mid. So it was like one of those moments I was like, oh man, that's awful to hear. But it's like, yeah, I think that movie would have been more fun if the cast actually had fun making it. And Ariana Grande had fun making it because she dreamt of being Glinda since she was like a small child, allegedly. So, yeah. Love shit from a butt media. Yeah, like just enjoy your garbage. We're all raccoons at the end of the day, you know? There's almost never a comparison between stage version and movie version. Stage wins damn near every time. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Like, and that's a little bit of bias from being a stage actor, but also, like, I've done film. I've done short film. Like, I've done student film. But there's something like it's a living stage versus like, and you can, and that's why a good movie sticks out, right? It immerses you, it pulls you in, it makes you feel something, have some kind of reaction, despite the fact that these were pre-recorded images that were very heavily doctored and very heavily like curated, right? Whereas a stage, there's this living, breathing motion to it. Even if someone fucks up their part while on stage, the rest of the cast either giggles around it and works around it or adjusts in real time in a way that it feels seamless. And there's just this like, this real-time feedback that's so alive, and you don't get that in film the same way. And I love film. Film is like my favorite hobby, is just watching movies and being like, oh my God, what acting can I take from these people I look up to on screen? Or like, wow, that was an incredible performance. Or wow, that set piece, that cinematic shot was like it's gonna stick with me forever, that kind of thing, right? But like, there's something about seeing the wide angle of the whole stage moving around and having choreographed parts and stuff. It's just like so fucking fascinating, right? I love theater. I do miss it. I think about doing community theater all the time, and then I'm like, with what fucking time, dude? I'm writing a book. I'm making music. I'm trying to get caught up on content. I stream all the time. I do voice acting. Like, dude, how would I? Maybe someday. We'll see. This is the new Adventure Time pack. Yo, what's up, Bard? Enjoy your garbage. We're all raccoons at the end of the day is such a fantastic way of looking at media preferences. Yeah. Fucking, like, the trash I eat is from a different dumpster than the one you eat out of. Like, do whatever the hell you want. You know? Cosmo, welcome. See, that's what I can't get into, because I'm like, those people were real human beings who caused real harm with their attitudes. That's the part where I was like, oh, God. Good Lord. Yeah, I agree. You never got like any of those big dance ensemble parts where it felt like the whole scene was like moving and shaking and like it took away the scope. The movie almost, yeah, it was like too punched in, right? You didn't get all the good choreography. The cinematography of it was like really, they tried to make it more of a movie than they tried to keep it a musical, is my critique about it. So, yeah. Yeah, Ephraim, you get it. Do things for fun. Not because you expect success or that it's going to be good at the end of the day. It's what I was talking about with chat earlier. It's like if you set off on a creative path of, I'm going to paint. I'm not experienced in it, but I'm going to try to paint. But it has to be perfect. It has to be good. People have to praise me for it. Or I'm going to write, or I'm going to make content, or I'm going to try voice acting for the first time. And I need immediate praise and feedback. Why was the praise your goal? Why not the joy of learning and improving over time as an art form that you will then objectively probably be better at, just compared to any previous version of yourself? Why not the joy of just putting something into the world and creating? That's the goal. Oh, you actually set out to do something? That's more than 90% of the population who sits on their fucking thumb and goes, I'm going to sit here and bitch about everything and complain about everything, and everyone sucks at what they do. I've never tried to do any of the things that they do, but I'm going to sit here and just be like a horrible fucking soul-sucking piece of shit about everyone else who's trying. Again, congrats on your failures, because you actually tried. That's more than most people. So that's the way that I try to look at any creative endeavor, even if it's in your free time for fun. So Yeah, if you don't enjoy the process, then why are you even doing it? If you think it's like, oh, this is going to be my like next income stream, I'm sorry, you're a little bit stupid. Because again, like was mentioned before, things are very saturated right now. You're going to be a dime a dozen. If your heart's not in it, that comes through. People go, wait, this person's not passionate about this shit at all. Like, who the fuck are they? Like, it does not translate to success at that point. Someone's going to call you out. Someone's going to figure you out. You're not as good of a faker or grifter as you probably think you are in those moments. And then, like, the other thing is like, why wouldn't you want it to be as good as you can make it? Why wouldn't you enjoy making at all? Like, why is, like, the making, like, no one goes, oh, I want to make art only so I can sell art. Someone goes, I have this funky, weird-ass idea in my brain. If I don't put it on canvas right now, my brain is going to bleed out of my fucking ears. Like, I have to do this now. I have this compulsion. I have this desire, this, like, primal heartbeat that I can't explain that goes, wait, I have to make this thing. No one else has made this thing. Or, like, I want to put my own interpretation on this thing that was made. Oh, man, I have to do it in my way. I got to do it. That's exciting. That's a success in and of itself. You had an idea and you did it? Holy fucking shit, man. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. I'm serious about that. Every time Shira, like y'all hear about this all the time, Shira makes some of the funkiest, coolest art I've ever seen in my life. And this is not me glazing Shira just because I gave birth to them. Shira has one of the coolest, most unique art styles, and a plethora of art styles as well. Like, there is a variety of art styles that Shira has that I am enamored by. And but Shira is just like, I had the idea for like a fucking like 5-headed giraffe that also has like toes halfway up its neck or whatever fucking insane things you think of. And I just decided to put that on paper, and then I put it up online. And it's like, that didn't exist before. Like, why the fuck did you do that? That's genuinely so fucking cool. You just thought of that and did it. And now it exists. And now other people can know it exists. Other people now know that exists. That's fucking dope. Yeah, sick in the head. We all are. Anyone who's creative is insane enough to try. And that makes you fucking awesome. And I want more of you. I want more of you here. I want more of you giving a shit about what you're passionate about and doing it and just doing the goddamn thing. It makes me so fucking happy, dude. You have no idea how happy it makes me when someone joins chat and goes, hey, I picked up my watercolor set that I haven't used in a couple of years. And I just started making stuff. I started doing like oil pastel paintings again for the first time in like 2 years. And I'm doing it again. Like that, dude, what do you mean you fell back in love with yourself? What do you mean that like a part of your soul that you thought was an ember that was dying out suddenly reignited? That's the fucking human experience. That rules so fucking hard, dude. Do that.
Hello bitches, I come to share good news.
Good Lord.
My friend and I signed a lease for an apartment. Yippee. Love you.
Yo, Ephraim. Also, Beans, thank you for the 71 months. Hello. That's so kind. Also, congrats on the signed lease. Let's go. Holy shit. Thanks for sharing the news with Late Night Gang. Love that for you. It's incredible. New chapter of your life. That rocks. Also, Ephraim, very excited for you to check out Red Scythe. Fantastic. One of my favorite resources to shout out. I would not be half the actor I am without them. Like, seriously. You're going to start off rough because, like you said, you're hesitant. You don't know what you want to learn. That's the whole point of the person leading the class. They're going to structure what they're teaching around that. You'll have a more honed in idea of, oh, well, that's not the type of acting I was, like, really interested in. So good to know that I won't, like, do, like, another workshop of that. Or maybe I can pick up some skills from this that are transferable to the type of acting or type of roles that I would want. Or, wow, hey, I didn't realize that, like, this really resonates with me. This is really cool. I'm going to take another class like this. You'll figure it out. 100% agree with that. More movie and less theater, which really did it a disservice. They shot it like, yeah. And I'm glad I nailed what I meant to say with that. So, yeah. Sorry. God. I'm having trouble breathing these days. Obviously. Like that Defunctland tweet, the only thing worse than making a video is not making a video. I agree. Yeah, Shira deserves the glazing and way more commissions, honestly. You're right. So, When do I get to hear your music? Whenever the fuck I have time to work on it. Oh my God, dude. Again, I've written some stuff. Morgan likes the stuff I've written, and that's a good enough endorsement for me right now. But like actually factually being able to release something is, yeah, a little far and away at the moment. So, Brookie, thank you for adding that. Yeah, thank you again for the big resub, by the way. Again, I know that like this time of the year slows down a little bit as people go out and they do their own thing. But those of you who are still resubbing, we dropped to beneath 300 subs again, which always makes me a little nervous. But it is what it is. We're going to get back up to, you know, like okay 400 at some point. And that's not my main priority here. I'm going to keep doing as good of a job as I can with my job. And I hope that you keep having fun showing up for whatever streams you can. Thank you for your time. Thanks for your long-term support with that big resub. Thank you to everybody who's sticking around and just enjoying anything that I do. So, yeah, Bard, enjoy Shortlist. It's a great opportunity. I just do it to support June. I don't give a shit if I win or not because my goal as an actor who has known June as long as I have is to just harass June whenever I can. So, the water doesn't help, Ephraim. I'm so sorry. It's just my voice is like completely raw. So Neat sauce. I'm proud of you. I'm so glad that we've been able to inspire you. Okay. Yeah, lubing up the throat. That's for Morgan, guys, not for you. Come on. Obi-Wan, thank you for the 30 stream streaks. And speaking of, like, thank you so much for sticking around. Like, really appreciate like all your support. Sorry, I'm just checking stuff off camera here. Yeah, we're at 287 subs, which is like the lowest we've had. But to be fair, I was gone for like a week and a half. So now that I'm back, and even if I'm not 100%, I promise consistent streams again. We're going to get back to like 8 billion viewers or whatever the hell we were at before I left on my trip. We're going to get back to like the 600 subs or whatever we were up to. We're going to knock this shit out of the park. I'm going to get some girl looks again going. I'm going to play more scary games. I'm going to play like a lot more story-based shit that people have been looking forward to for a while. It's going to be awesome. Get ready to just party here. Get ready to have fun. This is the best corner on the internet, and no one can really challenge us on that. So, I signed up for in-person improv classes locally. Let's fucking go. That rocks. Okay, here's the thing. I will say this. Improv classes are the reason I am the actor I am today. Classical acting classes, they're great. They're wonderful. But I know how to, because I've felt depression, I know how to do depressed. Because I have felt anger, I know how to do anger. Because I have read so many parts in my life in acting projects. I know how to bounce off another actor. All that stuff, it can be taught to me over and over, and it's a great refresher when I like take classes and whatever. But improv, all off the cuff. You're shooting from the hip the whole time. Your brain has to work quick. You gotta get witty. You gotta make a joke in the moment or know when to shut up for a beat for someone else to fill the space. You know how to take up the room when it's your turn. You know how to simultaneously overlap with someone else's insane dialogue to create a scene that is entertaining for the community or for the viewers. It could be funny. It could be sad. It could be like I've improv. This is the thing about improv. Everyone only thinks of improv comedy, right? Improv is great for serious acting as well. Like being able to do like the stuttery, like, hey, what? I am, no, dude, you went to the, come on. Like shifting your emotion 5 times in the same like delivery. That is all part of improv. You do have to learn that shit. Like it's very, very important. So like improv accounts for way more of my acting, especially because improv is encouraged with a lot of voice acting projects. Very light improv, mind you. You don't get to like take over the writing responsibility most of the time. But like, yeah, that's going to be awesome. So yeah, just
punched me in the boob.
Loga, thank you for the 10 months. What the heck? In double digits. Can we get a little bit of hype and pride for a double digit sub also from Beans as well? Back-to-back double digits. I appreciate you for supporting what I do here. Just think you know that any Just think you should know that any progress I make with this passion is completely your fault because you inspired and encouraged me by being your amazing self. Well, that's very sweet. Acting is a skill like any other. I promise you. You might not be the most like mentally in tune with every character that you do, but the skill of acting itself, of emoting, I mean, if you're neurodivergent, you act every day. You're masking, right? Like, that is a big boon for me with my own acting, is I know how to pretend. And that's all acting is. You're sitting around and you're pretending, and it's so fun to do, and you get to do it with other people, and isn't that fucking cool? I love that. So give yourself some credit, too, for, like, ripping off the Band-Aid and taking the leap and being like, no, this is a skill I want to get better at. Like, you can do it. I promise you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, improv is any acting scenario, not just comedy. Uber, welcome to the stream as well. Welcome. Yeah, it gets you to think on your feet, which is so important because that's the other thing, especially for voice acting. I've talked about this. Voice acting, so many of you want to get into it, or you've heard me talk about it, and you might not 100% know how it works. 99% of voice acting, I think, is harder than on stage or on film, on camera acting I've done in my lifetime. And the reason for that is 99% of voice acting is cold reading. And I'm not talking about your audition. Of course, that's cold reading. But you actually get more prep time with your audition than you get for 99% of the voice acting roles you do. When you hear a voice actor doing their goddamn best behind a microphone, that is most likely the very first time they have ever seen that script. Been lurking but heard you were under 300 subs, so that's my contribution. Logo, that's so sweet. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. I primarily want to learn improv acting in general. Yes, it's so helpful for TTRPG. And yeah, interfacing with like kids. Like I like talk to like strangers and kids and teens and whoever, like, so much easier because like I always have something I can kind of pull from because of my I guess like I'm more open to just being able to take a thread from something else that someone has said because of improv and being able to run with it, finding that commonality, that through thread in the conversation. Really, really good. Wait, huh? Yes. So if y'all don't know, not what I was expecting Brie to say. Oh, that's why you said, huh? You thought I was going to say something else. But no, you have to know how to read a script and notes and figure out how to play it so fast. Yeah. Oftentimes, I've worked with directors that are like, I am not sticking around for you. So if you are not as quick as me when I say, okay, cool, next line. Or actually, most of the time, they don't give you a signal for next line. Most of the time, this is how my voice acting sessions go. Hey, what's up, Chris? It's great to see you again. Wonderful to work with you again. Yeah, it's good to see you, Brian. All right, anyway, so we're going to do just a lead into this take. And so here's the scenario that's going on. I'll give you a 3-count beat, and then just go. And the first time I ever did it, I went, so go with the first line, and then we'll, like, reconvene. And he was like, no. Just go. And I went, what the fuck? There's like fucking 20 lines before the next break. He's like, yep, just go. And it was just, okay, 3, 2, 1, you're counted in, go. And then he mutes his mic, and then I go crazy on the script. And then the only time you hear from a director like that is, Brian. Okay, before you go on to the next line, I did notice that you blew out the mic a little bit when you yelled, and I would like the escalation of your voice to actually pitch upwards at the end of that sentence instead of down. And the reason for that is, listen to this example I'll give you. See how it sounds down, like a loss of energy. You're actually gaining energy during this. So up and go, and that's it. And then you just you do it because time is money in voice acting, and they are paying you by the hour, and they do not want to pay me like another however many dollars an hour to waste their time. So you just fucking go, and you go, this is the first time I've ever read this character name in my life, though. What the fuck is this? Well, I don't even know what's happening in the scene that much. I have very little context. There's like very limited context notes. If you're doing it in line with an animation, or a dubbing of like a cutscene in a video game, it's the first time you've seen that scene as well, because most of the time that hasn't been released to the public yet, or has only been released in another language in its home country. So you want to match the mouth movements. Good luck. You get to it. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Uber, I love that. Yeah, karaoke. Again, it's supposed to be fun. You can learn from fun experiences too. Fucking do that. That rocks. Like, I love that. Yeah, Jack, let's go. Oil pastels. I like that a lot. That's so cool. So that's so intense. Yeah, but that's acting. So the face you made when they were waiting for you to start is so real. Yeah, it's literally like I'm used to it now. I'm used to like a quick cut in or a quick count in. But like, man, the first time I ever did it, I just 3, 2, 1, go. And I did the first line, and then there was like this awkward silence for a full 3 seconds. And I went, am I supposed to keep going? And he went, and unfortunately, he was so nice. He was like the nicest first director I could have gotten for like one of these projects. But he was just like, yeah, just keep going. Just keep going unless I chime in. Just assume you've done it well. And that's that. And then I go, okay. And then sometimes you go in and go, let's do 3 more takes of that with different inflections and deliveries. And then they don't tell you which one they're going to use. So it's not until the product's out that you get to hear which one they went with. So, yeah. The best advice I got from my voice coach for singing was learning to breathe. Everyone, yes, breath is 100% of acting, of singing. Yeah. Where you fit your breaths in, how deep of a breath to take, if it's a natural place to put in a breath and leave into the audio recording where it's not going to interrupt something. All of that's so important. Absolutely. So Bree is talking about acting is why I've been missing acting recently. Never too late to get back into it. Here's the way I look at it too. Like, even if you're like, oh my God, everything that possibly could have gone wrong in my life happened. Oh no, Brian, you were wrong. I never got an opportunity to act. I'm 76 years old now, the opposite of 6'7", and I don't feel young and hip enough to do it anymore. They always need like actors of all ages. Even if it starts as like an extra part, they need an actor probably in that age range for something. So, yeah, I don't know. Liz, yeah, I mean, like, tabletop's fun because it's supposed to be just like a goofy ass scenario. But like, if you do have a group dynamic understanding of like, hey, we would love if people participated a little bit more, and no one's like willing to do that. It does like get a little bit awkward. I get it. So, I had a voice teacher that was also a yoga instructor. We literally did yoga poses during my sessions, and I couldn't believe how much your entire body influences your voice. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a freak because I will actually do some of my voice acting sitting down. Most of the time, I can't get away with that. If I'm on camera, I will have a director say, Brian, is there any way you could stand up? I feel like a little bit of the compression, but I've also trained, because I played clarinet for so long, to use my diaphragm very differently than most people. So most of the time, directors are like, hey, if you want to sit, that's fine. But if it does hit a point where like we think the delivery or like the movement of your voice sounds a little bit withdrawn or strained or reserved or whatever because of like your posture, we will ask you to stand up. And I'm okay with that. But a lot of directors will like hear, oh, you can get really fucking loud while sitting down. And I'll be like, yeah, that's like 20 years of clarinet for you. Then they're pretty chill about it. But every actor is very different, and there definitely are some techniques and best practices that you probably should follow as an actor. I'm just the bad boy rebel of acting, where I don't follow anything. I don't have any like warm up. I just like fucking do it, man. But no, also like seriously, if you're trying to get serious about acting, you should probably listen to most professional voice actors about this stuff. I probably sing while sitting and have better breath control that way. Guys whose bad habits come from singing in the car constantly. Yeah. Everyone's gonna be different. I have friends who are like disabled voice actors, and they have to. It's the only option they have is to voice act while sitting down. One of my really close friends in voice acting, she is like one of the top disability advocates for SAG-AFTRA and the union, and she is constantly advocating for more remote recording and more disability accommodations for voice actors, especially if they are forced to go in studio. She does all of her voice acting sitting down. That's all she does. So, and she's in some really big fucking projects. So, yeah. Yeah, musicians are, a lot of musicians are at an advantage because you learned to do breath control while sitting down, for sure. But I will say this as well. It's easier. I prefer an in-studio setting where I can act standing up because this is why I love theater. It's full body movement. It doesn't matter that you're not on camera. You need to still emote. You still need to like move your face and move your body in a way that reflects whatever the fuck your character's doing, or it just does not sound good. I promise you, it doesn't sound nearly as good as you think it does. Your vocal acting is never going to carry you. It's just one component. So like you have to like move your body. So I like standing up for a lot of my sessions and being like, oh, I'm swinging a sword. Like actually moving your arms while you're like yelling out is going to produce a way more realistic and more convincing sound than just going, yeah, like into the mic like you just are an old man coughing in a Walmart. So, yeah. So what I'm hearing is I should lay flopped over a fence when recording lines. Yeah, if you do that for the short list, June will say thank you for the $20 and for trying. So it still gives me warm fuzzies that my operatic singing coach asked how long I'd been in choir. He had great breath control. Yeah, breath control is, again, like we were talking about earlier, like it is a skill. You have to develop that in acting, in music, in literally just so in sports, in anything. Like exercising. If you're exercising with bad breath control, you are not exercising well. Your red blood cells are not cycling oxygen the right way, and you're not going to get a very fulfilling workout. You're actually probably going to exhaust yourself without any results. So, yeah, that's kind of the way that I don't even remember how this conversation started. That rocks. I like that. I like when a conversation is just going and going. Y'all did the trick where you're like, we're going to mention voice acting. And then, yeah. Oh, it was improv talk. Yeah. Again, improv's awesome. It is one of my favorite fucking things that's ever been invented by human beings. Because it really is. There's no such thing as perfect improv. Everyone is just trying their best to keep up with each other. It is a bundle of synapses in your brain misfiring every direction. And then you just kind of get used to that level of stress. And then as a result, you get a little bit more used to that level of stress. And then congratulations, you're technically better at improv. But yeah, you have to be good at improv to a certain degree if you want to be a voice actor. You will not be given an opportunity to look at a script ahead of time 99% of the time. You are going to have to wing it. You are going to have to shoot from the hip. You're going to have to go, cool, so I know the characterization of this character from the audition, but I don't know how this character... But now I have to think leading up to my session, I have to prepare for every scenario. How would this character react if they found out that their mother died? How would this character react if they saw their best friend get punched? How would this character react if they just won $1 million? That is very important to be able to plan for those types of scenarios while knowing you will never know every scenario that character's probably going to be put in. And being able to just adjust for that and have like, even like a default, like it helps you line up like a default response. Like you'll hear a lot from people who like doing improv, the technique of yes and. Yes and is just like a built-in default. Like, oh, you don't have anything that you can really contribute yet. You can't jump into the improv session yet. So you go, huh, you found a horse at the bottom of your beer can. How did that happen? You know, and then you yes and that other person. And that is a safety net default thing that you can just resort to. So if you are like, I play characters, like angry characters this specific way, this is not necessarily an angry character, but oh my God, suddenly I'm in a part of the script where this character is like fuming. Shit, I got that in my repertoire. I already got that in my belt. I can just apply the characterization that I know of this character into what my typical delivery of like anger is, and then like personalize it for that character around that. So yeah, Yeah, improv's a great way to get over social anxiety. Because at some point, everyone in the session is like, I don't give a shit anymore. None of us are actually actors. We're all just a bunch of like weirdos. Like, what the fuck is it? Like, we looked into the eye of the storm and we realized what the hell is acting actually? It's just playing pretend. We're adults playing pretend. What the fuck? We are so weird. And that's what like every improv session devolves into at some point. And then the people who take it too seriously, they just like, I don't know, they go off and they get unfun serious roles, I guess, or something. But like, I like the flexibility that improv brings. I love that we're talking about breathing, chat. I love this. The noodle incident? Noodle incident? What are we? The cringe is so liberating. Yeah, the cringe, being in a room with other people who are like, I am willing to just let myself go and cringe with improv is unbelievably freeing. Oh, you think you're the best actor in the room? Guess what? We all actually suck. But we're going to like drop the expectations to this level of we are all cringe and we suck. So no one here thinks they're better than each other. And we're all just failing together and having fun doing it. That's like the goal of most improv. And then, like I said, if it's like a more serious improv session where it's like, today we are going to, here's the framework, here's the blocking that you have to hit, and just go. And then it devolves into like something a little bit more serious or a little bit more heavy. I don't know. You're making it up. You like know inherently in the back of your brain, you're like, oh my God, I can't have imposter syndrome because we're all making it up. We're all imposters. We're all the imposter. Emergency meeting. Let's just fucking wing it. Let's go. Let's do it. So I don't know. Yeah, we're all cringe and we're all free. Exactly. It's really wild how much time, effort, and stress a lot of us are putting into what is purely just playing pretend. Yeah, just fucking have fun with it. Like, have a blast, dude. Like, I don't know. If you want to hear me having a blast, go listen to Kat, my friend Kat Scratch's colonizer fake commercial. Go listen to that. That's me doing, like, fake commercial guy. All the drug effects voice that I don't get to do very often. And talking about, like, anuses. Like, that's great. Just have fucking fun with that. The noodle incident's a method of improv someone explained to me once where you build inner character history by essentially going, this is just like the noodle incident and ping pong what happened during the noodle incident. Oh, wow. I've never been taught that technique. I love that. It's very similar to other techniques I have been taught. Yeah, you kind of want like a go-to like mental prop, right? Or mental situation that you always default to. I like that as the noodle incident, though. That is actually really fun because it could be sinister, it could be funny, it could be so many different directions you could take that. So I like that so much, honestly. Yeah. Rap Mom loved the colonizer. I'm so glad. Again, when you have a friend who's like, Brian, I have a very stupid idea. And before she like even pitched anything to me, I was like, is there any way I can help, Kat? Is there anything I could contribute to this right now? Please tell me. Please tell me if there's something I could do for you right now. She's like, could I use your voice acting expertise? I was like, yeah, I will read anything you have. You write down any words on that paper and I am reading them for you, Kat, because I would fight 7 armies for you. I would absolutely, do anything for Kat. Kat is one of my favorite human beings alive. So true friendship right there. Yeah, I wanted whatever stupid idea she had to come out as stupid and fun as possible. And yeah, that was a blast. That was really good. I'd fight every head of Tiamat for Kat. I would fight, yeah, every deity that has ever existed. I would go to war for 100 years for Kat. Kat is one of my favorite people. So very, very, very funny little moment. Little mome, dude. But yeah. Go do your damn thing. If you want to get into acting, just do it. Dude, here's the other thing you got to remember. There are objectively bad actors out there getting work. There are objectively bad actors out there getting work. Who think they're great because, wow, they played a supporting role in a high school play 15 years ago. Oh, I wasn't talking about even AAA guys, but yeah, if you want to name like Jared Leto, yeah, I feel like that dude actually genuinely fucking sucks at acting. Man, I've been an observer in many voice acting classes where I am like, I don't necessarily need the experience of this voice acting class. I'm kind of just here because my friend is leading the voice acting class, and it's kind of cool to see like newer actors get like a handle of like their acting skill and learn things and be like light up when they have that like moment that clicks and they're like, whoa, yeah, wow, what good advice. I don't know. I just sometimes it's a good refresher for me. So I've sat in on a lot of classes where you have dude who has not done any sort of serious training or acting since I played one of the supporting roles to the lead in 11th grade in this musical that we did. Yeah, was basically the second best actor from my hometown of 1,000 people. And you gotta, sometimes you have someone who will take them by the shoulders and set them down and go, hey, stupid, pretty much everyone who gets work in this field was like the best in theater in their hometown. You're not really getting any bonus points for that. That's like baseline where we all start when we're like fucking asleep at the mic. Lamp, listen, we don't need Jared Leto to have active work for them to do that. That dream can still happen if we just petition hard enough. They replay movies where there's dead actors in it all the time, you know? Welcome, by the way. Speaking of, if anyone ever wants to know, also, Liz, thank you for the gifted sub. We are like 11 subs away, or I guess 13 subs away from getting back to 300. Thank you so much for your generosity, your kindness, and preventing Lamp from having to live in ad hell. Really appreciate your generosity and kindness. My favorite actor who I draw a lot of inspiration from, which is why I like a lot of my acting, actually it comes off a lot drier than some other people's in a lot of the roles that I take, is Philip Seymour Hoffman. Philip Seymour Hoffman is holy shit.
But now you will
V, that was not a rallying cry for you. You are like solely responsible for why we're even like above 200 subs right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. What the hell? You are supposed to be treating yourself, you beautiful, wonderful person. What are you doing? Go buy yourself some like more eyeshadow or something. I don't know. Thank you. I would love to have the confidence and audacity of a mediocre straight white man for a single day. God, I feel you. But here's the thing. So Philip Seymour Hoffman was from Rochester. He used to come back all the time to visit his mom, who lives here still. I think she still lives here. But he would come back here all the time. He grew up acting in Rochester, Greater Rochester Theater. He grew up, dreaming of leaving this small city and doing something bigger. And he became one of my favorite actors because if you have never watched him in something besides The Hunger Games, which he's still pretty good in that, he is a phenomenal actor. He is very emotional. He is very almost depressing to watch at times. Also another person, unfortunately, that I really enjoyed the work of and almost idolized, who left us way too soon, which makes me so sad. But he's someone who often like doubted his own acting. He didn't think he was like great. Bro was like, I think either Academy Award nominated or an Academy Award winner. He was, if you've never seen the movie Doubt, holy shit, some of his best work ever. Like some of the best acting on screen is Philip Seymour Hoffman in Doubt. He delivers this like subtlety. He delivers this vibrant energy and anger and tension to the role, and he's just, oh my god, it's phenomenal. It's one of my favorite like go-to, like, oh my god, I need an acting reference. Oh my god, Philip Seymour Hoffman in Doubt. Yeah, neat. Listen, yeah, you got to get used to it. You got to work around it. That's awesome. I'm excited to see the nails in the Discord. Wonderful. I need to watch more Philip Seymour Hoffman. He was always incredible. He's just absolutely one of the most human actors. Like, truly embodied the vibe of, like, the despair of being a human, the strength of being a human, the sheer, like, just gravity of being alive was captured in a lot of his performance. So definitely highly recommended. It's how you know an artist is amazing. Yeah. So I like Philip Seymour Hoffman a lot, but like he was very humble. He was one of the best actors of his generation, and he was just very, very humble. Unironically, love his work in Along Comes Polly. Such a total comedic, goofy guy. Yeah, that's the other thing. He could turn that shit off. That like brooding, serious, like oh my god, everything's depressing sort of shtick, and do so. He had amazing comedic timing. He had a smile behind his eyes. Just an incredible, incredible actor. Yeah, he was in Twister as the goofy dude. Like, if they're like, I don't know if I'm good or not while delivering literal generational performances, right? Yeah. But the inverse of this, like we were talking about, there are genuinely bad actors out there. I sit in on so many voice acting classes. So many voice acting classes. I give feedback to my friends in the voice acting world who are like, hey, I was talking to this voice actor and they did this or whatever. And like, we have to like gut check each other and be like, yeah, just as a heads up, yeah, it's hard to find wilting tea, and it's a very heavy subject matter. So just a heads up if you're a sensitive human being. But it's so well done. Viola Davis is in it as well, I think. Does a fantastic job. Amy Adams, I believe, is the third part of that crew. Let me double check the cast on that. I might be talking out my ass. Oh yeah, okay, so here's the cast of doubt, dude. This was fucking loaded. Meryl Streep, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Amy Adams, Viola Davis. Dude, absolutely stacked cast. And the four of them are on screen like a majority of the movie. It is fucking insane. The like masterclass level acting in that movie. Holy shit, man. It's so good. If you appreciate acting, if you appreciate character acting, that's one of my favorite movies of all time. So I think self-doubt never really fully leaves anyone who's phenomenal at their craft. Dude, then why am I not better at what I do? I'm like the biggest imposter syndrome person I know in my whole life. Why am I not good? But anyway, no, okay, so going back to the point I'm making before I lose this, because I am full of brainworms tonight. You got Joe Schmo, who is convinced that he is going to be the next protagonist in the upcoming anime adaptation of whatever the fuck, which is probably most likely already cast. That said, I was about to call you the master, so I'm good at self-doubt. Oh, yeah, finally, I'm good at something. What if there's someone out there who's better than me, though? Time to yell positive shit at Brie, it never works. You don't understand. That said, I'm not saying negative shit about myself. I'm just being a goofy, silly. Mods, no strikes. No, that's not strikeable. All right? You always got, like, someone who is, hey, I was the best at theater in my high school. And everyone's like, okay, cool, dude. That's awesome, I guess. All right, cool. Hey, this is like my 4th voice acting class. Oh, that's cool, dude. This is my 40th. That you don't stop learning to act. You don't stop taking classes, really. Like, the work is never that consistent, I promise you. You got comparison helps no one. I know. Exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing about these people is they're sitting there and great that they have a dream and a goal and they go, I don't compare myself to others because I'm going to be the new best, right? And then you hear them and you go, hey, buddy, I can tell you learned to voice act by only listening to anime. Not really what the scene calls for, and you got some strong foundationals there. That's great. That's wonderful. But I can tell your ego is doing your acting for you and not like the art of acting. Like you're not like acting. You're acting how you think other people might want to hear you act because you've heard a different voice actor who has a different set of life experiences and influences to draw from, a different voice, a different breathing pattern to deliver inflections and things like that. All of those are going to be very different, right? There are people out there who are great at voice matching and voice print matching and stuff like that, right? But you can always tell when it's like that guy who's like, I think I'm the shit. I don't need classes. I am just destined to be the protagonist in the hottest anime of the summer. And yeah, I'm a better actor than everyone else in the room. I kind of only took this class to show off. And they always suck the worst. They're always the fucking worst, dude. And you got that guy out there who's unwilling to listen. They'll talk back against the like director of like the acting class as well. It's crazy. They'll be like, no, actually, you know, but what if I change this word instead of the one that you're asking me to change? And you sit there and you rip your hair out and you go, oh my God, how would this person not be fired by a director, even if they do manage to get a role? Like, and it's just like, you got that, you got those people out there. So if you're like, man, shucks, I suck. All of you have open minds. All of you are very open-minded, creative, talented human beings. All of you got the base work of, I want to get better at this thing. I'd love to like practice. I'd love to get better via practice. You got a certain level of humbleness there. You got the right attitude. I promise you, if you're like, oh, I don't know, improv class, oh, I don't know. Like, I promise you, just with the mindset you have, you are going to lap that motherfucking person. Because there's a couple dudes that in recent voice acting classes where I'm just like, every class you show up and you do the same fucking thing and you think that you're the best and you're just not. You're just bad. You're actually genuinely, objectively bad. And you are already better than those people. In art, in music, in voice acting, whatever the fuck you're trying to do. I promise you. So... yeah, the bros that peaked in high school to aspiring actor pipeline. There's a lot of them, and you're going to shoot past all of them. So the fact there's a guy out there who's like, I'm shooting my shot because I'm the best, and they just absolutely suck as an actor. Again, comparison doesn't help anyone, but like at least have the fucking confidence to be like, damn, I'm going to do better than that guy. Don't beat yourself up. You're doing great. I promise you. So... I wouldn't call myself an actor, voice actor by any means. I just do voices for fun. Then you're a voice actor. You do voices for fun. I consider you a voice actor. Take the aspiring out from the front of that. You're doing it. You're acting with your voice. Good or bad, you are acting with your voice. You're a voice actor. But if there's any level that would be my personal ideal, it's Gregory Peck from the 1956 Moby Dick. Generally one, if not my favorite bit of acting. I've never seen it, but I love that. I love that you have like a direct, very specific niche reference. Yeah, respectfully, bro, you suck. Damn, bro, you'd be so good if you didn't suck. Yeah, they all, that's the thing, Lamp, they all want to be in like, oh, I want to be in an isekai. Like, so bad, dude. I want to be like, I had a piano fall on me from the 20th story window, and I was reincarnated as an overlord with a fireball skill. Like, they want to be the pro tag for those shows. And I'm just like, oh, I know exactly how your room smells. And mind is fully closed. Owners packed up shop and left. Perfect. And yeah. Listen, but here's the thing, Ephraim, you're someone who's a perfect example of someone even jokingly weaponizing, like, listen, we all deserve to have even a drop of confidence that the average mediocre white dude has. And you've weaponized it and turned it into something fucking phenomenal. Like the momentum you have right now in your life, the things that you're doing, the confidence that you're approaching things with, even if feigned, is what you deserve to feel. Like you're doing it. Like that rocks. I'm so glad. Because I know you're not going to take it too far. Like you have a built-in like protector against, like you have a built-in like safeguard against that. You are like someone who has lived a marginalized experience in your lifetime. You have like empathy. You have a working, like, emotional intelligence. you're doing great. Speaking of breathing, really need to work on mine. Yeah, listen, I know a lot of people, especially those of you who are like high anxiety individuals in this community who hold your breath. Yeah, don't do that. The only time you should be doing that is if you're intentionally trying to increase your lung capacity. But like, yeah, be a little bit more aware. Maybe like a little bit of square breathing like helps out with that. Like, so you're just like a little bit more intentional. So yeah, yeah. If you're doing content creation, none of you are Asmongold. Like that dude's out there being a piece of shit and succeeding. Why not you? Why not you go out and be a piece of shit and succeed, or not be a piece of shit and succeed? You know. So, yeah, not yet. Aspiring voice actor out, emerging voice actor in. Exactly. So, I know how your room smells. That's the con-funk smell, Haver. Yeah, that's someone who's like, they only talk to their anime posters. So, the 6'1" white guy inside you will save you. I'm a voice actor. You're a voice actor. If you so choose to be one, you are a voice actor. Objectively, I count you amongst my rank. If you want to take it farther and become a professional voice actor like me, I can't wait to see your name in the credits of the same project as me. I would think that would be so cool if a member of Late Night Gang showed up in the credits of a video game I was in, or a animation or a dub of something. Like, I would freaking love that. Can I put you on my Tomodachi Life Island? I just assumed anyone in the community who had Tomodachi Life already did that. And if you didn't, you're a fake fan. How fucking dare you? So yes, I've had friends cry after reading my writing. I've had my writing taught by one of my old professors who didn't know it was me who wrote it until I told him, yet I still think my writing's dog shit, and no, I have so much more to learn. So it baffles me when people are like that. Yeah, now, here's the thing, and this is the other thing. Even if you get heaps of praise, right? Like, after Boyfriend Dungeon came out, the number of people who were just, like, in my DMs, like, holy fuck, Seven was my favorite character. I loved your portrayal. I liked that he was, like, kind of dry and, like aloof and, like, very cold and distant and stuff. And I was like, thank you. That's how he was written. So I'm glad I acted that okay. Like, I still was like, I have so much to learn. I have so much to do. I wasn't like, this is my peak. This is it. I'm the best I can ever be. I'm the best anyone's ever been. You know, as a creative, the learning process needs to be treated like a job and school combined, and that it never ends. Like, there's always going to be someone better than you, and your goal isn't to become better than them. Your goal is to just be better than, like, yourself. Like, that is the goal. That is what all creativity thrives on. My main motivating goal, aside from just learning and getting better, is to eventually book a role that will make my brothers and nieces and nephews think I'm cool. That was my favorite thing about my sister, was every time I got a voice acting role, or anytime we met up, she would be like, so, did you get any new voice acting roles? Or, what auditions did you do recently? And she'd be so excited for me. And then anytime I actually got to announce one, she'd, like, text me and be like, Brian, that's so fucking cool. Oh my God. And it was, like, the coolest thing. Yeah. To have, like, family be like, oh, you could go watch this on YouTube right now, or you could play this video game yourself and hear me, like, yours truly. Or like, hey, they sent me, like, this merch from, like, the game or whatever. Like, it's really neat. So, yo, actually swimming is, like, the perfect exercise for increasing lung capacity, Ephraim. So thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, look at that, Liz. You got audio drama podcast credit to your name. Yeah, I've got a couple of those. They're fun as hell, and it's very theatrical because it's like it's all sold just via voice. There's not even the visuals for it. That rocks. That's you being a voice actor. That rules. I love that. May I put Sig and Elsa on my Tomodachi Life Island? Always. Oh my God, my babies deserve more. Just more of everything. I'm going to be the guy who got hit by a 14-wheeler and ended up with a harem of elf woman guy who's never making it into anything remotely serious. Yeah. Guy who is, yeah, kind of just there. Kind of just there. Probably still Naruto running as an adult. I have only voice acted tiny puppets. Does that count? Fuck. I will slap you so fucking hard, B, in a moment. It is so hard to create something that you have created. Oh my God, also love that, Ephraim. Be better than you were last year, last month, yesterday, 10 minutes ago. Exactly. Love it. And also know that progress isn't linear and it's okay. But like, you having the desire to improve is what makes you a better person than these people I'm talking about. We're all gamers and animation fans, so it would just be really cool to be like, that thing you like has me in it. Yeah, I shared this over on the Red Scythe Discord earlier, actually. There's a guy who, unfortunately, he kind of, like, bad faith interprets a lot of stuff over there. Yeah, exactly. Now, it's cool to have, like, a history of, like, work I can look back at and be like, wow, I'm glad I kept practicing and learning because I can see the growth. Yeah. My auditions I put in today, holy shit, dude! I listened back to them. I was like, this is a better acting than I was doing like a couple months ago. This kind of rocks. Yeah, put the streamer pets on your island. That's cute. I like that. Greg, get some wonderful rest. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate having you here. Yeah, V, the talent you have, like, shut your whole hole up. All right, right now. You created an entire series in a medium that is often not appreciated to the level it should be, that the amount of labor of love for the result you get typically is a bit imbalanced because the amount of work that goes into just producing a single frame of what you do is fucking insane. You voiced it, you wrote a script, you created characters with your own unique characterizations, you created a universe that other people saw themselves in. Shut up. You are a voice actor. Oh my God. If you make your own shit, people say this all the time. This is the other thing, because you get a lot of voice actors who are like, my dream's to be in this. I want to be in an anime someday. Yeah, me too, bro. But also, like, if you are only setting your sights on being in anime, again, like 90% of your voice acting career is going to be like the most disappointing shit that you've ever experienced in your life, because you have now set yourself up for unrealistic expectations and failure. Voice acting, you know, a gig's a gig kind of thing. You got to start small. You got to start somewhere. You don't have to be grateful for every role. You don't have to, like, take the scraps, but, like, you have to be in love with the process. And it's like one of those things where I think that it is that's the number one folly that, like, new actors have. Is I have a goal of what my dream role is. Good, keep that, pin that in the corkboard of your mind. But you can't go, oh man, this role that this audition that came across my desk isn't that thing. I'm going to skip it. I'm too good for this. Or, oh man, none of the work that I do, like, I've gotten a couple voice acting roles. They don't matter because, yeah, it's not the thing that I wanted, right? That kind of shit, like, that is where you kill your own career. That is where you start being miserable doing a thing that should be very fun and very interesting. That is truly how, and the same goes for, again, like, art. Oh, you want your art in a gallery someday? That rocks. That's like a pretty chill goal. That's, like, really neat. However, every art piece that you put out not being put into the art gallery shouldn't fucking kill your soul, dude. Holds up cross and screams me, you can't get away from me, okay? Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing, Uber. Like, variety is the spice of life. Like, I didn't think that, like, I was going to like being, like, typecast as, like, a dorky character in a lot of video games that I'm in as much as I do. I have a blast. When I get to play, like, I like playing, like, a hot, hunky dude, but, like, when I get to play, like, a dork-ass motherfucker, it is the most fun I have behind the mic. I have a blast. I was like, oh, I want serious roles where, like, people are, like, thirsting over my hot voice. Or, like, oh, you're badass character with a cool weapon. Like, that's cool to think about. But I have way more fun when I'm like, excuse me, the library closing hours were 15 minutes ago. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, please. Like, I have way more fun with that shit. It is way funnier for me. So I saw that whole interaction in the Discord and just went, yeah, that's none of my business, but I did appreciate seeing perspectives from, like, you, June, and others. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things, again, I don't want to harp on, like, anyone specifically, but it's like, there are people, like, in the voice acting world, yeah, again, who they kind of set themselves up for failure because they think, because of XYZ reasons, they are entitled to auditions or entitled to a specific role in their dream franchise, or they don't feel satisfied in any of the work they do unless they get their dream role. And that is so silly, and it's such a very like capitalism sided interpretation of what should be an art form. And it drives me nuts to see it, because I'm just like, no, dude, like that's not how the industry works. And then also your eye is on only one thing. So yeah. My silly thing is I'd like to do scratch vocals. Oh my god, there's so much good work in scratch vocals. They're always looking for scratch vocal people for so many animated things. I love that you want to do scratch vocals for animated film. That's cool though. That's fun. Because here's the thing. First off, scratch vocals are wonderful reference for the final voice actors. And then sometimes scratch vocal, it doesn't happen often, but scratch vocal voice actors sometimes get recruited to be on the final cast. Maybe not in the parts they did scratch for, but sometimes they get like a bit part in the final product or something. Like, oh, you did such a fun job with the scratch or whatever. And then sometimes they do get the role that they read for it, which is really cool, because then they're like, the people are like, oh, they did great scratch vocals. Let's like throw, an audition their way now. See how they stack up against all the people on our roster. So I know my favorite voice actors put in the work. Yeah, absolutely. I've been so inspired by this conversation. I'm about to pull up RPG Maker again and start trying to really learn it. God, I love RPG Maker. That was like my favorite thing to do in high school. It's just like make like, oh man, that last like Final Fantasy game, that last like Square Enix game where they just kind of pooped it out wasn't my favorite. What if I made a better version of it in RPG Maker? I love RPG Maker. Literally, my ideal role in any given story would be the villain's sidekick going, yes, my liege, of course. God, I love the conniving little goofy dudes. I love a side character almost as much as I love doing lead roles, because you get to be the flavor, right? Like, when you're the lead role, yeah, everyone's focused on you. You're the fucking protagonist, quite literally. People are gonna, know that you're carrying on the character in some kind of strong way, right? Like, you basically have to be the strength of the cast. And that's really fun, but sometimes the way that, especially video games are written, main characters get a tiny bit watered down. And I don't mean that they don't have personalities and they're not unique and they're not, interesting characters. But compared to a little guy that you meet in a town on your quest during a side quest who's like, oh my god, the village has been cursed to turn into flowers. We're all turning into flowers. My testicles are flower roots now. Oh god. Like, those are way funnier and so memorable, and they stick out for people. And like, it's so funny. And then everyone's like, you're a flower testicle guy for every con you go to. And it's just like a fucking fun thing. Like, it's really cool. I'd like to get your opinion on the roles like emerging VAs. I noticed in VAC Discord and stuff, a lot of the casting calls are like, come voice this person in a new Minecraft YouTube channel. Yes, that would be great for general practice, but they don't seem like roles you'd want to put on a resume. So fan roles, things that are not officially through like a company. Also, I just realized I like stun locked myself and have not been playing powerwash this whole time. I'll get caught up on conversation and a little bit more powerwash. I'm gonna get it to 69%, and then I might like swap back, because I'm actually like, I love talking to y'all. Are y'all cool if we go back to just chatting, to just vibe after I get to like 69%? Is that chill? Because I love this conversation. This is fun. I hope people feel inspired. I hope people are having a fun time here tonight. Let's put a pin in what you asked, Bard, just so that I can talk to a couple more, and then we'll get back around to this. Remember the scratch voice from May in Turning Red was cast in the final film? Yeah, isn't that cute? Isn't that fun? I have a script for a game that I've been in and out working on for about 8 years because of anxiety, but like, fuck it, I don't need to make mouthwashing or COD or make something. Yeah, to make something worthwhile. Make it have a personal story. One of my favorite games I've ever played in my life was one of my original YouTube friends used RPG Maker to make an JRPG about our friend group. And it was very short, and it was very simple, very, very straightforward mechanics. But it meant so much to me, because I went, oh my god, like, this doesn't have to be like a critically acclaimed blockbuster. This is a critically acclaimed blockbuster to like all of us who are in the friend group. This is like so special. You made this? You worked on it? You just wanted to make this? That's so cute. That's so sweet. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Lamp. Stuff like that. That said, no offense, because I love all of Supergiant's stuff, But I do wish that they were a little bit better about union voice acting things and protections. But that is a story for a different day. If y'all don't know about it. Yeah, our bay flower testicle guy. I love the little guy. The little guy's a real one. Yeah. So... the flower testicle guy merch. Stop. No, Frat, that didn't sound that much like Trump, did it? Oh, no. It's me, flower testicle guy. No one's ever had as good of, as fragrant as testicles as me. Lamp, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak, by the way. Appreciate that. I feel like you'd be a good teacher. Morgan literally tells me that I should do like an intro to voice acting class all the time. So everyone here owes me about $200. Ephraim already paid for that. What am I talking about? For that. At the beginning of stream. For that. At the beginning of stream. The rest of you owe me $200. Thank you. I could listen to you talk about things you're passionate about all night. Okay. I love the vibe. I love you, but I am very frequently not looking at the game. Yeah, that's what I mean is like some people are just like, yeah, we're secretly just chatting. Like, oh shit, sorry, I had no idea. That's okay. It's a thing in the voice acting world. There's a lot of mixed opinions about how Supergiant, especially for Hades 2, went about things. I'm not on the cast. I'm not on the dev team. So my opinion is completely tertiary and doesn't really have any value at all in it. I just advocate for voice actors being treated fairly. And yeah, that's all I'm really going to say about it. So why is that dead-ass Donald Trump about Zoran Mamdani? Oh my God. I would kill God and the devil for a voice acting class. Oh my God. I don't know if I'm ready yet. Like, yeah, I've been a pro voice actor for like years and years and years now, but also like, I am le humble student still. Like I was talking about, I know my journey is nowhere close to done. I'm not the best out there. I'm not even like, I'm the best version of an actor that I've ever been in my life right now. But, yeah, I got a lot to learn before I try to like pass on everything. So you get it for free here, which is actually kind of better. You get like intro to voice acting 101 right now for free. That's kind of cool. Except for you, Ephraim. Again, you paid the cost of what the class would be. Everyone else is a freeloader. The vibes and convo are so good, but also you're almost to a 5-hour banger. Morgan's not home. She's out doing work and stuff, so I'm good. I unfortunately just pulled my pockets out and a moth flew out, so... I was legit about to say, hey, good Trump impression. Thanks. Levy, hello, hi, welcome. 200 pennies? That's my favorite number of pennies. Is never going to look at its Serbi plush the same way. No, that's not to ruin the game, because here's the thing. The game is very good. The voice actors who ended up on the final roster are very good at what they do. The dev team makes very good games. Like, Bastion is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, don't get it twisted. I'm not here to bash on anybody. I'm more disappointed and sad that the scenario ended up with as much drama as it did and ended up with very good people getting hurt. And that's all I'll say about it. So, girl, it's just me. It's just me and Ephraim in a room, and I'm like, and then the rest of chat is pushing their ear against the door trying to hear what I'm saying. But it's just me. Okay, Ephraim, so for the first voice acting lesson, kill your pride. Oh my God. Taking directions your biggest fear. A good director will evaporate that fear. I get so afraid talking to directors because Sean Chiplock, who is a very famous voice actor, was just talking about this on Blue Sky. The reason that actors should not have egos is because at the end of the day, we are not the top of the food chain. Whoever our session director is. And session directors are such good actors that the example that he used was what I'm hearing is you'll do it. God. The session director is so powerful that without having to say more than one sentence, they can destroy your self-esteem. You can be in a session, you can be like, I'm fucking killing it right now. Damn. Oh, man. And then the session director can hop mic quick in and go, yeah, let's move on to the next scene. And you'll go, oh, yeah, because I nailed it, right? And then they'll go, we're moving on to the next scene. And you go, because I nailed it, right? And then that's it. And then boom, you are a small child getting beaten up on the playground by an adult. That's all it takes. You go, I thought there would be more chances. So, yeah, you must find a professional voice actor and defeat them in hand-to-hand combat, and then you acquire their credits and pedigree and become a Yeah, who wants to be 7 in Boyfriend Dungeon? I know some of you like that role. That's probably the only role people here actually give a shit about that I've done. But yeah, no, a session director can destroy you. You might be the fucking quarterback of the football team, being like, yeah, I'm hot shit. I'm the lead actor of this thing. And then a session director is the coach that just benched you, dude. Said, hey, how about you take these next 4 downs out and we're going to put, Mansfield in instead. Yep. We're going to put, Alex Lee in because he's in every fucking role that's ever existed. Yeah. No, you did great, kid. Hand-to-hand combat with Girly over here with 2 black belts. Why do you think no one's taken my IMDb credits? What do you think? It's not because I am a mid-tier voice actor with no real super popular household name credits. It's because, yeah, my combat is too good, actually. I just genuinely like doing a good job, not even for me, so my brain can be quite icky about taking direction. That's the thing, right? Again, so this is going to be hard for some of you because you're as autistic as me, and this was the hardest part of my brain to kill, but fortunately I killed this back in college when I was a performer. You are not going to be perfect. You are going to have a director at some point, not necessarily disappointed, but getting okay, can we pick up the pace here? You're falling a little bit behind on what we were trying to get to do today. That's not them necessarily. That's not them personally being disappointed with you or going like back to their team and being like, oh my God, we can't ever hire Brian again. Holy fuck. That's them just being like, we are on a deadline. And unfortunately, as voice actors, we do not get to determine the budget for this project. So if I am supposed to only work with you for 7 hours and we are on hour 6 and we still have a third of the script left, we got to get our fucking asses in gear, dude. This is not about you and if you're doing a good job or not. This is about us making sure we stay within budget and don't have to invoice the client beyond what they expected. Or we might not even have budget to cover this, and technically we can't work you illegally. So, hunting down Tara Strong, well, I mean, she kind of deserves it. She deserves any of the violence. Is Brian starting the Hunger Games for... no, I didn't start this. This is actually just an objective rule. So, perfection is impossible. Just try to be proud of what you can accomplish. Yeah. So here's the other thing. All direction is designed... Unless you get, like, the world's shittiest voice acting director, all direction is designed to make your job easier. So, again, you are a voice actor. Now that you know more of the components of how a voice acting session goes. Oh my God, I'm the voice actor. Learning how to not take things personally is crucial in the creative industries, especially acting. Yeah, because you will get feedback. But a good director, whether it's in person or voice acting, is going to give you the kind of feedback that improves your performance. I would not be the voice actor I am today if during my Black Dungeon online session where I voiced one of the final bosses, my director didn't go, hey, can we actually run that back? I know this is like D-take, but we got to do that again. Okay, that one didn't quite land it. You got it in the first half. Let's try this in the second half instead. Let's do an E-take. Go. I was sitting there. I was like, oh my God, we have a fucking F-take? I just did like 7 takes and they weren't good. I suck is what my brain thought. And during like we had like a bathroom break and he was like, dude, I just want to let you know you're killing it. You're doing great. You take direction so well. The whole reason that a couple of those we went all the way to like an C or D take is I like the way that you deliver certain things, and then I like the way that you deliver other things, and I want to listen back to them with Alex, the audio engineer, and we'll pick like what works the best for the flow of the scene. But you're providing us with some really good material, and you're taking the direction so well. So it's not, oh, hey, you did a shitty job with that line delivery that you're reading. Me as the director knows you're reading for the very first time in your life. It's, hey, yeah, so you almost got the idea of the scene, but this is also what's going on. We'd like a little bit more strain in your voice. Maybe pitch up the octave a little bit here, sound a little bit more nervous, just to get that like feeling of like, oh, you're lost in a crowd here. You're not self-assured, and go. And then you hit the line, and if it's not, quote, up to what they're thinking, a lot of the times they'll do a read along. They'll be like, here, let me read opposite of you. Or they'll be like, try this technique instead. And you don't want that every role. Like, you don't want that every line, because like if you have like a director who is feeding you your lines and how they would act it every time, you are wasting their time because like they would just be the actor for that fucking role then, right? But that happens so rarely to so few people. I've heard of that happening to like one person I know ever, and it was a notoriously like anal director. So it is one of those things where like most of the time they'll be like, oh, hey, if you can just imitate this feed, I'm going to feed the line. They read the line, and then you go and you repeat it, and you're a voice actor, so you're good at imitation. So you do it, and they go, wow, nailed it. Yeah, that's exactly the fucking energy I'm talking about. Let's go. All right, next line. Let's get through the script. That's how a majority of my sessions go. The budget and the schedule are truly a looming presence overall. Yeah. I mean, you've worked in film, right, Fee? So, like, you know this, like, front to back. I think I will put it off for one more decade just in case. Correction, the final boss of the expansion. You're welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Which at the time was the latest release of Black Desert Online. So it was the final boss of the game at the time. There we go. This right now is reminding me of stories about Jacob Tierney as a director, that he can deliver brutal feedback so calm and cordial. The actors don't even feel insulted. They just get better context. Yeah, because here's the thing, is it's not really brutal. It's just honest. Because if you have a director that baby gloves you, that like kid gloves you the whole time. Oh, also, Morgan just, okay, be safe, love you. Morgan's coming home. So those of you worried about my voice, I will give it a rest here very soon. But yeah, if you have a director that is, again, worth their salt, all of it is just subjective. And yeah, a lot of us have like these personal filters built in from trauma and shame and guilt and criticism and whatever from our lifetime. So we filter things through those perspectives, and we think, oh no, this objective criticism is actually subjective brutality towards me and my performance. I must be considered a bad performer, right? But a good director is not actually insulting me. They go, hey, this is something I noticed about that performance, not about you, about that performance, and this is where I would like your focus to be for the next delivery of it. Let's try it again. And that is designed, again, not to be an insult, like, oh man, you're so bad at fucking reading words and making voices, stupid head. It's hey, the client wants this line to be done a little bit more like this. Let's make sure that what you're doing is lining up with what the client is, so that you get accolades from working with the client, and I, as the director, get accolades from working with the client, because we're both on the same page, and everything sounds like how we want it to, and wow, you took that direction so well. So someone clip that new vocals, Tim. You're bad at reading words and making noises, stupid. Voices. I think I finally finished cleaning my brain, kept finding little things to fix or dust off. I think finally I'm done, and on that note, I'm off to attempt sleep. Loga, take care. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, it is. Oh my god, it's 3 a.m. my time. Holy shit, dude. I don't know why Morgan was out so late. Also, so Bard, you're, oh god, what was it? I was like, stick a pin in it. I'll remember what we were talking about, and now I forgot. Let me scroll up. VA Kiki. Oh yeah, okay. So caliber of work, very important, because it can affect your like how seriously you're taken in the voice acting world. And I don't mean that as like, oh, you did a fan project, so no one will ever take you seriously. No, what I mean is, if you are doing fan projects are amazing. Oh, you did like the narration for like a Minecraft animatic. Or, oh, someone made an entire animation using the like Roblox animation engine. And they need you to like voice one of the characters. Or one that's like really popular for starting VAs, for like beginner VAs, is we made an entire animation out of like Final Fantasy 14 graphics. We use like the in-engine Final Fantasy 4. That's so popular because like a lot of crossover with the gamer/anime crowd, right? It is very important that if you do those works, they treat you well. So like don't do work for free unless like you're like, oh, I love this and I really want to be a part of it. Don't do it because you're desperate to put a role down. Because B, do not include that in your professional portfolio. Fan works are great. They are wonderful. They are so wonderful. They're so fun. But if it is not an officially endorsed product, anyone who might be scouting or recruiting you for rosters or to send you an audition or to get you involved with their own project is most likely going to go, yeah, so you wrote here that you are the voice of Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII musical battle animation on YouTube. Yeah, you're not the real voice of Cloud Strife, so please don't put that on your portfolio. So that's my advice for that. It's wonderful to get practice. It's wonderful to learn how to work with a director. It's wonderful to learn how to script read. It's wonderful to learn how to work on a cast with other people. Sometimes it's a wonderful way to get paid. I've gotten paid like really well from like shit that was like, oh, an indie animator on YouTube. Like that kind of stuff. Like it's out there. It's good. A gig's a gig, right? But yeah, a lot of the missing parts on Voice Acting Club and other more open to the public sites like Casting Call Club is they're not going to give you the guidance for your career as a voice actor. They just want you to fill the role, right? So, Liz, good luck. You got this. That's what I assumed. I think the crux of my issue is it seems like the advice is get credits before you get an agent, but like get an agent before you get an audition for legit roles. That is, I don't know who told you that. That is 1,000,000,000% wrong. I don't have an agent. I'm just part of a bunch of like invite-only rosters because people like my work. That is a very. I've watched a lot of movies about Hollywood, and I think I know how Hollywood works. Kind of take if someone gave you that. First off, you should have credits before you consider an agency, because if you don't have like a professional demo and you don't have work to show, an agent's gonna go, okay, so what the fuck can you even do? Like they're not gonna give you the time of day most of the time, or they are gonna take advantage of you and go, wow, this kid's green as hell and doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. And yeah, hey buddy, yeah, hey, we're getting you. We'll definitely get you some auditions. You only have to pay us like money to do that. So that is, yeah, whoever gave you that advice, no. You should have those credits. To get credits, you just got to audition. Here's the way that it works. And this is very silly sounding, probably. Haku, welcome, by the way. 4% off from, dude, I don't know. Like, did I get all the like ground level dirt? I thought getting to 69 was going to be a little bit easier here. We got, let's say I'm a beginner. Let's go through a slightly fictionalized version of like how I became a voice actor, right? I used to do voice acting for fun on YouTube. I played a lot of like visual novels, a lot of horror games where there was no voice acting in it at all. Me playing the game, I'm putting up YouTube videos, my very amateur voice acting. Oh, hey, I make cute little anime girl voices. Oh, hey, I make I make a scary, grumpy guy in a horror game voice. Like I'm just like having fun. I'm just doing it. I get an email from an indie dev who just really, really loves my performance in one of the games that I did a Let's Play for. Hey, I'll pay you this much money. I got a character that I'd love to have you read for. Do you mind doing like a read for it? Do you mind like auditioning? Oh, sure, yeah, I would love to, sure, I've never been approached to do like a paid for voice acting gig before. Cool, yeah, let's have you audition. I do the audition, I get the part. Wow, that's so cool, I get this bit part in this upcoming horror game. That's neat. Hey, is there gonna be an IMDb credit for that? Yeah, we're gonna put that on IMDb. I like that it was like fictionalized, that's literally what happened. Cool. Wow. I now have a legitimate credit that I made a YouTube video about it. Oh my God, guys, I got paid to be a voice actor. I have my first IMDb credit. Wow, this is so cool. Maybe I'm going to start taking voice acting a little bit more seriously. I start taking classes. In my classes, my directors notice, wow, Brian, yeah, you're doing really well. Holy crap. Hey, by the way, I'm going to send you an email later after class if that's cool. Okay, sure, yeah, that's awesome. Get an email. Hey, so I am casting for an indie game, and I love your voice print. The past few months, you've been killing it in class. You've been absolutely knocking it out of the fucking park, and you're going to be perfect for this role, but I still need you to audition. Do you mind auditioning? Would you like an audition? Boom. I've now networked with someone that I wasn't trying to get anything from, because I was putting in the work in a scenario where a bunch of people who are part of this industry I want to be a part of noticed the good work that I was doing. Terrible news about your me. Yeah, it's me. That's why. There you go. I think my first IMDb credit is a heist with Markiplier. God, I fucking love that, though. That's fun. Those YouTube projects, like, they spin out. Like, they do. Like, any IMDb credit is good, right? That's the way that I kind of look at it. You're on IMDb, dude. So again, that goes for like some fan animations going like IMDb. You are, and that's where it's like, oh, that's not you including that in your portfolio. That is just, hey, someone decided to go through and take the time to list the cast and the credits, and you are a part of that, and that's kind of neat. And that doesn't hurt your chances at being taken seriously. So a heads up on that caveat there. But hey. So all of a sudden, wow, I got 2 roles under my belt. Whoa. One of them was from a game dev, and another one was from someone who I work with in voice acting classes. Wow, who I've learned from and knows like I'm good at taking direction and shit. That's so fucking cool. Wow. All of a sudden, other people have heard that work. Other people are like, hey, I heard that you worked with so-and-so. And that they cast you in there. You did a really good job. I really love your little bit part in that. I have a slightly larger role that we're casting for right now. Word of mouth got around, or like I was a fan of that game. Like when I did Boyfriend Dungeon, that was my first major role. And then all of a sudden, people were like, oh shit, you're on our radar. From there, it was just, I kept taking classes, kept networking with people. Not to network, but because, hey, I'm putting in the work and people notice it. And they want to work with me because they respect and enjoy the work that I'm putting in. They respect whatever professionalism I have in those work settings, those class settings. That is the leg up. That is how you get into it. You don't talk to other voice actors because you hope to be friends with a famous voice actor or to network with them. You talk to other voice actors because you're like, hey, I fucking love your performance. That's cool. I want to get to know you as a human being outside of the job we both happen to do. All of a sudden, I mean, I wouldn't have some of the roles I have, or I wouldn't have gotten some of the auditions I've gotten even, without my friends being like, yo, I know this dude who I worked on with this, in this other project, or like, who's also a voice actor, and like, we've never been in anything, but I would love to have them join the cast. Do you mind sending an audition out to them? that happens very rarely. You barely ever will have like another voice actor be able to vouch enough for you. But if you become well known to directors by just putting in the work, doing those classes, being a part of this world that is voice acting, the right people do notice and they go, hey, yeah, so I'm casting for a game and I would love to have you audition this weekend if you could. That's kind of how that works. So out of curiosity, did you ever have a fear of being seen? How did you get over it? I never had this issue as a kid or in my 20s, but once I reached my late 20s, early 30s, I became painfully aware of how other people perceived me, and it honestly impacted my ability to put myself out there. No. I mean, I get like a little bit of stage fright sometimes, I won't lie. I've talked about this story about Ethan and I do this thing called nervous poops that has continued here into our adult age. Where before we like do like a big panel in front of like a bunch of people or whatever, we get a little bit nervous. Or like Ethan before he was doing some stuff recently, was texting me and he was like, dude, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. And I was like, dude, you're gonna kill it. You've done it 1,000 times. And he's like, I know I will, and I know I have, but like I still get kind of nervous. And the thing that I always point out to people is the nervousness is a good thing because it means you give a shit. And a person who's not nervous, I worry more about with their performance or their success, because they have something that is keeping their ego so loud that they are confident they can just do this. You can be confident that you're going to do something, but there's a good chance that like if there's a little bit of nerves of like, I hope I do well, that you're going to try a little bit harder than that other person to actually make it work out and do well. So there's that. The second part of it is I've been a theater kid since I was in high school, and I have done student film and short film, and I have done voice acting, and I've put myself intentionally on the internet. I was very extroverted when I started YouTube, and I was just constantly on camera. I was being called names all the time. I was having people critique the work that I was doing. People were questioning my legitimacy as a kind-hearted, open-minded person. I've had people at companies who don't want to work with me. I have had people's public perceptions of mine spin so out of control, and the rumor mill turn me into some monster in someone else's story. The thing that helps me is I can't control anyone's fucking opinion about me. I can't control anyone's opinion about me. The way that I look at it, and this is the example I always use, you can put a gun to someone's head and you can go, you have to love pizza as much as me. And they might be like, I fucking hate pizza, dude. And you're like, but I'm going to shoot you in the head if you don't say you love pizza as much as me. And then they go, cool, I'd rather die than betray my own convictions over pizza, right? I can't change the opinion of other people. People think I'm a fucking dickhead online. Oh, well, that's cool. I'm a fucking dickhead in their story. Whatever. We were probably not meant to have our paths cross again. That's all right. The people who have faith in who I am in a good faith way, who want to be open-minded and talk about inclusion and have fun conversations about creativity or hear about my perspective about life because I've somehow survived a 40, even though I don't think I was supposed to. It's there. I don't know. It's like I can't control any of that. So I might as well have as much fun as I can, do as much as I can, know that nothing's ever going to please everybody, because that comes from a people-pleasing mentality to assume. And perfectionism comes from conservatism, which comes from purity culture, which comes from stripping us of our individuality and always having to be enough for people who would never return the favor for us and who will never really have it be enough for them. They'll always move those goalposts, right? I'm not here to be everyone's easy to swallow pill. I'm here to be me. And if some people like that, that's awesome. And if other people don't, I really do not give a flying fuck. So that's kind of the way that I got over that mentality. My 30s were an incredible time because I let my cringe die. I said everyone's fucking cringe. People do cringe shit in private. People do cringe shit in public. Again, no one can really control each other as much as they try to or want to. And especially the opinions and perspectives of other people. That's not mine to shape. I'm just doing the best I fucking can, man. So in my 30s, I let my cringe die. I suffered a huge ego death in my early 30s, and I just do what I want. I'm just who I am. What you get is what you get. I'm not, again, easily digestible. I'm an acquired taste for a lot of people. I'm not the funniest. I'm not the smartest. I am not the most entertaining content creator out there. But at least I can go to bed at night knowing I'm me. And that means more to me than anything else in the world. So that's kind of the way that I look at it. And then the other side of it is if your social anxiety is really, really bad, there's nothing wrong with therapy. There's nothing wrong with medication, anything that you need to do to kind of get it in control. Also, but decentralizing your ego is a big part of it. Suffering ego death. The whole world is not thinking about me constantly. Even my own groups of friends are not thinking about me constantly. They're busy with their own shit and their own worries and everything like that. Like we're all just, you got to like move at your own pace. You got to move in your own direction. And you got to decentralize thinking that everyone's always thinking about you and judging you and criticizing you. And a lot of that comes, again, from conservative culture or growing up with parents that were overly critical or whatever the fuck it might be. It's not really yours to control. And once the moment that you let go of that control happens, then you get to be a little bit happier. That said, I also tell y'all the stories about, I end every stream and I look at Morgan and I go, did I say something controversial tonight? Am I a bad person? Am I the worst in the world? Am I going to wake up and have no fads? Is there going to be a big subreddit about how everyone wants to kill me with hammers? And that's silly too. But so I can't, you know, I'm a bit hypocritical at times about it, but it doesn't control me, and it's normally just a quick conversation where Morgan goes, "You're stupid, shut up. Everyone loves you. Move on." And then I do. So truly the thing that helped me get into the industry was the YouTube animation I did for Olin Rogers. Love that. I was told that by my supervisor at Leica. I love that so much. That's cool. That's cool to know, like, the pathway that you took. So aside from taking classes, just generally being involved in learning from industry pros, which is something that's very much on the to-do list and I've already started doing. How do you recommend being productive about finding roles to audition for that aren't Minecraft voiceovers? I know it's a process. I don't want to rush it, but I'd love to get some real experience with the process even while still learning and networking and stuff. So what I'm hearing here is a little bit of impatience that the echelon of auditions that you have access to, like public casting calls and stuff, is not great. And I will agree with you. That's not the most fun point to start at. However, all of us started at that point. Not necessarily doing those roles, but learning another very useful skill of learning how to sort through the gigantic fucking pile of dog shit. A big part of your beginner journey of being a voice actor is honing your patience by trying to find the needle in the haystack. I know that's not an optimal answer, but you, as an unproven voice actor, are gonna have to sort through the shit and go, oh my God, I found a casting call for like a legit indie game with people who don't use AI, who are gonna pay me fairly, who are gonna give me like an actual breakdown of like what's expected in the audition, and do it the pro way. That you're gonna have to do that. So the places that you're most likely gonna find things like that, unfortunately, sort through a lot of shit on Voice Acting Club, sort through a lot of shit on Casting Call Club, and sort through a lot of shit on VA. Oh God, what's the Twitter? Okay, we're not getting to 69 tonight, by the way. This is just going to be just chatting. I'm too distracted. I'm having too much fun talking to y'all. Sorry to those who love Power Wash. I know it's the most enthralling gameplay. It's so great. I needed like a chill night, honestly. So this has been wonderful. Y'all have been beautiful. I'm still going to stick around for a little bit more and just yap with y'all because I like doing it. Also, why does that feature keep going on? Why does the sound alerts feature go on? Is that on every other screen? It is. What the fuck, dude? Is that why is that like popping up? The graphics not supposed to pop. Oh, does that actually pull away the sound alerts? Wait, okay, wait, hold up. Someone try to sound alert me again. Well, I'll sound alert me again. Oh my God. Some setting got turned on sound alerts. I hate this. I'm going to have to turn it back off. They have these pop-ups, just like you do for like bits and subs and stuff on sound alerts. And sometimes the setting gets turned back on. So yeah, so the stupid pop-up pops up. I had my settings set so they wouldn't pop up, but something must have happened on their server side. So that's kind of annoying. Let me give you the name of the other place that is like really good, especially for like if you're looking for indie projects. Most of them get vetted. Some of them slip through the cracks and you're still going to have to sort through the dog shit. But there is unfortunately it's on Twitter, but like just, you don't even have to log on, like fuck Twitter. Well, I mean, I guess technically you can be logged on, but like, it's called, write this down. It's VA Casting RT. So V as in Virginia, A as in Apple, casting, R as in rooster, T as in teeth. That's their on Twitter. They repost. This is how I got some of my earliest roles. Was like just a lot of random shit that they repost. And again, not all of it's going to be high caliber work, but it is infinitely less overwhelming than trying to sort through like Casting Call Club. So just a heads up on that. This may be somewhat out of your wheelhouse, but I want to ask anyway. And if you don't know, it's okay. How would an indie developer go about making contracts around VO work? Curious about royalties too in this area. If you have a role in a game that is small but suddenly picks up and makes bank on a platform like Steam, how can a dev go about making sure VO actors get properly paid in that situation? So most voice acting work is upfront payment. So you as a dev would most likely refer to something like the Indie Voice Acting Rates Guide that the Voice Acting Club actually created, which is like a standardized average of like, oh, you're a small budget indie, you should pay your voice actors this much. Oh, you're a big budget indie, you should pay your voice actors this much. You're a YouTube animator, you should pay your voice actors this much. And those are the more or less unspoken accepted voice acting industry rates. So you would want to refer to something like that. And normally what voice actors will get paid in is either a bulk payment for the whole project, which is very rare. More likely you're going to get paid per line or per word, which again, you refer to that rate guide. Or you get paid for the hour. And that's where I'm at. I'm like a mid-tier voice actor now, so I get to help determine what I will accept as like a acceptable hourly rate. But typically, especially for like a mid-budget project, you should expect anywhere from like $250 to like $300 an hour as an indie voice actor. That said, royalties don't exist in voice acting. Amanda, welcome to the end of stream, by the way. Yeah, royalties like don't exist in voice acting. You could break the mold as an individual if you decide to be that kind of client. That would be, God, it would be like piranhas to a fucking like fresh-legged deer in a swimming pool if you did that. Like you would be swarmed with like voice actors. Royalties do not exist though. Most voice actors, we don't even get copies of like the things that we're in for free. I've had to buy a majority of the video games that I've been a voice actor in with the money that I made from the voice acting. So it is so rare to get any bonuses. Every now and then you'll hear about like a royalty contract, but that is individualized between you, the voice actor, and if you happen to be working with like a SAG-AFTRA interim agreement or something like that, then there's more caveats put in place there that are a little bit beyond me. But it's typically like, yeah, you write up a contract with a lawyer is mainly what would happen. As long as people are minimizing the harm they do to the world and others and aren't actively hurting others with their actions, I really don't give a fuck anymore. Yeah, same. Exactly. I think about you constantly. Well, V, you can take that J away from me because I do think about you regularly. Morgan's here. Hi, Morgan. Why was what on the stairs? I don't know. I didn't knock that over or put that there or anything. That was weird. One of like Morgan's K-pop albums fell. Was on the stairs? That's so weird. I didn't even hear it fall if it did. All right. After every single Brian Girbeagly long stream, I think I should unsubscribe and block and send hate mail because she's so problematic and unwoke and saying all the wrong things. Yeah. Listen. Sometimes my brain goes there. I'm like, am I too edgy? I'm just wondering if there's somewhere else to look so that I'm casting as wide of a net as possible. I get it. But yeah, it's... as a voice actor who's not on rosters yet, because that's really what accelerates things, is as your reputation gets around and more directors vouch for you and other people in the industry who think that your work is good vouch for you, the more likely you will be added to private and invite-only voice acting director rosters. So they will go, hey, your work fucking shines, you're great, we have like a whole bunch, like we have like 6 projects planned for this year, and we want to make sure that you get to read for those and audition for those. So you'll get like a form emailed to you by like a director. Sometimes there's like open roster calls, which are awesome. No guarantee that you get on them, but they'll be like open submissions for this roster. Hey, you might have heard my work. Like I was doing casting for Genshin Impact or some shit or whatever, and you can sign up if you want us to start sending you auditions. And then if your demo and your website and your previous work is good enough and they like how you conduct yourself publicly or whatever, you might get added to the roster. Again, not a guarantee. It's basically a tryout to get auditions at that point. But those are the things that will accelerate it. I know that you see the popular voice actors right now, and that's often the only frame of reference that a lot of people who are inexperienced in this field see, is they go, oh my god, Matt Mercer is in literally fucking everything. How does he get all his roles? He's established his work ethic over the years with a number of directors who love working with him. Yes, he's Mr. Big Famous D&D guy and whatever the fuck, but also he started the same way as every other voice actor. He started doing a couple smaller roles. His name got around. He got added to private invite-only rosters, and then those invites got bigger and bigger and bigger, and higher echelon projects, and that was it. That's the path literally everyone takes. There are no shortcuts. There are literally no shortcuts. Thanks for the insight. I really appreciate the way you framed how ego plays a part in all of it. I think you hit the nail on the head. People really don't think about you as much as you think they do. Yeah, absolutely. The follow-up to that is, while I'm sifting through all the piles of stuff, what specifically should I look for that will indicate it's legit and will be helping in growing? So you're going to learn a lot of that if you're taking those Red Scythe classes, because you'll be able to ask like casting directors and actors. So that's a great place to like look for a lot of that stuff. Nye, take care, by the way. Thank you so much for hanging out. The thing is it's common sense. It sucks to say that, but you are going to have to use your brain. You are going to have to go, you're going to go look up the dev, see what their previous work was. If they're like a one-man dev team or this is their first game, try to find some social media by them that indicates that they are legit. They're going through the proper avenues. They're not using AI. If they have a website, that's fucking awesome, because then you can like track down more info about them. Google them and see who's talking about them on Reddit. Try to find, especially if it's like a team of devs, try to find like the head guys and see like what they do and things like that. Now, if it's through like an actual like casting director, if they did their research, because I sometimes the client will directly hire, and that's okay. But I'd rather work with a casting director, because that's a person who's an expert and it helps them delegate the job. So it's a higher quality. Yeah, if you're already like in classes and stuff, Bard, you're already doing as much as you can. It's gonna be a glacial pace. It's gonna suck. There's gonna be some nights where you go, oh my god, I'm spinning my wheels and going nowhere. I'm taking the classes. I've spent money on upgrading my equipment and my recording space, and oh my god, I'm doing like the few additions I can get, but it's just like, I'm only doing like 4 a month. That's unfortunately where we all started. We all started on a really slow, rough grind. And then in the meantime, maybe like, again, lower your expectations in the sense of like, do some of those fun fan projects. Some of them pay. If you only want to do paid stuff, you can filter on a lot of those sites by only paid projects. If you want to just get some acting experience, again, like lending your voice to something and being like, wow, cool. Now I have a recorded thing that I can go back and listen to my own performance and go like, wow, I did that. That's neat. Cool. It was a Minecraft fan project, but like I can hear my acting. I can hear the improvements I've made in the past month or something like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, Ephraim. Yeah. I'm the follow-up would be kind of dope. So, what group fell? Shiny. Basically, keep doing what I'm doing. Got it. Yeah, it's a grind. It fucking sucks to tell new voice actors this, because the last thing I want to do is dissuade anyone from doing this. I don't want gates up. I don't want to gatekeep anything. I want to be like direct with you and honest with you, while also inspiring you to pursue a craft that you're clearly interested in. However, not everyone's got the juice. Some people realize when there's these types of objective talks, oh my God, I'm not willing to do all that. There are no shortcuts. What the hell? Maybe not for me. And they walk away, and that's fine. I know a couple people like who have even gotten roles in things who have been like, actually, I don't really like this industry. I don't like the grind. I think I'm done. And they'll walk away after like landing 2 gigs, and that's it. And it happens all the time. A lot of people burn out from doing this, and I don't want to say that to scare you. I just want to let you know that the right people who are in the industry are going to encourage you, because they know what going through hell was like. And just like any acting art form, you're just going to have to prove yourself. You're going to have to do the best you can. You're going to have to always have an open mind. You're always going to be open to learning, knowing you're never at an actual finish line. And you do it for the love of ball. You do it because you love acting. Because if you don't love acting, why the fuck are you wasting your time on this instead of doing something like art or music or literally any other thing that you could be like spending your time to develop a skill of? It's the same as like any other skill out there. So that's the way that I look at it. Know you love it, and then it feels a little bit easier. But it's never gonna be easy. I promise you. It sucks. It's there are times I'm like, why the fuck am I doing this to myself? Oh yeah, I love being a funny cartoon voice. It's fun. Oh, I have a blast, because then I can go back and I can replay a video game I'm in and go, oh my God, that was me. That was so cool. My name's in the credits of a video game. That's so wild. Whoa, I wanted to do this since I was a kid. Yeah, you got to do it for the love of ball. And people will be able to tell if your heart's not in it. So be true to you. I don't know. Just be as true as you possibly can to you. But yeah. Yeah, right. Very similar to the streaming stuff. Yeah, it started off as just like a generic, like creative thing, but I was using tonight as like an AMA to help people who want to get into like voice acting. Maybe have like a little bit more insight. So no hate to fan projects. I just assume those are not. Yeah, you don't put them on your professional portfolio. You can put them on your website. That's the fun thing. So if you have like a website, which you should have. If you don't have a website, go make one for free on Card. It's the easiest thing to do. It took me like 20 minutes to make mine. Mine looks like shit, but it's got like, you know, a link to my IMDb and my behind the voice actors credits, right? And like a link to my demo and stuff like that. You want an easy to find you place out there. But it's got, yeah, you can like list like fan project there. Like I have a Google Doc where I have like the stuff that I don't feel like, that either doesn't have an IMDb credit or that I just did for fun listed. I also keep track of all the education that I've gotten being a voice actor, because some directors will go, oh, that's so awesome. You worked with Chris Hackney. That's so cool. Yeah. No, Chris like taught you how to do that. That's great. That means that you know one of the techniques that I would love the voice actor who gets this role to do. So yeah. I'm not discouraged at all by your answers. I appreciate it so much. It's so kind of you to answer all these questions. This is my passion. This is my life. This is the thing I want to do until I'm an old person. I could talk about this for fucking 20 hours. Like, no joke. I'm a 6-hour banger. Why are you lulling at that? You wouldn't lull in another streamer's stream. 6 hours is cool. You want less of me? It's always best to be as upfront about the cons of an industry as it is the pros. I burned out of what I thought was my dream career, dog grooming, a few years ago, because no one told me just how emotionally demanding it is. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing too, is like, there's no weakness in knowing your limitations. I'm not saying give up the moment you have resistance. But what I mean by that is sometimes you do invest yourself into something and you go, oh, this wasn't what I thought it was, or I am not in love with this. I could be using this time and repurposing it for, like, because I'm a person who's capable of change and shifting. I can use this time and this effort for something that, like, I love way fucking more. That I could be doing, like, way more with. So that's kind of the way that I look at that. Is there's no such thing as a failure, right? Or a failure is not a dead end. It's just a curve in the road. You're on a different path all of a sudden, and that's cool. You came to an intersection, and instead of going straight, you turned right. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You should be glad you gave anything a shot. Like I said, like, you did fucking something, and most people in the world don't. So do something. Also helpful to know, I kind of assumed that I should wait to make a website until... No, website first. Even if you don't have a demo to put on it yet, get a website. Like, I am telling you, get one. Like, reserve the name, whatever you're going to go by as professionally. People were shocked when I did a big rebrand several years ago from being Girbeagly to Brian Long. Because I was like, yeah, I had a bunch of directors telling me that I should probably stop putting Girbeagly as my credits on, like, professional work. And I should be known as Brian Long. So reserve a name, get that guy going, learn how to just do basic, like, card.com or card.co, like, coding. It's very, very easy. There's like tutorials that will walk you through literally every step. June has a great video on the Red Scythe Discord that in 10 minutes you can set up the website, like the skeleton of it. So, I can't lie. This kind of stuff is why I don't know crazy style. God, the emotional manipulation is working. No, I appreciate. Thank you for, like, I guess supporting my passions. Generally, while this isn't my path, it's so obvious that you're meant for the path just with the amount you can teach and gush about voice acting. It's a beautiful thing. It's like such, I don't know. I've wanted to do this since I was 7 years old. So the fact I'm literally living an aspect of my dream is like, I'm hype. Like every day I wake up and I'm like, wait, I'm a voice actor. That's hype as shit. What the fuck? How did that happen, man? I spent a few good years educating myself for the year of actual dog grooming. Yeah, no, Rob, I love the fact that you're able to pivot and you found something that just like worked out way better. That's a success story, in my opinion. There's no such thing as a failure unless you refuse to learn from it, right? Ended up lurking while listening like it's a podcast, such a fun and relaxing stream. I needed this as well. Again, I did 5 auditions earlier today, and I am beat, and I'm still sick, obviously, as you can hear. And I've been really depressed. Like, not to be like too weird about it, but like this past week I've been fucking depressed, man. When I get sick and I have to like sit around and just stew and not do the stuff that I want to actually do, I get really sad. I get like really restless, and I start getting like down on myself because it's just me and these goddamn voices, baby. So being able to stream as long as I did tonight, being able to get as much done as I did today, being able to hang out and just chill with good people and like feel appreciated from my perspective. Tonight's rocked. This is awesome. I appreciate everybody. Love to keep hanging out, but I do have to go to bed. Yeah, Curly Fries, I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go get a snack and everything. Appreciate you. Thank you so much again for hanging out. Let me pay you for lessons. I will pay, and then you can let everyone come to learn. Maybe on a streaming platform like Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. I think if I were to do it, it would be like one of those things where, like, I don't know, I could set up a Zoom meeting. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know if I have the confidence to teach yet, because almost everything you've heard during this stream is like, I mean, I've been talking about this now for like, what, an hour and a half of the stream? That's like almost everything. There's no secrets in voice acting. That's the thing. It is so much more simplistic than people think. It's just applying yourself, having the fucking like chutzpah to like actually apply yourself and not give up is the hardest part. Like facing the grind is scary. And that's what burns most people out. I literally, like, that's the class right there. You got the whole class already. I have no more material. So it's just not worth me doing another stream of this. The vibes were much needed, sending everyone the best. Well, thank you very much for hanging out, everybody who did. Being ill truly is depression. Say, yeah, it's such a bummer. 6-hour airball. I'm glad you've been able to vibe tonight. Yeah, God, this was relaxing. This was really good. Ready to grind. Fuck yeah, get yourself out there. And here's the thing. Again, a roll is a roll. So if you're like, man, this indie project already did its first 3 waves of casting, and all the main cast is taken, and the only thing left is like, oh, we need a shopkeeper NPC that has 3 lines. You gotta start somewhere. My very first role is a haunted fountain in a fucking horror game, dude. Like, I read like 6 lines. That was it. That was my first role. But it was my first paid role in voice acting. Like, go out, get those credits. Get the experience. Learn what it's like to work with a director, because it's fine in theory when you're working in a class or observing a class. But every director is going to be different. Every experience is going to be different. Go out there and get a plethora, a variety, a buffet of experiences. Go fucking just like feast on life and like try it. And maybe it's not for you, and maybe it is, right? But you gotta start somewhere. You gotta do something that's not just, I don't know what to do, so I won't do anything. Just gotta go for it. All that's left is getting in a call with me and going, "You sound dog shit." I mean, it's one of those things, like, it would require like a lot of resources for me to do like a proper class, because what I want to do is not just, right now I'm just talking voice acting theory. I would want people to get involved and do practical stuff. I would do what like Red Scythe does. And I kind of don't want to like dig into their game. Just go take a class with Red Scythe. They fucking rock, dude. They're great. June has been an acting teacher for like 8 billion years. I mean, look at how bald he is. You go bald when you become a teacher. He is a phenomenal actor. All the guests that he brings on for the Red Scythe class are like AAA voice actors, right? Like my friend's Crystal Lee she's about to do one. I'm probably going to observe that one because I love Crystal. Her work's amazing. Jenny Yokobori just did one. She's like an amazing mutual of mine. My friend Christina Asaf Costello has done several. My friend Samantha Morrison, who's a casting director, has done several. Samantha has another one coming up called Notstrom Casting or something like that. So if you're like, oh yeah, I don't really need to work on my acting, but I want to know like what a casting director is looking for, that is like worth its weight in gold, dude. That's a class that I recommend, is Samantha Morrison. They are awesome. They're such a great director. They have vouched for me so much behind the scenes, and I don't find out until like I get auditions or roles, and I'm just always like, oh man, that's so cool. My friend Kaylee McKee. Voice in Jujutsu Kaisen and a whole bunch of other shit. She's done like a large number of teaching classes and stuff. So like, yeah, go check out Red Scythe. They're great. They have a lot more pull than me also to get like those good directors and teachers and stuff. So go seriously check them out. However, like it would be hard because I'd have to like come up with scripts for the students. I'd have to have you read them. I'd have to then give you gentle nudges and coaching and things like that. And it's just like, I don't have the time to do that right now. Put me in the background going, hey, I'll put my whole voice OC into that, hey. And that's what a director would want, you know? Sure, you can fuck around and find out, but if you absolutely never fuck around, you never find out. Exactly. I'm afraid. I don't know their community. It is the most receptive community in the voice acting world. I do not say that in any kind of exaggeration. And here's the other thing. I brought this up before. $25 is the price of entry to do an observer seat. Your face cam's not on, like your camera and your mic aren't on. So if you want to like tiptoe your little toesies in the water and not break the bank, $25 you can get an observer seat. They never run out of observer seats for any of them. You get to sit back, and from your side of the screen, even though you are not actually directly talking to the casting director or the voice actor who's leading the session, you are watching other people getting coached. You can write down notes on your side of the screen. You could just do it fucking naked for all I care, right? Like, they don't know. You can write down some notes and like be like, oh my God, wow, that's a cool technique. I'm going to have to try that with my own voice acting. And then the other thing is, because your mic's off, you get to practice the scripts that those students are doing. So they're delivering their performance, and you can be like, oh, that was a great performance. I'm going to now deliver it on my side of the screen, and no one will hear it because I'm just practicing here. I get to just practice here with free of the coaching, but also free of the judgment and whatever thing you happen to be afraid of or anxious about. So that's another cool thing that Red Scythe does that's very, very unique. That a lot of voice acting institutes and schools and studios don't do. trying to figure out if I can afford to fully take one of the classes this month, or if I'll just be observing again. I only do observing these days with Red Scythe because I want to like promote my friends, but I don't want to like take too much of the attention away from them by being a dickhead to them. But yeah, no, that's great. I hope that you get to do like a full class. Neat Sauce, take care. Get some wonderful rest. Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. It's true. So, Brian Girbeagly Long told me to join naked. Yeah. June would be like, that sounds like something Brian would say. And then probably send me a disapproving DM as a joke. I also got invited to a Discord with some other voice actors for practicing purposes. There you go. See, the nicest thing that happens at the end of every session of a Red Scythe class or workshop is everyone exchanges contact info. So if you're like, yo, check me out all over, same username everywhere else online, which if you are leaving stream or anything like that, I mean, I'm about to end here too. Go follow me, Blue Sky, Instagram, same username, YouTube, all the fun places. Appreciate having y'all here, hanging out, listening to me ramble about this thing that I'm very passionate about. I didn't know until now, but I have an IMDb credit for a student film I was in ages ago, dead named, but still neat. Yo, Xander, that is very cool that you have the experience. I'm sorry about the dead name. That does blow. But, like, that is really cool that you have the ability to be like, yeah, I did that shit. That rocks. Yeah. There's a lot of merit in, like, student film, community theater, things like that. It's all experience. So, Royce, hello, hi. Dropping in before going to sleep. Good night, everyone. Robin, take care. Get some wonderful rest. Thank you. Thanks for streaming. No, thank you. I hope that everything I said made sense to people and seemed actually helpful and not just me being a fucking treadmill streamer where I'm just regurgitating the same shit over and over again. Because at the end of the day, there's really not more to it. The hamster wheel you are on as a beginning voice actor is the same hamster wheel I am on. My hamster wheel just happens to be like a little bit more chill, and I get like more snacks, and like the water bottle I drink out of is like way more hydrating. But outside of that, I'm on the same hamster wheel. There's not a secret to this. There's no shortcut. There's no way to make it easier. There's no way to get roles more consistently besides just working on what you're already working on. So just keep working on that stuff. So, yo, Ephraim, have so much fun with RPG Maker. That rocks. Sorry I wasn't able to get in earlier. Never apologize. You got a life. You got your own shit that you got to take care of. These streams live forever on the VOD channel on YouTube, by the way. If you don't follow on the VOD channel, please go subscribe there. Trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on that channel this year. And if you don't sub to my main YouTube channel, again, I know I keep saying it over and over, but I haven't been able to work on stuff while I've been sick. But eventually, some new YouTube videos are going to go up on the main channel. So thank you for supporting everything I do. And then follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky if you want to hear me rant about more of this type of shit. Tell your imposter syndrome and self-doubt to take a lap at least for tonight. Yeah, I'll try. No guarantees. So, yeah. Yeah, more snacks. Yeah, dude, the spreads that they offer, and like, yeah, in some of those like voice acting studios. Girl Stop, we literally love you. You are helpful and good and earn good grade in community influencer. Thank you for that. Thanks for that assurance. I think you're actually winning Twitch, and I know Mr. Twitch, so that means something. John Twitch himself, that's unreal. Anyway, I hope you feel better. Thank you, Rob. I do too. I feel like, God, I got lightheaded like 3 times today, and it was like kind of scary. So I'm trying to take care of myself. I've been sleeping a lot, drinking lots of fluids. I made the joke that I've just been the bisexual girl meme with 4 drinks this entire 2 weeks, where I got water, tea, an emergency, and an energy drink at any given time. So I've been very hydrated. I've been taking care of me. But I'm going to go. Thank you all. You're beautiful. You're wonderful. I will see you again most likely Saturday. We'll do something fun. I will hopefully have even more energy, so I can maybe do something like a horror game or Amanda the Adventure. Well, that is a horror game. Or something like Goofy, or who knows. Try out something new. Maybe go back to Hollow Knight and fight some like really hard bosses, because I kind of miss doing that. We'll see. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know when Media Monday's coming back. I will probably disappoint quite literally everybody who's been submitting stuff. I see when you do it on the Discord. But whenever I do decide to start it, it will probably be I'm nuking everything in the channel, and we're just starting from like the beginning of whatever month or week or whatever I have decided to go from. So we'll be fresh slate. Sorry, your memes are stale. They're old now. They got to go into the dumpster. They're no longer edible. They're past their expiration date. So any of the old memes you've sent, I apologize. They will be recycled. But we'll do fresh slate and eventually bring media stuff back. Yeah. Happy weekend, everybody. I will see you. They're chopped and unk. I'll see you on Saturday. Y'all are great. Seriously. Thank you for the follows, bits, subs, resubs, gifted subs, tips, anything that came through. Unbelievable. Again, just the generosity. I don't know what to say except thank you. This means a lot to me. Over 10 subs tonight. Again, it doesn't happen very much, as you see from our diminished total sub count of 297. But whenever it does happen, I like to shout it out because that generosity is unbelievable. I'm so thankful for all the support. Thank you. Like, seriously, I don't know what it is. This content doesn't feel worth supporting the amount of support I get. It's never gonna frickin' make sense to me, man. It's never gonna make sense. Also, let me get some good outro music because I love a good post-stream dance party in the chat. Been trying to add more music recently, and I hope that people have been liking it. Ooh, that's a fun one. Just thank you so much for being the greatest community on this dang platform, this weird purple platform. Bye, you wonderful lady. Thank you. Bye, everybody. Thank you. Hey, it deserves it all. Thank you, Hanan. I appreciate that. Y'all are great. Like, seriously, I'm really happy that people have been enjoying what I've been doing lately. I'm trying my hardest. I hate losing momentum because I have the ADHD, like, always go forward thing. Oh no, slip back in viewership, I must suck kind of thing. I'm trying to fight that because those of you who are here are like worth 1,000 viewers. You're amazing. Thank you. I'm gonna go though. Please take care of you. And thank you for chatting, lurking, spending your time here. That is a precious resource that I appreciate you sharing with me. Feel very honored. Have an absolutely wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, whatever it may be for you. Finger hearts as usual. I'm out of here. I will see you again Saturday. And hopefully we'll be able to work on some YouTube stuff tomorrow. But until then, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. You are wonderful. Please don't forget that. And if anybody, including your own stinky little brain, tells you otherwise, you gotta tell it. Yeah, shut up, you little silly poop. See you around.
Hold me, make it all okay. Baby, show me what we're made of. Love me even if it's fake love. Love me even if it's fake love. Even if it's fake love. Love me even if it's fake love. Even if it's fake love. Love me even if it's fake love. Think my heart is in denial when you pull me closer, but I don't mind, babe, it's fine until I'm sober. Trying not to need you bad, baby, but it's useless. Yeah, I still try, it's in your eyes, my heart is loose.